and moved to the kitchen. Adele slipped Bella off her lap and joined them. Gunnar turned to Zahn. "Is there something you want to add?" Zahn unclamped his jaw. "I've just been thinking. All that time we was lost at sea, 'cause we didn't know where the hell we were. Well," his nose whistled, "I don't want to be in no plane without GPS and stuff and have no idea where land is. How we gonna find the island?" Gunnar jerked like he'd been punched. Fucking hell, he's right. Jesus, I hadn't even thought about that. We can't even Google Policia Island. Pauline's wide eyes confirmed she was thinking it through. They got lucky on the yacht. But in the air? No thanks. Gunnar had been in the middle of the Pacific many times. There was nothing out there. They could run out of fuel before they even found land. He didn't want to think of that scenario, especially when Policia Island was just a tiny dot in the middle of thousands of miles of ocean. "You said there was nuclear testing information on the island, right?" Cheryl scratched her neck. "Yes, apparently they tested nuclear weapons off the island in 1962. "Then it should be detailed in a few history books. Sounds like we need to go to the library." Debbie smiled. Cheryl ran the senior school library. Cheryl nodded. "Yes, but you're going to need a much bigger library than that to find this kind of information. You'll need Los Angeles Central Library." Gunnar groaned. "Last thing I wanted to do was go into the middle of L.A. Hank clapped him on the back and offered a crooked grin. "Sounds like fun." "Sounds like we don't have a choice." Pauline's gloomy voice mimicked her expression. "I'll come with you," Cheryl said. Gunnar shot his gaze to her. "No, it's not safe." Cheryl tilted her head, folded her arms, and smirked. "That library has tens of thousands of books. At least it did before the shit hit the fan. Without a computer, how do you propose locating a book with the information you need?" Gunnar groaned again. "Yeah, that's a problem." "I'll come too," Adele said. He drilled his eyes into her. There was absolutely no way he was going to agree to that. But he wouldn't say it in front of everyone. Instead, he scanned the people around the table. "We have a ton of things we need to do. To get it all done as quickly as possible, we'll need to split up. Here's what I propose. Cheryl, Hank, and I will take the Jeep and go to the library." They both nodded. "Zahn, where's your dad?" Zahn's brows drilled together. "He was living at Grandmama's house in Vegas, but if he ain't there, then I got no He caught himself. "I got no idea where he's at." Gunnar clenched his jaw. Everything was against them, but he had to believe it would all come together. They had no other options. "Okay, Debbie, you said you had a motorcycle?" "Yes, an old Kawasaki KLR 650. It's a bit rough and damn noisy, but it's still got grunt and speed." "Zahn, you can take it to get your dad." Zahn frowned, and his eyes flew to Jesse. But before he could state that he was taking Jesse with him, Gunnar said, "Jesse, you spend a lot of time watching your dad on the radios on the island. Do you know how they work?" "Of course." "Great. I want you on that radio as much as possible." Gunnar pointed to the table at the back of the room where a series of devices were set up. "We need to find out what's going on out there." "Don't forget about me, Gunnar." Pauline's eyes speared him. Her expression took him back months, to the time on the bridge when Sykes had begged Gunnar not to forget about him. It had been when they barely knew each other. He hadn't forgotten about him then. Not now, either. And he sure as hell hadn't forgotten about Pauline. She'd saved them all. But there was only limited space in the vehicles, and there was so much that needed to be done here. He turned to her. "If Zahn is successful getting his dad, and we're successful at the library, then we'll have to pack everything we need into that truck to take to the plane. If you find a plane." She cocked her head. "We will." He forced conviction into his voice. Pauline's eyes darkened. Maybe she was seeing through Gunner's uncertainty. Wouldn't it be better to wait until we have a plane before we start packing? Her expression darkened even more. No, we'll need to move as quickly as possible once we find a plane, so it makes sense to have it packed and ready to go. You know what? Fran scratched her forehead. There's a small airstrip about half an hour from here. Gunner turned to her. Fran had barely said anything since he'd met her. She shrugged. Thunderhawk Field. I've never been there, but I've seen planes coming in to land a few times. Maybe we could bring the plane to us. She lowered her eyes. When we find one. We will, Gunner said. I know we will. Gunner felt like he was standing on the edge of a giant cliff, and at his back was a hungry tiger.
Chapter 22. Pressing her body to the sand, Gabby flipped her head toward the carnage and snapped her eyes open. Her heart hammered as the gunfire continued, and bits and pieces from the raft rained around her. The black rubber was split open. A man, bloody and disfigured, was half in, half out of the sinking craft. The AK-47 around his neck dangled in the water. A body floated face down nearby. His leg was missing from the knee down. Agonized shrieks came from the boat. She couldn't see who it was, but they were in pure hell. She was in two minds over what would be better, letting him suffer or putting him out of his misery. Thundering feet sounded behind her, and she shot her gaze the other way. Sykes and Quinn scrambled toward her with their weapons raised. They fired at the dinghy, once, twice, 10 times. The shrieks stopped, and another splash confirmed a second pirate had hit the water. Max followed Sykes and Quinn. His steps were frantic, his face was white, his eyes were on her. "Gabby!" He cried her name. She pushed from the sand, but the adrenaline that had been pumping through her veins had evaporated. Her knees quivered. Her whole body trembled. "The other boat!" Sykes yelled. Sykes and Quinn aimed their AK-47s at the larger vessel. Max launched Gabby to her feet, his arms wrapped around her so tight she couldn't breathe. "Oh my God, I love you. That was amazing. Are you hurt? Jesus, Gabby, I can't believe you did that. You're so brave." He blurted the words in a frantic monologue, and the pride bursting in his tone had her grinning like a crazy woman. Still holding each other, they turned toward the pirate ship. Sykes and Quinn were raining bullets at the decrepit vessel. Glass exploded. Sparks flashed as their bullets pinged off bits of metal. A loud boom followed by a plume of black smoke erupted from the stern. "It's moving!" Sykes yelled. "Aim at the wheelhouse!" Quinn adjusted the angle of his weapon, and keeping the butt in his shoulder, the rifle bucked over and over. Another boom erupted over the bay. An explosion of flames engulfed the side of the cabin. The engine roared, and a small wave curled at the bow of the boat as it raced toward them. "It's picking up speed," Quinn hollered. "Keep firing! Keep firing!" The boat accelerated, but the angle was all wrong. Instead of aiming out to sea, it was heading for Finger Point. "Get down!" Max tackled Gabby to the sand, and her knee crunched on a rock as she tumbled forward. The roaring engine got louder as it crossed the bay. "It's out of control!" Sykes got down on one knee, and with his gaze over the length of the rifle, the rat-tat-tat of his weapon continued over and over. The entire wheelhouse was ablaze as the boat slammed into rocks at the very tip of Finger Point. A massive explosion blew the vessel apart. Bits flew skyward, raining debris all over them and their beach. Sykes and Quinn jumped in the air, hugging each other. "We did it! We fucking did it!" Gabby and Max scrambled to their feet, and the four of them clapped and cheered as they scanned the carnage around them. The main vessel released another boom, and a huge rush of bubbles followed. What was left of the boat disappeared below the water. "Holy shit!" Quinn shouted. "That was amazing!" Max snatched her shirt from the ground, and after helping her dress, he wrapped his arms around her. "You just featured in your own headline, gorgeous. I can't wait to tell the kids what you did." Sykes strode to Gabby with a massive grin and his hand forward. "That was the bravest thing I've ever seen in my life." Gabby's hand was swallowed in his, and a knot formed in her throat. Her galloping heart took on a different beat, more delightful, more in control, and a sense of pride washed through her. It was like stepping into a refreshing waterfall to wash away months of filth and sweat. She'd had accolades before, many of them, but they all paled in comparison to this one. An eruption of air burst from the dinghy, confirming it was on its last gasp, and the men raced into the water to save it. Quinn rescued the weapon from around the pirate's neck, then wrestled the body overboard. Sykes jumped into the raft and tossed the remaining bodies into the ocean. As the three of them lugged the boat onto the beach, what was left of the cadavers drifted out to sea, and Gabby silently prayed the sharks would quickly obliterate any trace that they ever existed. With the mangled raft secured on the sand, Gabby gaped at the blood and gore plastered all over the black rubber. Sykes and Quinn may have killed a few of them, but she had dismembered them. It was a gruesome notch in her history of achievements. She'd do it all over again in a heartbeat. Nobody messes with my family. They fished out anything worth salvaging. Weapons, including guns, grenades, and knives, binoculars, 4 walkie-talkies, a bag full of ammunition, 2 flashlights, a tarp, rope, and a Yankees baseball cap. Jesus Christ! Quinn tossed a large metal tube onto the sand. Gabby's eyes bulged. Is that a rocket launcher? With his hands on his hips, Sykes shook his head. Yup. Thank God we stopped them. Max huffed out a breath. They all stood back. A deathly silence crossed between them. Maybe they were all thinking the same thing, that they'd come within inches of death. And not just them, every single person on the island. Sykes cracked his knuckles. Let's get this thing hidden in the bushes. Each of them grabbed a handle, and together they dragged the shredded rubber over the sand and rocks and deep into the vegetation. Gabby was huffing like she'd run a marathon by the time Sykes announced they were far enough. Groaning as he picked up a heavy log, Sykes tossed it into the middle of the raft. That should keep it there. We'll dispose of it properly later. He glanced at Gabby, and a smile crawled across his lips. I still can't believe you did what you did. She shrugged. Nobody threatens my babies. He burst out laughing, as did Quinn and Max. Gabby giggled along with them. Finally, she'd discovered a talent that benefited the survivors: blind determination. Between the 4 of them, they washed the blood off the salvaged equipment, and then traipsed their haul back to the huts. Their banter was upbeat, as each of them replayed different aspects of the battle. It was just like when she'd interviewed people in the aftermath of a crash. Different viewpoints offered different perspectives. Only this time, she was included in the action. The second she stepped into the village clearing, her heart sank. The pirate was still strapped to the chair. Shit, I forgot all about him. Mom! Dad! Adam came tearing out of the bedroom hut. His arms were wide. A silent scream was written on his face. Gabby dropped her load and ran to him. He slammed into her full force, just about toppling her over. It's okay, buddy. Dad and I are fine. Sally raced behind her brother, tears streaking down her face. Come here, baby. Gabby opened her arms, and as she hugged her children to her chest, tears welled in her eyes and a sob caught in her throat. You should have seen your mom. Sykes strode over and tousled Adam's hair. She's a very brave woman. Adam looked up at her, and his eyes sparkled. Really? Max curled his arms around all four of them. Your mom was amazing. She saved us all. Adam beamed a beautiful grin that was loaded with pride. But there was something else in that smile that had her heart soaring. Love. One by one, the survivors streamed out of the huts. A festive atmosphere rippled through the crowd. People cheered and clapped, and Gabby was swept up in a tide of congratulatory hugs. You lot are fucking idiots! The pirate's holler jolted the party to a standstill. Sykes strode over and, with a clenched fist, punched the pirate in the jaw so hard he flew backward. Everyone cheered. Sykes turned with a rare but spectacular triumphant grin. Give me a hand. I don't want to see his ugly mug again tonight. Quinn, Call, Jackson, and Sykes picked up the pirate, with him still strapped to his chair. Where are we taking him? Jackson asked. To the dump. That's what he deserves. The dump was an area where they discarded bucket loads of unusable plastic they scooped from their cove. They'd learned the hard way that storing it deep in the bushes was the only way to stop it from being windblown back into the ocean. Madeline slipped in beside Gabby. You're so brave. She turned to her new friend, and elation skipped through Gabby so beautifully, it was like she was twirling in a poppy field. Thank you. Adam and Sally left her side, bounding over to scan the items they'd salvaged. Gabby offered a smile, hoping it looked as genuine as it felt. It's amazing what a mother will do when her baby's lives are at stake. Madeline's hand drifted to her stomach. Gabby tilted her head. Are you okay? Madeline nodded, yet her eyes darkened. Something deep and painful was still troubling her. Gabby curled her arm around her friend's waist. I don't know about you, but I sure could use a drink. Madeline huffed as they headed to the kitchen stairs. Pity we don't have anything stronger than water. I second that. A martini would do the trick. Or 3, Madeline said, and they giggled together. Gabby's heart fluttered like it was filled with butterflies. They helped themselves to a bottle of water from one of the hundreds that were stored on shelves along the kitchen walls. It's time to party, Sykes announced as soon as he returned. Everyone can have one item from the IKEA stash. Cheers erupted from the survivors. Shit. Gabby giggled as she spun to Madeline. We'd better get out of here before we're crushed in a stampede. Chuckling together, they moved with the excited throng into the communal hall. Within minutes, the older ladies were beaming as they handed out everyone's chosen treat. Chocolates and cans of apple or pear cider were the popular choices. The band struck up a dreadful tune, putting on a show that had everyone laughing. And as Gabby sat to the side and slowly nibbled away on an oat cookie half dipped in chocolate, she tried to fully comprehend that she'd had a hand in saving their lives. Gabrielle Kinsella was a lot of things: mother, wife, award-winning journalist. Now, she was also a hero.
Chapter 23. Zahn gripped onto Jessie, crushing her to his chest. He didn't want to release her, and the way she was squeezing, she sure didn't want to let him go, neither. The two of them had been together every single day since that first night she'd slept in the plane wreck with him way back on the island. Jessie pulled back. The tears in her eyes tore his heart out. Last night, after Captain Dickhead and the others had gone over the plan so many fucking times he'd wanted to puke, he and Jessie had snuck out of the bunker and into the bushes. Their sex had been mind-blowing, and afterward, while she was sitting on top of him and the moon was lighting up the sky behind her, she'd said she loved him. Zahn could have been mauled by a bear right then, and he'd have died a happy man. He'd said it to her, too, and he did love Jessie. Loved her more than anything in the world. Afterward, they'd curled up on the patch of warm grass, and she'd turned around so her back was curved against his chest. It was the nicest thing he'd done since they set foot on American soil again. He would have slept right there under the stars with her in his arms if she hadn't made him go back into the bunker. When he was with Jessie, everything was perfect. He could be starving and half bleeding to death, but as long as Jessie was with him, he wouldn't care none. Yet he was about to leave her, and he had no idea how long he was going to be gone. I ain't going to be able to think straight without her. She reached for his hand and squeezed. You be careful, okay? He looked into her dark eyes. Don't worry. I'll be back for you, Jessie, soon as I can. I know, but don't do anything silly. I won't. He adjusted the shoulder straps on his backpack. The fucking thing was heavy, loaded up with water and food for him, and plastic bottles full of fuel for the bike. The tank only held 3 gallons, so he was going to have to stop and fill up a few times. He just hoped he had enough diesel to get him to Vegas and back, or he was fucked. According to Jessie and her family, finding diesel would be like trying to find gold in that old mine. Impossible. Gripping the handles of the Kawasaki, he swung his leg over the saddle. Behind Jessie, a few yards back, was everyone else. The whole damn lot of them had come out to watch him go. Maybe they was thinking it was the last they was going to see of him. He couldn't even believe he was doing it himself. First of all, he had to find where his daddy was living, and without a GPS, that wasn't going to be easy. He'd only been to his grandmama's place about 6 times, and that was years ago. Besides, even if he did find it, his daddy was stupid enough to have got himself killed anyways. But he had to do this. To save Jessie. Hell, to save the whole lot of them. And if that's what it took to get him and Jessie back to the island so they could curl up in his B-26 bomber every night, then he'd drive to fucking Mexico and back if he thought it'd work. Zahn kicked the starter and the bike rumbled to life. The 650cc engine was as loud as his mama's farts. How the hell am I supposed to go discreet on this fucking thing? Jessie's black eyes darkened even further. Maybe she was thinking the same thing. But he didn't want to worry her none, so he tapped his chest, where Jessie had helped him strap a handgun in place. If I get any trouble, they'll never know what hit 'em. All he had to do was reach under his shirt, and he'd have a weapon in his hand. Jessie leaned in front of her mama and everyone else, she kissed him. He inhaled her scent. She was all flowers and spice, and he hoped that smell would stay with him till he got back. Zahn turned the throttle. He glanced one last time at Jessie. The tears wetting her eyes just about had him killing the engine. Instead, he gripped the handles and took off like he'd been shot from a cannon. The 40-year-old bike was like a fucking Bronco, and before he'd even reached the first turn, he just about speared right into the bushes twice. Easing off the gas, he wound his way down the mountain and back onto the road that crossed from 3 Rivers to Bakersfield. Out on the open asphalt, he settled on the seat and took the KLR to maximum speed. Without any other traffic, and with no lights or nothing stopping him, it was exhilarating watching that speedo nudge 100 miles an hour and knowing there weren't no cops on the road to catch him. As he burned up the miles, he had nothing to judge the time other than the shifting sun and his bladder. The road was dotted with abandoned cars that had been burned to a crisp, and random buildings he passed on either side of the road were goners too. Just as his stomach started twisting, demanding to be fed, he passed a sign for Barstow, and not long after that, every second sign was trying to sell him burgers or fried chicken or some other bullshit snack that obviously weren't gonna be there no more. Figuring he was heading into a big city, Zahn pulled into a dirt track at the 20-mile marker to take a piss and fill up his gas. The engine ticked as it cooled, and it was the only sound around. The road ahead stretched for miles, carving through the desert like a shriveled snakeskin. Zahn was in the middle of fucking nowhere. Usually, he liked it that way. Not when his chick was waiting for him to get back. He wolfed down some grub and drank some water. Then back on the road again, he cranked the KLR to full throttle. Zahn shot through Barstow, which turned out to be nothing but burned-down warehouses and shops that looked like something from a war zone. According to the next sign, Vegas was just 150 miles away. Leaning into the handlebars and trying to discard the creepy feelings churning up his insides, he pushed the bike to maximum speed, dodging abandoned cars without slowing. As the sun inched over the sky, the heat overhead matched the heat coming off his engine. Sweat trickled down his back and under his pits, and he was so damn thirsty he couldn't even spit. But he didn't slow down none, not even when the sign announced Vegas was just 20 miles away. If his memory served him right, his grandmama lived at the opposite end of the Vegas Strip. Last time he was there with her, he'd been about 15. They'd spent the whole day going from one casino to the next, checking out all the fancy lobbies and going on any rides that were $2 or less. She'd taken him to a buffet that was 1,000,000 times bigger than the one on the cruise ship, and he'd ate till he chucked up, but still went back for some peanut butter ice cream. His grandmama had laughed until she cried at that. It was one of the best days of his life. Till he'd met Jessie, that is. His grandmama had gone and died 2 Christmases later. Nobody ever took him nowhere after her. Most of the way, he'd been able to dodge the abandoned cars at full speed, but as he got closer to Vegas, the traffic piled up, and the number of burned and tossed cars multiplied too. Some of the time, he drove on the shoulder and had to grip the handles tighter so he didn't spin off into the dirt. Tall buildings appeared in the distance, as did a stream of smoke. It was the first moving thing he'd seen other than the sun and clouds since he'd left Jessie. The smoke was thick and black, like the one that had been burning them bodies. Maybe it was another grave. He touched the Beretta M9 strapped to his chest. It was Jessie's gun, the one she'd been learning to use since she was 8. It was kinda nice knowing he had a piece of her with him. He came over the top of a rise and skidded to a halt. God damn! The view encompassed the long, straight road that led into the Las Vegas Strip. It was covered in stalled cars, but that wasn't what had him stalling. A chopper had crashed into the dirt beside a semi that had jackknifed, and a big-ass plane had wiped out an entire section of road, crushing a ton of cars with it. It was like the set of one of them end-of-the-world movies. Everything was dead still and creepy. Forced to go slower than he wanted, he eased up to the plane wreck. His eyes shot to movement. Fuck me. A woman as scrawny as a stick figure was standing beside the plane. Her dress was like a sack of potatoes, and her hair was straw. Maybe she'd heard him coming, and it had woken her from a coma or something. She didn't move none, just watched him as he motored the bike toward the back of the 747. Forced to drive off the asphalt to get around the wreck, he gripped the handles and, going real slow, edged onto the red dirt. A shriek that sounded like a pile of crazed banshees split the air. Zahn shot his gaze at the wreck. Fucking hell! A mob of people were tearing at him. They had axes raised and sticks with nails sticking out of them. The whites of their eyes was huge, and their open mouths was terrifying. He squeezed the throttle and, hanging on for his life, shot onto the hardened dirt, kicking up rocks and shit behind him. The bike flicked around like a fucking cut snake, and he just about lost it. Clenching his jaw, he leaned into the bars and skirted along the side of the freeway, where he didn't have to dodge cars, but he sure as fuck had to watch for potholes and giant boulders. 10 miles out, there was another downed helicopter. The crater it was sitting in confirmed it had speared straight into the ground. He had to slow to a crawl at a bridge that had shattered into 1,000,000 pieces and was scattered all over the highway. The mangled plane on the other side of the concrete mess was no doubt the reason for the bridge collapse. The sun was far on the western horizon when he passed his first casino. What was left of it, anyways. South Point Hotel and Casino had survived being hit in the middle of the fucking desert, but it didn't stand a chance against the crazies who'd smashed all the windows, torn down the sign, and burned half of it to the ground. The closer he got to the main strip, the more fucked up it got. Cars were charred and smashed. Buildings that were still standing had planes sticking out 'em. And the amount of demolished buildings had him wondering if there'd also been an earthquake or something that everyone had forgotten to tell him about. And then he started to see people, only they didn't look like they wanted to say nothing nice. Zahn clenched his jaw, gripped the throttle, and trying not to make eye contact with them, he slowed down as much as he dared to dodge the crap on the road. The roar of his engine echoed off the surroundings as if it was on some kind of loudspeaker. Dozens of people that looked like they'd been living in dungeons started coming out of nowhere. Maybe an announcement had been sent out letting them know he was coming. Most of them were too slow, and he got around them before they even got close. But the strip was jam-packed with cars and trucks and fucking crap like shopping trolleys, upended statues, and smashed-up slot machines. He'd planned on shooting through the Vegas Strip at full throttle, but that ain't happening. People hollered at him, but it was like they was speaking another language. They pegged shit at him, too. Flicking the bike side to side, he got through 'em and everything else. He curved the bike around a fucking huge stretch limo and glanced ahead. Shit! He skidded to a halt. A mob of fuckers were standing across the road. Zahn was in two minds about pulling the gun out and shooting at 'em or gripping the handlebars and going for it, hoping they'd get out of the way. A spark pinged off the limo's hood. The side mirror exploded. Fuck! They're shooting at me. Zahn didn't think none. He rammed the throttle forward, and when the bike reared up like a trapped gator, he just about went ass over. He touched down with a squeal of tires and, gripping like crazy, aimed for a ramp to his right. A toppled bus blocked the entrance, probably to stop cars. It didn't stop him and his KLR. To his right was a pirate ship. It's Treasure Island Casino. Didn't look much like it did last time he was there, though. Half of the pirate ship was gone, like it had been stomped on by a giant boot. On the other half, a 40-gallon drum had flames licking out of the top. The people around it was staring at him like he was an alien. At the top of the ramp, he had two choices. One was keep going down the opposite side, but that'd lead him right back to them fuckers. The other choice was to go into the casino. The glass doors had been smashed, and taking that as a sign, he accelerated through the entrance, jumped the bike over a pile of crap, and scooted across the marble lobby. Them fancy lights that were dangling from the ceiling last time were gone. The shattered glass all over the place was probably all that's left of them. Beyond the lobby, it was damn dark. Exiting the marble area, he hit the carpet at near full speed. Banks of slot machines were all over the place, but every one of them was trashed and split open, like bull carcasses. Had him thinking about them poker chips he'd stolen from the cruise ship. He had zero idea where they went, or the cash he'd nicked. Not that it meant nothing no more. Not when people was starving and fucking crazy. He passed rows and rows of one-armed bandits before he got to the fancy part of the casino. But the blackjack tables and roulette wheels were long gone. A fire had reduced most of them to nothing but charred bits. A shout rang out, and he looked up. People were hanging over the railing, looking down at him with wide eyes and open gobs. Zahn revved away. He had no idea where he was going, but the farther he went, the darker it got. Soon he could barely see at all. His handlebar glanced off something, and the bike bucked beneath him. Slamming his foot on the ground, he only just managed to keep himself upright. He jammed on the brakes and skidded to a halt. The bike's engine was the only sound. That and his ragged breaths and whistling nose. The air smelled weird, like mold and ash and gasoline, and it was hot as all fuck. Glancing around, a dim light was coming from a far corner. Hoping it was a way out, he pushed off again. Going a bit slower so he didn't faceplant into no piles of crap, he dodged around all sorts of stuff. In some ways, he would have liked to have been here to see what happened. But mostly, he was glad he'd been on that cruise ship when the shit went down. Especially as it was how he met Jessie. Thinking of her had him going a bit faster. The sooner this was over, the sooner he got back to her. The light got brighter, and a cooler breeze had his hopes up. He reached a landing which overlooked a gaming area. Giant slabs of glass that was once a huge set of windows was all over the place. Beyond that was the pool area. "Hey!" Zahn turned to the shout. "There he is!" A mob of people were running at him, hollering and carrying on like they was gonna kill him. "Not today, you fuckers!" Zahn gripped the handles and rammed the throttle forward. He shot along the edge of the railing, passing statues with hands and heads missing. A bullet slammed into a mermaid sculpture, blowing it into a million pieces. It missed him by an inch. Fuck! He glanced over his shoulder. The 50 or so fuckers he'd seen outside had multiplied. They was all running at him, and they was as mad as wounded boars. A bullet pinged off the railing. Shit! Ducking lower, he raced through the middle of a row of one-armed bandits, spitting up glass and crap behind him. Sparks flew left and right as bullets punched into the already battered machines. At the end, he slammed on the brakes 2 inches before he crashed into a little kid. The girl with wild hair and pale blue eyes blinked up at him. If she was scared, she didn't show it none. Zahn nodded at her, turned the bike, and sped off into yet another row of machines. At the other end was a circular pool with half a statue in the middle. The water was green, reminding him of the swamp back home. Skirting around it, he aimed for the light again. Out the corner of his eye, he caught movement. It was the mob. They was chasing him, or herding him. He couldn't work out which. He slammed the throttle forward, and his side mirror exploded in a shower of glass. Fucking hell! He didn't stop. He didn't even slow down. He aimed for the only way out, the escalator. A scream burst from his throat as the bike hit the stalled steps at full speed. He expected the wheel to jam and braced to get thrown 6 feet into the air, but it didn't happen. It was like the KLR was built for this shit, and no sooner had he expected to be picking his ass off the ground when he reached the bottom. Not stopping to appreciate that miracle, he shot along the marble toward the exit he'd seen earlier. Glass shattered all around. They was still fucking shooting at him. Hunkering down, he clutched the handles and sped through the exit like his ass was on fire. The path split 2 ways, left or right. With nothing to indicate which was best, he chose right and roared away. Skimming past planter boxes full of dead plants and rubbish, he aimed for the pool in the distance. Though this wasn't like no pool he'd ever seen. It was green and half empty, and right in the middle was a Statue of Liberty. She was missing her head, and the torch in her hand was upside down. The branch of a dead tree to his left shattered to pieces, and he glanced over his shoulder. The crazy fuckers were still chasing. A stalled semi was visible through a bunch of trees that obviously liked the Nevada heat, and jumping the bike over a pile of crap that he had no hope of identifying, he headed for the road. Racing up a ramp that led to one of them fancy gazebo things, he yanked the handlebars, launching the bike into the air. He missed the metal fence by barely an inch and hit the asphalt with a bone-jarring crunch that nearly crushed his balls to smithereens. Zahn skidded to a stop. Once again, he had to choose, left or right. Spotting the building he saw just before that mob had chased him, he headed that way again. With a bit of luck, all of them had followed him into the casino. He flew onto the boulevard again and glanced both ways. The road was clear. Zahn revved the engine and took off. He dodged around some of the hottest fucking cars he'd ever seen. Lamborghinis, Aston Martins, and a bright yellow Ferrari that was probably worth more than he'd ever earn in his life. Except it was covered in spray paint and had a slot machine rammed through the middle of the windshield. He reached a set of traffic lights where a pile of cars had obviously crashed in a mighty fireball. Weaving in and out of that mess, he opened the throttle and picked up speed. He passed Circus, and when he reached the Wynn Casino, his jaw dropped. Last time he'd seen it, the whole thing was like a giant gold bar. Now the shimmering glass had more holes than windows, and it looked like the building had a bad case of pox. He settled into a groove, accelerating when he could, slowing when he had to, and all the time scanning left and right, making sure he weren't going to get shot at. Zahn could hardly believe his luck. He hadn't even had time to take out his weapon, which was good, as he hadn't had to waste no bullets. Jesse's mama had given him 12 bullets, but Jesse had snuck him a box of 50 when Debbie weren't looking. He dodged a mangled wreck of twisted metal and did a double take. It was one of 'em cars that would have been on a roller coaster. Any poor bastard who'd been in that thing when it slammed into the asphalt would have been fucked. The farther he got from the main boulevard, the less vehicles there were, and the more he recognized places from all them years ago. Every once in a while he saw a person, and even when he got real close to 'em, like one old bloke who he'd just about run over, they seemed more curious about him than angry. Soon there were less giant buildings and more strip shops, especially pawn shops. He saw more of 'em than people. Figuring out where he was going was easier than he thought it'd be. Just about every place was trashed, graffitied, or burned to the ground, but he still recognized stuff. The little church where his grandmama and granddaddy had got married. The courthouse that had more graffiti than anything he'd seen so far. And the first and only car wash he'd ever been in. He remembered being so amazed at them spinning cloths that had wiped all the bird shit off his grandmama's Kingswood. He drove beneath the overpass to the Great Basin Highway and ramped up the speed a bit more. Another plane had hit the deck, and by the trail of destruction behind it, it looked like the pilot had played bowling with as many things as he could before it stopped. After passing the cemetery, which he thanked his lucky stars had no fires burning, he turned left and revved the guts out of the motor again. The sun was hitting the horizon when he finally reached his grandmama's street. Just like Gunner's hometown, this one had been fucked up by people who obviously had no respect for nothing. As he crawled along the asphalt, the stillness had his guts sinking. By the look of them houses, there ain't no chance his daddy was still living in this place. He drove the motorbike right up to the front door and killed the engine. The silence screamed in his ears, all weird and wrong. His grandmama's garden that she talked about all the time was nothing but twigs and weeds, and the glass in the front door was a pile of jagged teeth. He pushed on the wood, and it creaked open. "Hello? Daddy, you here?" He didn't expect no reply. The stench was what hit him first. It was the kind of smell that'd have blowflies crawling out of the swamp looking for a feast. "Hello?" A distinct crack of a shotgun racking cut through the silence. Zahn dove for cover behind a wall. He yanked his gun off his chest, tearing out all his hair, but before he could even lift it, a double-barrel shotgun was shoved in his face. Chapter 24. After Zahn had left, it had been Gunner's turn, but his swift getaway had not gone to plan. The Jeep had been holed up in the secret garage since 3 days after E-Day, and not only did the ancient vehicle have a flat battery, but the giant puddle of oil beneath it couldn't be ignored. Thank God they'd had Hank with them. The battery had been an easy swap with one of the ones Debbie had charged from the solar panels. But the oil leak was another story. First, they'd had to get it onto blocks to assess the damage. Then they'd had to find a replacement seal. Despite the number of abandoned cars they had to choose from, finding a suitable part and getting it fitted had taken hours. By the time the Jeep had oil pumping through the engine again, they'd lost the entire day, and Gunner had gone to bed with a tornado of frustration twisting his thoughts into messy knots. They were still there when he'd woken that morning, and the entire time Gunner drove from the compound at 3 Rivers into Los Angeles, His mind was like a monster, smashing through one rotten thought after another. What if the library has been burned to the ground? What if the streets are overrun with desperate people? What if we get there, but it's impossible to find any information about the island? But there was one question that came back, over and over. How am I going to find Mom? Cheryl had shifted forward on the back seat, and with the wind lashing her hair into a frenzy, she and Hank chatted nearly nonstop, mostly comparing stories about what had happened to them and their neighborhood since E-Day. Gunnar had thought he'd gone through hell when he was stuck on the deserted island, but his anguish had been more mental than physical, except for his mutilated hand, of course. The survivors in America had encountered worse. They'd almost starved, been attacked, seen people die from lack of medication or poor sanitization, and blatant murder. He'd thought the raw sewerage problem on his crippled cruise ship was bad, but here, entire city sewage systems had failed, causing petri dishes of hell to back up in millions of homes. Diseases that had never been so prominent in America's history festered. Cholera, typhoid, salmonella. The list seemed endless. The only common aspect between his experience and that of both Cheryl and Hank had been the lack of knowledge of what the government was doing to restore everything to normal. But with each stalled car he dodged around, and each vandalized building they passed, it was obvious that life in America was never going to be normal. Not for them, not for any American. He'd cruised along Hollywood Freeway enough times that he knew every curve in the road off by heart, but he'd never seen it like this. It must have been bumper-to-bumper traffic when the EMP strike happened. Sometime between then and now, though, a path had been carved through the middle of the abandoned vehicles, shoving them aside or toppling them completely so there was plenty of room to drive between them. The Jeep had no roof, and the sun beamed onto them like a 1,000,000-watt bulb. It was a sweltering day, yet despite the vehicle's lack of windows, the wind that whipped around them did little to reduce the sweat trickling down his back and underarms. With each mile, Gunnar studied the road ahead with his heart in his throat, dreading an encounter from the other direction. They were literally trapped on this highway, and escape would not be easy. The surrounding stillness was unsettling, and if it wasn't for the birds flying overhead and the drifting clouds, he'd be tempted to think he was dreaming. His thoughts flitted to his mother again. The last time he'd seen her, she'd talked about a little yellow bird that had made its nest high above their exercise yard. Her eyes had dazzled when she'd told of the little babies emerging from the nest and taking flight, being free to fly wherever they wanted. A cruel irony when she was living the exact opposite way. He had to go find her. Today was the day to do that. The Century Regional Detention Center was a mere 20-minute drive from the library. On a normal day, that is. It was impossible to comprehend what obstacles might be in the way of that journey now. And Cheryl and Hank were already risking their lives by going into the middle of L.A. They could drop him off, or wait in the car, or hide in an underground car park, or something. He'd never ask them to come inside the jail with him. His stomach already heaved at what he could potentially find. It wasn't until he'd crossed the junction of Ventura Freeway that he'd psyched himself up enough to tell his father-in-law about his mother. As far as Hank knew, Gunnar had been orphaned at 13, which was essentially true, however, not in the way that Hank had probably envisaged. He glanced at the man in the passenger seat. His cheeks were gaunt, and his hair was gray and lifeless, but despite that, he looked a hell of a lot better than he had on many occasions in the past. "Hey, Hank, there's something I need to tell you." Hank shifted the pistol across his lap and turned to Gunnar. "Oh yeah? What's that?" Gunnar heaved in a shaky sigh. He was about to reveal a secret he'd hidden from his father-in-law for years. Hell, from everyone, except Adele. And it had been her idea to keep it from Hank. She hadn't thought he'd let her marry a man whose mother was a murderer. But she wasn't. and every time Gunnar recalled that conversation with Adele, he wished he could go back and redo it. Adele should know the truth. Everyone should. His mother deserved it. Gunnar cleared his throat. You remember how I told you I was an orphan? Hank's bushy eyebrows drilled together. Yes? Well, it's not entirely true. Go on. When I was 13 years old, my mother was sentenced to 25 years in jail for murdering my father. Hank did a head jerk, then his eyes narrowed. And? The truth is, she didn't murder him. Gunnar slowed to veer around a cement truck that had crashed into a sedan and turned it into a concertina. He swallowed the rusty razor blades in his throat. It was me. I stabbed my father. In the rear mirror, Cheryl slinked back in her seat, maybe not wanting to hear any more of the conversation, or maybe trying to get as far away from Gunnar as possible. Hank remained silent, too silent, and the whistling air between them became loaded with static. My father beat my mother one time too many, Gunnar blurted. It happened so quickly. One minute he was trying to drag her from the kitchen by her hair, and the next minute he was on the floor with a carving knife in his belly. Gunnar strangled the steering wheel with his hand. I don't even remember doing it. Mom forced me to say it was her, and our lawyer said that she'd never go to jail because of her history of being abused. But she did. She went to jail for 25 years. Hank nodded, as if piecing things together. Why are you telling me this now? Mom's sentence finished a few months ago, and she should have been released. I need to go to the jail and try to find her. Hank sighed and tilted his head. The chance of... I know. Gunnar cut him off. But I need to see for myself. Gunnar slowed to dodge around a large motorhome that had had every window smashed. After he accelerated again, the hum of the tires became the only sound. Well, son. Hank rested his hand on Gunnar's shoulder, something he never did. It seems to me that what you did was justified. It was. And what your mother did was a selfless act to save her child. You. A knot swelled in Gunnar's throat. It truly was. Hank removed his hand. I'd like to meet her one day. It was the most compassionate thing he'd ever said to Gunnar. I hope you do. Tears pooled in his eyes as he turned to his father-in-law. Thank you. Hank nodded once and shifted his gaze out the windshield, indicating the conversation was over. They crested a hill, and in the distance was the city of Los Angeles, though it looked more like a scene from a blockbuster movie. Smoke drifted from the top floors of several high-rises. Many towers looked like a giant had taken huge bites out of them. The tail of a plane that protruded from an office block might explain why there were so many crumpled buildings. Cheryl leaned forward once more and inhaled loudly. All those planes, so many people dead. LAX would have been a nightmare. And the areas around it as they fell from the sky, Gunnar added. Cheryl covered her hand over her mouth, shaking her head. Those poor people. The networks of roads looked like a child's game with stalled vehicles of every size and shape dotting every lane. And above the city, the sky was a brilliant blue, the clearest he'd ever seen it. Months of reprieve from man-made air pollution was showing. Mother Nature was an unexpected positive side effect of the EMP that he hadn't considered. Like a factory reset. Maybe the whole country needed to go back to having little farms in every backyard. That way nobody would have to rely on trucks to transport food across the country, and people could have log fires to keep warm, and pigeons to send telegrams. God, will it really come to that? He drove past where the Hollywood Cross used to be, but it was nowhere to be seen. and in the distance, the iconic Hollywood sign that had been fictitiously demolished in countless movies really was destroyed. Only the two O's remained, like a pair of eyes looking out across the destruction of one of America's major metropolises. Where is everyone? Cheryl slipped forward on her seat again, peering through the space between Hank and Gunnar. Gunnar glanced at her in the mirror. Back on the island, when we had zero contact with the mainland, Albert, that's Jesse's dad, he said for Hank's sake. He told us his version of what he imagined was going on back here. I have to admit, I didn't believe it was even close to possible. But I was wrong. Albert and your husband, Dennis, he nodded at Cheryl's reflection. They knew what it'd be like. They predicted millions of people would die both immediately and in the weeks and months following the EMP strikes. But people will do anything to survive, and unless the military or government helped in the big cities, then those who made it through the first couple of months would venture out to the rural areas in search of wildlife to eat and fresh water. She nodded. It's why we built our compound in the hills. Dennis was adamant this would happen. Our society has become so reliant on electricity that the vast majority of the population can't live without it. On the island, they'd lived without electricity by using fire to cook food, collecting rain to drink, and catching dinner with their bare hands. They were basic survival techniques that city dwellers knew nothing about. Many Americans wouldn't even know how to fish. Once winter sets in, Cheryl's voice choked with emotion. Even more people will die. Well, thank Christ we're not going to be around for that. Hank shifted to look more squarely at Gunnar. Right, son? Gunnar clenched his jaw and nodded with conviction. Absolutely not. We'll be laying on the beach on a tropical island before the next full moon. If his calculations were correct, that was only 6 days away. With the amount they still had to do, it was an impossible task. Gunnar turned off the main highway and onto 6th Street. His eyes darted left and right, searching the sidewalks, searching the shadows, searching for signs that he hadn't entered a ghost town. Yet at the same time, he was grateful to have arrived without incident. Reaching the library had been easy. Too easy. Gunnar drove the Jeep into a parking space between two cars that had all their windows smashed. As they jumped out, Gunnar silently prayed their transport would still be there when they got back. He swung his pack over his shoulder, grabbed the gun from the side pocket, and slotted it into the back of his jeans. Never before had he concealed a weapon like that, and he felt both the necessity and the foolishness of it. Even if he was confronted, Gunnar wasn't sure he could actually pull the trigger. Hank watched him hide the weapon, but he chose to retain his own pistol in his hand. The intense expression on Hank's face confirmed he'd have no problem shooting someone who got in their way. Gunnar was grateful to have his father-in-law with him. It was an admission he'd never had considered before. Sweat trickled down Hank's temple as he leaned closer. If we get separated, we meet back here. Got it? He plucked his 2A from his pack. Let's do a field check. Gunnar and Cheryl removed their Motorola APX 6000 transceivers from their packs. Before they'd left the compound, Jesse had explained that the likelihood of any of LA's repeaters surviving the EMP attacks was minimal, so the distance their radios could cover may be limited by line of sight, meaning if they couldn't contact each other, the object would be to get to higher ground. The radios were police standard issue, with digital encryption, which meant the chances of anyone listening in were minimal, especially as many radios would have been fried in the EMPs. However, to be safe, they needed to keep their chatter to a minimum. Gunnar hoped they didn't find themselves that far apart that they'd need them at all. You all set to Channel 5? Gunnar asked. Hank nodded. Cheryl did too. She was putting on a brave face, but her darting eyes indicated that beneath the surface, she was barely treading water. With their packs on their backs again, they left the Jeep, heading toward the library entrance. Cheryl was wedged between them as they raced up the giant sandstone steps covered in dead leaves and litter. The shallow pools that had been crystal clear the one and only time he and Adele had visited the library were now either empty or as gray as sump oil. The sounds of their feet highlighted just how quiet the area was. If anybody was lurking in the shadows, they'd hear the three of them coming. Gunner's neck hairs shot to attention as he anticipated an ambush on every landing. At the top of the steps, they entered through an arched doorway that was missing the giant wooden doors that had impressed Adele last time. The lobby's chocolate and latte-colored marble tiles were covered in rubbish: food packets, plastic bags, cans. Other than that, the area was empty. The wooden information desk was in pieces. As if they'd planned it, the three of them stopped in the central void. Maybe the other two had the same feeling of dread that was crawling through Gunner. He turned to Cheryl. Her eyes were wide and her nostrils flared. The school librarian was scared out of her wits. Gunner touched her shoulder, hoping to instill a sense of calm. "Which way?" She swallowed. "This way." Cheryl turned on her heel and scurried off so fast she was just shy of breaking into a sprint. Gunner's shoes squeaked on the marble floor, and he cursed the sound that seemed to echo about the empty space. Cheryl raced from one room to the next, clearly knowing where she was going, and Gunner glanced left and right, peering into the shadows, searching for signs of life. There were signs: beds made out of cardboard, tattered clothing, and rubbish. Lots and lots of rubbish. But no people. Thank God. The stench, too, could only be that of people living with poor hygiene. They scrambled up a set of stairs, and Cheryl took off, running along a balcony that overlooked a giant atrium. Miraculously, most of the windows were intact, and the decorations dangling from the ceiling were still in place. So far, other than the front doors and rubbish, the library seemed to have survived the mayhem that had destroyed nearly every building they'd passed since he'd landed on firm soil. They entered an enormous room with gaudy green carpet patterned with what looked like Celtic emblems, four-leaf clovers, and weird animal shapes. Thousands of books lined the shelves, but Cheryl didn't stop. Instead, she raced through the middle, heading to another room. Between the bookcases was more proof people were living here: tattered blankets, jumbles of clothes, pots, plates, cutlery, and the occasional toy. But where are they? Gunner chased after Cheryl and Hank. Despite his curiosity, he didn't want to know. Between every book stack was proof that someone, or even entire families, were living there. And the deeper they went into the library, the more temporary bedding they came across. One of the rooms had had the central information desk removed, and in its place was the remnants of a fire. No smoke drifted from it, though, so it wasn't recent. It had him looking at the squatters' belongings more thoroughly. These people hadn't just gone out for the day. They may have gone for good. Where did they go? Are they still alive? They were impossible questions to answer. His thoughts shifted to his mother, and his heart clenched like a fist. Is she still alive? Cheryl kept going, her fingers clenched at her sides. Gunner tightened the distance between them. He tried to look ahead and ignore the abandoned belongings, but he couldn't help himself. Each ragged cloth, each tattered shoe had his thoughts launching back to his mother. Cheryl exited one room, and as she crossed another marble expanse, Gunner halted. "Hey, guys!" Cheryl and Hank stopped and turned to him. "Look, I know this wasn't our plan, but this place looks like it's been abandoned for a while, so I think it's safe." Hank squinted at him, maybe anticipating what Gunner was about to say. "I think we should split up." Cheryl shook her head. That's not a good..." "What are you proposing?" Hank cut her off. "I need to find my mom. If you stay here and find that information, I'll go get her." Hank met Gunner's gaze. His pale blue eyes carved through Gunner's nerves. "And if she's not at the jail, what then?" Gunnar squeezed his eyes shut. He hadn't even thought that far ahead. But the answer was as obvious as it was brutal. If she wasn't there, he had zero hope of finding her. I may never see her again.
Chapter 25. Madeline snapped her eyes open. During the night it had rained, and water still dripped from the tin roof. It pinged onto something metal outside the window, creating a ticking beat to the snoring cacophony around her. The moon was visible through the window, so the clouds that had brought the rain must have shifted away. It wasn't surprising that everyone was still fast asleep. They'd had an extremely stressful day and had partied all night. Madeline, however, could barely sleep. It was impossible when there was still one more monster to get rid of. She couldn't stop thinking of him and what he could have done to Jennifer. Inch by inch, she rose from her cot-sized mattress and sat. Scanning the room, she could only just make out the shapes of the bodies around her. 16 people shared her hut with her each night. Every one of them was asleep, including Sterling. He was on his side, facing away from her. His breathing was long and deep. After pushing from the floor, she flicked her gaze from one person to the next and prayed the boards didn't creak beneath her bare feet as she shuffled toward the door. Not wanting to risk noise on the rugged stairs, she jumped from the landing to the sand. Crouching, her breath trapped in her throat, as she sprinted through the village and onto the path that would lead her to the pirate. 1,000,000 miles above, stars twinkled in a brilliant display of nature that was probably only witnessed by locations as remote as their little island. One star glowed brightest, as if indicating to her that it was watching. A twig snapped beneath her bare foot, and she paused behind a bush, listening, her heart pounding like a battle drum. Twisting her hands into painful knots, she inched forward. Each step brought her closer to the monster. Each step had her mind slamming from one question to the next. What are you doing? What if someone sees you? What was he going to do to Jennifer? That last question was the one that had her clenching her jaw and shuffling forward. She needed answers. At the edge of the area where they stored all the unusable plastic rubbish they fished from the cove, she paused. The moonlight didn't penetrate the foliage, but the Milky Way provided enough light to make out the kidnapper's profile. His chin was resting on his chest, and the sound gurgling from his throat suggested he was deep asleep. The filtering glow was surreal, unearthly, making his appearance at the side of the clearing seem even more ominous. Her heart pounded in her chest. Her eyes were glued to the monster. The silence from the bush around her was extreme, like every creature was holding their breath, waiting to see what she did. Her mouth was so dry she could barely swallow. Madeline forced her feet to move, taking one measured step after another. His head snapped up as if he'd known she was approaching. "What do you want?" His piercing gaze was deadly, creepy. She shuddered but didn't reply. Couldn't. No words were enough to explain the absolute hatred slicing her veins. Fear and anger became one inside her, like twin tornadoes merging, growing more powerful, more destructive. She took another step. The sight of him made her stomach burn, as if she'd swallowed battery acid. A disturbing grin curled across his lips, and his teeth glowed like jagged fangs in the starlight. "You want a little Pedro action, young lady, is that it?" He wriggled his hips. Nausea lacerated her throat. She curled her fists. Her nails dug into her flesh. Madeline strode forward. Fury drove her on, and she punched his cheek with every ounce of her being. As a trickle of blood curled over his lip and down his chin, Pedro roared with laughter. But it wasn't enough. She wanted to hurt him more. She wanted to hurt him enough that he could never harm any little girls. Something curled at her ankle, and she jumped back. It was a plastic bag, but it was more than that. It was a sign. She grabbed it and worked her fingers around the handles. Madeline was no longer a childhood victim. Madeline was a machine. She strode behind the bandit, and without a second thought, she jammed the plastic over his head. Clenching her jaw, she braced her hip against the back of his chair and pulled. He wrestled side to side, back and forward. He groaned and hissed and shuddered beneath her grasp. Yet she didn't stop. Staring at that bright star in the distance, Madeline pulled and pulled on that plastic bag until her fingers screamed and the bandit stopped moving. Even then, she kept hold, fearful that he wasn't done. A cloud drifted over the star, breaking the grasp she'd had on it. She jumped back. Her eyes burned into the plastic bag still covering his head. The pirate was still. Dead still. Stepping to his side, she counted the pulse in her ears as she studied his chest, desperately wanting it to remain unmoving. 1, 2, 8, 20. At 30, she thrust forward, snatched the bag off his head, and flicked it aside like it was poison. Facing the monster, she glared at him. He will never hurt anyone again. Spinning on her heel, she sprinted away. Halfway along the path, she forced herself to slow, to be quiet, to act like nothing had happened. As the ocean continued its relentless assault on the beach, creating the constant roar that never stopped, she crawled onto her mattress, curled onto her side, and closed her eyes. The world had one less monster preying on innocent children. And with that satisfying conclusion, she drifted into contented sleep.
Chapter 26.
Zon? Fuck me, boy. It is you. Daddy?
The man aiming the weapon at Zon's nose had a huge gray beard. His hair was wild, his teeth were yellow, and his eyes looked like they was gonna pop right out of his head.
Jesus Christ, I nearly killed you.
His daddy set the shotgun aside and reached for Zon's hand. Zon let his old man help him up, and next breath, he was pulled in for his second hug that day. Only this one was awkward, and the bloke hugging him smelled like rotten fish. Daddy pulled back.
It really is you. Fuck me, boy. You look like you been doing all right. Where you been?
Zon couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was amazing that he'd found him, but it was a fucking miracle his daddy was still alive. Shaking his head, he said, "It's a long story, Daddy."
For Christ's sake, there ain't no need to call me Daddy no more. You're a grown man.
Oh, what do I call you?
Call me Gary. It's my name, ain't it?
Okay, Gary. Zon felt real weird calling him that, and half expected his daddy to punch him in the nose for doing it. Gary clapped Zon's back, directing him into the house.
Well, you're lucky you got me. Me and Nick Zon were about to head out and find some grub.
Nick Zon?
Yep, my horse.
You named him Nick Zon? Gary grinned like he'd cracked open a beer.
Yep, named him after you, son. He's strong and got red hair just like my boy.
Zon's brain was spinning. He'd stopped calling himself Nick Zon about a decade ago. He was surprised his daddy even remembered his real name. But naming his horse after him, well, that was about the nicest thing his old man had ever done. Zon stepped into his grandmama's living room, though it looked nothing like it did last time. Nick Zon was in the middle, chowing down on a bunch of grass. The horse was a fine chestnut color, and although he was a tad on the skinny side, he looked healthy enough. Zon stared at his daddy. He was stroking the horse's back, all soothin' like. He ain't never seen his old man do nothing like that.
Where'd you get him?
Gary brushed his hand down Nick Zahn's nose, and the horse nodded as if approvin'.
Well, let's just say the bloke who had him, he don't need him no more.
Zahn met his daddy's gaze. He didn't do that much, 'cause it usually meant he'd get a mouthful of cussin' or a swift punch. But it was like he was looking at a different person. His daddy still looked crazy, on account of his shrunken skin and wild hair, but he also looked calm, like living in a fucked-up world was the best thing that had happened to him.
You been doing all right? I've been getting by.
Daddy shrugged and nodded at Zahn's backpack.
Say, I don't suppose you got any food with you?
Sure do. Zahn peeled the pack off his shoulder, and liquid poured out of a jagged bullet hole punched in the fabric. His gut dropped.
Fuck! No, no, no!
He yanked open the zipper and pulled out the plastic bottle. Diesel spilled everywhere.
Fuck!
Zahn raced to the kitchen, found the first bowl he could get his hands on, and dropped the bottle into it.
Fucking hell! What?
Fuel! Fucking hell! I ain't never gonna get back to Jesse now.
Who's Jesse?
Zahn banged his fist on the countertop, and a pile of dishes toppled into the sink. He groaned and turned to his daddy.
She's my girl. A girl, huh? Why ain't she with you?
It's a long story. He sure could use a beer right now. He turned to his old man.
You got any grog?
Gary laughed.
I wish.
Yeah, me too. Zahn walked back to his pack.
We gotta talk.
He tugged out the protein bars and box of crackers.
Where can we sit?
Gary's eyes lit up as he reached for the crackers.
Out here.
He led Zahn to his grandmama's back porch. Last time he was there, it had been overflowing with hanging baskets of flowers, and there'd been a round table with 4 chairs. Now the lazy boy that had been in her living room was out there, though it didn't look so shiny no more, and there was a circle of bricks containing a fire.
Grab a chair.
Gary pointed at a pile of them in the backyard. Half of them were missing legs. The axe embedded in one of the seats confirmed they was his daddy's source of firewood. His old man settled into the lazy boy, split open the packet, and shoved a handful of crackers into his gob. Zahn flopped on a chair and tore open a protein bar. As the two of them sat by the fire and finished off all the grub Zahn had brought with him, Zahn told his daddy about what happened on the cruise ship and how he'd ended up on a deserted island.
It's nice there, Daddy. I mean, Gary. You should see the size of them crabs. They're as big as a rubbish can.
Gary cocked his head like he don't believe him. But there weren't no way he could prove it, though, so Zahn didn't bother arguing.
What about you? What you been doing?
His daddy drank from a beer bottle that he'd scooped from his side, but the scowl on his face indicated it was just water.
Ever since the power went out, I've been hunkering down here.
Gary picked at his teeth.
I catch critters in traps I got set all over the place, and water's everywhere when you know where to look.
So, have you seen the army? Or anyone taking control?
Nah, nothing like that. A couple of bastards tried to steal Nixon. Shot 3 of them, too. Don't stop them trying now and again, though.
Zahn wasn't sure whether or not to be impressed. His daddy was prone to lying. They went silent for a bit as Gary tossed a chair leg into the fire and settled back into the lazy boy. Zahn couldn't remember the last time he'd had a conversation with his daddy. His old man was usually drunk or just plain angry and in no mood for chatting. It was kinda nice.
You seen Mama? Fuck no.
Gary glared at him.
What do I want to see her for?
Regretting he'd asked, Zahn shrugged. Just wondering if she's alive. Gary rolled his eyes.
She probably found some poor sucker to leech off.
Zahn snapped his head side to side, cracking his neck. Whenever he did that around Jessie, she scowled and told him it ain't no good for his bones. Being away from her ain't no good for him, period. But without fuel,
He was fucked. How far would I get with what's left in the tank? 10 miles? 20? I may not even make it out of Vegas. He must have groaned or something, 'cause Gary turned his gaze from the fire to Zahn. What's up? I had a job, to save 'em. Save 'em? What are you talking about? As the chair leg, along with another 2, burned to ash, and the stars dotting the night sky grew brighter, Zahn told his daddy about Jesse's bunker full of supplies, and their idea of getting back to the island. It's why I'm here. We need you to fly us there. Fly? In what? Gary bugged his eyes. We was gonna steal a plane. Gary threw his head back and roared with laughter. But when his eyes met Zahn's, he stopped. Fuck me, son. You're serious. Zahn chucked an empty crisp packet into the fire, and it shriveled. Remember when Granddaddy took me to that air show years ago? Nope. Zahn wasn't surprised he didn't remember. When his old man hadn't been working at the abattoir, he was passed out on the sofa. Anyways, there was a big plane there, one of them ones that carried troops, and they could drive jeeps right into them. Granddaddy told me you flew them in the Vietnam War. Gary grinned. Sure did. Well, we need a plane like that. One that's big enough to fit us all and old enough that it don't have no electronics. No electronics? Why not? Zahn cocked his head. It's why nothing's working. Everything got fried by them EMP strikes. By what? Zahn blinked at his daddy. Shit, he don't know nothing about what's going on. Taking his time, making sure he said it right so he'd understand, he told his daddy everything Jesse had taught him about an EMP. Shit, huh? That don't sound no good. It's not. And on top of that, there ain't no government out there fixing it. So we're fucked, which is why we're gonna go back to that island. Why'd you leave in the first place? We didn't know it was gonna be so fucked back here. We thought we'd be able to get the Navy to go and rescue the rest of them. As Zahn picked at crap under his fingernails, he told his daddy all about being on the fucking yacht and nearly dying and stuff. There ain't no way I want to be stuck on a boat again. Zahn sat forward and looked at his old man. That's why you and I are gonna steal a plane. I just hope you remember how to fly one. Gary smirked. You're fucked in the head. I ain't stealing no plane. Zahn curled his hands into fists. You always were a gutless asshole. Gary shot his gaze at Zahn. You watch your mouth, boy. Yeah, or what? I'll fuck you up, that's what. His yellow eyes flared, showing Zahn the real Gary, the asshole who'd beat him just for looking at him wrong. Zahn held his glare. You already fucked me up when you chopped off my toe. Gary squirmed, like he was hearing something he don't want to hear. Figuring it was worth capitalizing on it, Zahn said, You remember that? I was just a boy. I ain't never been able to run proper 'cause of what you did. Fucking gutless bastard. Gary lashed out, his fist aiming for Zahn's nose. But Zahn was quicker. Zahn grabbed his arm and used the momentum to hurl him right out his seat. Gary hit the floor face first, and Zahn launched onto his daddy's back, shoving a knee into his spine and yanking his arm behind him. Oh, fucking hell! You're hurting me! Yeah, you fucking deserve it. Bet it ain't as bad as my foot was. You didn't even take me to no docks, remember? Gary said nothing. Zahn yanked his arm higher. Remember? For fuck's sake! Of course I remember. I was just trying to teach you a lesson. Yeah, well it was fucked. Way I see it, you owe me. Gary spat an ugly wad onto the grubby tiles. I don't owe you nothing. Zahn put all his weight onto Gary's back. He was thinking that snapping him in two would be justified. Ah, get off me! Gary yanked his arm, trying to wrestle it free. Zahn shoved it higher. Fuck! All right! Jesus Christ! You're gonna break my arm! I'll help! Zahn released a fraction. Say it again.
I'll fucking help you. But you know you're gonna get yourself killed.
Maybe, but I'd rather die trying than do fucking nothing. He shoved on his knee, digging in one final time before he got off his old man. Gary stood and dusted his hands.
You got some balls.
Zahn clenched his fists again, ready to make his daddy's nose start whistling if he needed more convincing. Yeah? What of it? That had his daddy smiling.
Okay, so you want to steal a plane. How the fuck you gonna do that?
Chapter 27. Gunnar shook his father-in-law's hand. I'll come straight back, whether I find Mom or not. I promise.
Good luck, son.
Hank squeezed his palm to Gunnar's. Don't abandon us, Cheryl blurted. Why do people keep saying that to me? He stepped to her and placed his hand on her shoulder. I would never abandon you. She blinked at him and swallowed, but didn't speak. The pleading in her eyes gave him a horrible feeling she'd been abandoned before. Maybe that's what she thinks Dennis has done. Listen to me, Cheryl. Dennis and Albert and all the other men tried damn hard to communicate with the mainland. They were desperate to talk to you and the others. We will return to them, no matter what it takes. He waited until she met his gaze. I promise. It was the truth. He would never give up on the survivors. The only problem was, how long was it going to take? Her chin quivered. Thank you. He let go of her shoulder and turned to Hank. Look after her.
You know I will.
I'll keep the power off on the two-way until I'm headed back.
Okay, we'll have one on and save the second for backup.
Gunnar nodded at Hank. Good luck.
You too, son.
Gunnar turned and, clutching the strap over his shoulder, sprinted away, retracing their steps. Every sound he made was too loud. But the library was empty. They'd traipsed through 3 floors and not seen a single soul. He just hoped it wasn't the calm before the storm. The last time he'd been in that literal situation, he'd lost hundreds of people. Back at the Jeep, Gunnar tossed his pack onto the passenger seat and keyed the ignition. He punched it into reverse, and with his heart in his throat and his mind slamming from one thought to the next, he returned to the main highway. He slowed to a crawl as he crossed beneath the Santa Monica Freeway, not only to veer around a massive pileup that involved cars on all 10 lanes, but also to take in the spectacle. From the number of vehicles that were crumpled beyond recognition, Gunnar guessed dozens of people would have died in that very spot on E-Day. Maybe they'd been the lucky ones. Farther along the highway, smoke drifted from the middle of the Bank of California Stadium. Although the soccer ground was impossible to see, he doubted the field would look anything like it used to. People were probably living in the stadium, just like they had at the Louisiana Superdome after Hurricane Katrina. Albert had said that authorities would want to keep people together as much as possible. It made it easier to feed and house them, and protect them. If the scene at Walmart was anything to go by, then there wasn't much protecting going on. Some of the high-rises in the distance had smoke drifting out of the top levels. Maybe people were living in them. It was a hot day, at least 90 degrees Fahrenheit. They sure didn't need a fire to keep them warm. Maybe it was to boil water, or to cook a dog or a rodent. Whatever the reason, it was damn dangerous. He'd hate to be in one of those towers if the fire got out of control. His musings hit home when he spied what was left of the next high-rise. While it hadn't been completely demolished, much of it had imploded in on itself, and the outside was as black as soot. It probably was soot. The crossroads at Glen Anderson Freeway were more chaotic than the last intersection. A carriage from the train that was most likely coming into Willowbrook/Rosa Park Station when the EMP hit was upended and positioned vertically to the ground. Another carriage had slammed into the Imperial Highway, and the bus crushed beneath it was barely recognizable. Dodging around that mess, he crossed under the freeway again, and as he turned into the street for the detention center, his heart clenched. Jesus. The first building was nothing but rubble, as was the next. Both had been reduced to charred bricks and jagged metal that protruded from the wreckage like gnarly fingers. The crumpled remains of a helicopter covered half the road. It had taken a huge chunk out of the giant brick wall that had kept the prisoners contained. As Gunnar crawled the jeep around the mangled wreckage, he could imagine the inmates cheering as they scattered over the exit like field mice, scurrying toward freedom, which they hadn't known at the time would become another form of hell. Was my mother one of them? With each ticking second, his heart thumped out a frantic beat.
Please be here. Please be here.
He repeated the mantra over and over. His thoughts shattered like a broken mirror, and each shard reflected another impossible question. Did Mom escape to be as free as the bird she'd talked about? If she did, where would she go? Was she with friends? Or is she alone? The boom gate was gone, as was the guard's hut, and just like the library, nobody was around. He drove the jeep right up to the circular entrance, killed the engine, and sat listening. The jeep's ticking engine was the only sound. Gunnar scanned the area, searching the dark recesses, searching for signs of life. But there was nothing. Even the gardens were dead. Convinced he wasn't about to be attacked, he grabbed his pack and jumped out. Flicking the strap over his shoulder, he checked the gun was still wedged at the small of his back and sprinted through the devastated front entrance and entered another world. An alien planet. One that had zero regard for order or cleanliness. Every wall, every window, every single thing was shattered. The remains of a fire was in the center of the waiting room, and a giant pile of metal chair frames was its centerpiece, like an artistic homage to anarchy. Each time he'd visited his mother, he'd been led through a series of security doors that had to be electronically unlocked via the control room. Every one of the metal grills stood at tragic angles, and half of them had been completely ripped off. He crunched over chunks of plastic, wiring, and glass, the remains of the security cameras. His previous visits had been contained to just the entrance and the visiting room. He'd never seen the cell blocks. Traipsing along the corridors that were covered in paint, graffiti, and black stains that he did not want to know about, he headed toward a dim light at the end. "Mom!" His cries bounced off the walls. "Maria!" He reached a large area with a pile of upturned tables and chairs. A balcony surrounded the top where armed guards would have looked down upon the prisoners as they ate their processed meals. Light streamed in from the row of barred windows at the very top. Every one of them had been smashed. Crunching over shattered china, he raced to a doorway on the opposite side. "Mom! Maria McRae!" At the end of another vandalized corridor, he entered a 2-story cell block. In the center were the remains of what must have been another massive fire. Mattresses looked to have fueled it. The metal grills to each cell had been shunted apart, and as Gunnar raced from one cell to the next and peered into each empty space, his heart clenched tighter. "Mom! Mom!" Every single cell was trashed. Walls were smeared with blood and graffiti. Sinks and toilets had been ripped from their fixings, beds torn apart. "Mom!" A knot formed in his throat. "Maria!" His heart squeezed tighter. Every step was like crawling through cement. "Mom!" Forcing his feet to move, he sprinted up a set of metal stairs, pulling his body by the twisted handrail. His footsteps pounded on the rungs, giving a thumping heartbeat to the soulless surroundings. Continuing his search on the second floor, he peered into each cell. "Mom!" He dodged upended toilets and mattresses spewing yellow foam. "Maria!" Glancing into a cell in the middle of the row, he skidded to a halt. His heart did too. The bed was intact with a mattress, pillow, and a folded blanket. But that wasn't what set his emotions on fire. On the wall was a photo. It was him and Adele and Bella. Strolling into the cell, his heart melted as he plucked the picture from the wall. He could hardly breathe. Tears pooled in his eyes as he clutched last year's family Christmas photo to his chest. Oh, God. A sob caught in his throat as he sat on the lumpy mattress. He touched the pillow and tried to imagine his mother resting there. Mom, I'm so sorry. I'm too late. She's gone.
Chapter 28. It wasn't very often Gabby woke before Max. Usually, he crept out of the hut before daybreak and would start his chores well before anyone else joined in. But Gabby had been determined not to sleep through his morning ritual today. She'd had a hunch Max would go straight to their prisoner, and she wanted to be there with him when he did. Her hunch had been right. Max had grabbed a water bottle, and when he'd strode away from camp, she dashed after him. About 5 steps later, he spun to her. She smiled. "Hi, are you taking that to the pirate?" Rolling his eyes like he'd half expected her to be there, he nodded. Slotting in behind him as he strolled along the path, her mind was a torrent of mental images from yesterday's mayhem, a crazy concoction of explosions and sweet treats, and blood and heartfelt hugs. The contrast between the afternoon and the evening had been worlds apart. It was a wonder she hadn't slept for a week. The sun was yet to appear on the horizon, but the dawn glow was enough for her to see the wet leaves across the path and swat them away before they slapped her in the face. Gentle breezes drifted off the ocean, and the air smelled fresh, like the rain and wind had swept away yesterday's angst, breathing joy into the new day. But the lovely aura was about to be smothered by the nightmare they were heading toward. After the party last night, when most people had gone to bed, the debate had raged over what to do with him. The ones who wanted him dead couldn't decide on how exactly that should happen, and those who wanted to keep him alive couldn't agree on specifics, such as where to keep him or how to feed and bathe him. Gabby shuddered at the thought. She, for one, was not volunteering for any of that. By the time they'd all gone to bed, they hadn't reached any conclusion. No doubt it would be the hot topic for today, too. The narrow track through the bush was well worn, as it led to the dumping ground that was trekked by many of them every single day. The second the field of plastic came into sight, Max dropped the water bottle and sprinted ahead. Gabby scrambled to catch up to him, but she skidded to a halt at the edge of the wasteland. The pirate's head was cocked at a hideous angle. His lips were blue. Max pushed his fingers onto the bandit's neck, but he didn't need to. The pirate was dead. Jesus. Max stepped back, and his eyes met hers. He was asphyxiated. What? How do you know? Trust me, there are enough signs. He turned to Gabby. His eyes darkened. Someone killed him. Oh, God. Her thoughts slammed to Adam and the hatred in his eyes yesterday. No. A ball of scorpions dropped in her stomach. Please don't let it be Adam. A stench both hideous and inevitable invaded her nostrils. No. Her world swirled. No, no. She saw trees, piles of plastic, a dead man. Her knees buckled, but she could do absolutely nothing to stop her fall. A wave of plastic bottles bounced into the air as she toppled onto them. Her world went black. A voice drifted to her like an angel's song. Gabby, hey, come back to me. A gentle hand glided over her cheek, scooping a field of hair away from her eyes. Pain thumped in her temples like a giant Chinese gong, banging against her brain over and over. Thump, thump, thump. She wanted to curl up on her giant mattress and close her eyes. She wanted to sleep for a week or even a month. Come on, baby. Come back to me. She blinked her eyes open and whimpered at the glare. There you are. Take your time. A hand was soft on her cheek, caressing, kind. Max? Yes, baby, I'm here. You had another seizure. She let out a long, slow groan, and he shifted her head in his lap. Stay there for a bit longer. Take your time. Blinking back the thumping behind her eyes, she squinted at her surroundings. A field of plastic captured her view. The vast wasteland of unusable rubbish was out of place with the lush vegetation surrounding it. Her eyes snagged on something else. A man in a chair, his head slumped forward. Her thoughts shunted to a halt. Shit! The pirate! The dead pirate! She pushed up, and Max helped her to sit. Rolling her tongue around her mouth, she sought moisture, but it was barren. The thought that had toppled her world minutes ago slammed into her mind again, and she turned her gaze to her husband. Fear crawled through her like a legion of army ants over what she was about to ask, or, more precisely, his potential answer to her question. Max, you don't think it was Adam, do you? A curious smile wobbled on his lips as he cupped her cheek with his disfigured hand. What was Adam? Her gaze drifted to the pirate, but she leaned closer to Max and lowered her voice. Did Adam kill him? Adam? He jerked back. Christ, Gabby, why would you think that? She swallowed the bitter taste in her mouth. Yesterday, after the pirate was captured, I went back to where I'd hidden Sally and Adam. When I told them that Ethan had been shot and had died, Adam said that someone needed to kill the pirate. Gabby, he's just a kid. Of course he's going to say stuff like that. He didn't mean it literally. His eyes flashed with disappointment. I can't believe you'd think he'd actually do it. You didn't see him, Max. He had so much anger boiling in him. God, he chuckled. You're always so melodramatic. She pouted her lips. I'm not melodramatic. She hated how whiny she sounded. Max pulled her in for a hug. Come here, beautiful. He glided his hand over her back, soothing her. She melted into his embrace and wrapped her arms around him. The tension that had had her wired like a television evaporated. Max always gave good hugs. It wasn't Adam. His voice was as smooth as chocolate. Okay? Our son would never hurt anyone. Listening to his heart, she nodded, wanting to believe. Okay. Her tongue prodded the gap in her teeth. I'm not beautiful. Not anymore. A tiny moan tumbled from his throat. I think you are more beautiful than ever. She eased apart from their embrace and raised her lips in a wobbly smile, revealing her missing tooth. That's not possible. Oh, but it is. You don't need makeup or fancy clothes to make you beautiful, Gabby. Beauty comes from within. You just smothered yours for a little while. Her heart melted as he leaned forward, wove his fingers into her hair, and drew her in for a kiss. It was a gentle kiss, delicate on her lips, overwhelming for her heart. He pulled away all too soon. Come on, we need to tell the others what's happened. Max stood, and once he'd helped her up, he put his hands on his hips and searched the area, maybe looking for footprints or something that would implicate who'd committed murder during the night. It was difficult to fathom that someone had successfully crept out of one of the huts without anyone seeing them. The floorboards creaked and groaned at the best of times, but more so in the early hours of the morning. Whoever had done it had been light on their feet. Her thoughts drifted to Adam again, but she slapped that suggestion away. Max was right. There was no possible way their son could have done anything so brutal. She caught Max's gaze with her own. Who do you think did it? The intensity in his eyes perfectly depicted his turmoil over such a question. I don't know. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. I'm not sure I want to know. Holding hands, they returned to the village, and she pondered his comment. It was similar to what she'd said to Madeline. Some secrets were better left buried. Was this another one? Halfway along the track, Agnes appeared from the bushes, holding an IKEA tray topped with fruit and a cup of water. Hey, Agnes. Max trotted forward. What are you doing? What does it look like? I'm taking him something to eat and drink. She looked up at Max, her expression defiant. He may be our prisoner, but he's still a human being. Max's gaze flitted to Gabby, and then to Agnes. He reached for the tray. I'm sorry, but he passed away. Gasping, she cupped her mouth. What? But how? Max shook his head. We don't know. Oh, my Lord! Agnes's pale blue eyes flared. You don't think... Did somebody kill him? Avoiding her question, Max handed the tray to Gabby. Come on, let's get you back to the village so we can tell everyone. By the time they returned, village life was in full swing. It was as if yesterday had never happened. The sun had successfully quashed the morning breeze, and after the rain they'd had yesterday evening, the heat had turned the area into a sauna. Most of the survivors were awake and were either working on their daily chores or sitting around the soggy remains of the fire, chatting. Gabby heard the word pirate 4 times before they found Sykes. He was in the center of the nearly complete community hall. Shirtless and with an axe in hand, about to split a decent-sized log in 2, he looked the perfect representation of a man living off the land. Quinn and Roger were with him, helping stack the splintered kindling to one side. Max let go of Gabby's hand as they approached their leader. Hey, Sykes. Sykes swung the axe down, and 2 even chunks of timber fell either side of the blade. Morning, Max. He wrestled the axe free of the base log. Max cleared his throat. I've got some bad news. Sykes groaned and swung the axe back into the log. What now? The pirate's dead. Gabby studied their leader, searching for a hint that maybe he'd done it. Sykes jerked back. Jesus Christ! How? Max leaned in closer. Asphyxiation. Son of a bitch. When Sykes's eyes bulged, and the realization of the implications behind Max's statement seemed to dawn upon him, Gabby crossed him off as a suspect. Someone killed him? Max nodded. Christ almighty. Quinn shuffled closer. Who? Struggling, Max glanced at Gabby. We don't know. Are you sure? Sykes's eyebrows butted together. Could he have choked on something? I'm sure. Max offered a cast-iron glare. My best guess is someone put a plastic bag over his head. A commotion behind her had Gabby turning around. The survivors were shuffling into the new building. Based on the triumphant look on Agnes's face, she must have spread the news. Is it true? The loose skin at Albert's neck wobbled. Did someone kill him? His face was red, probably from all the crying he'd done yesterday. Sykes turned to the group with his hands raised. Okay, calm down. They closed in, and Gabby scanned their faces. She couldn't help the spike of curiosity zipping through her. Someone in this hut had murdered a man with their bare hands. It was a damn sight more confronting than doing it at a distance with an AK-47 or a hand grenade. She searched for telltale signs, not really sure what she was looking for. Shifty eyes, maybe? or a look of defiance. Albert and his friends stood in a row. Gabby studied them. After Ethan's death, all of them would have had enough motive to kill. Brandy and Call were beside them. The brother and sister duo were inseparable. Call was accustomed to having blood on his hands, and Brandy would go along with whatever he said. Maybe he'd taken on the role of executioner to save anyone else having to do it. Next to the siblings were Bronwyn and Agnes, and in front of them was Gladys. Not only did they look horrified by the murder, but Gabby didn't think any of them would be physically capable of strangling a man. She scratched them from her list of potential suspects. Adam sprinted into the hall. "Is he dead?" Gabby's breath hitched. The callousness in her son's question carved a chunk from her heart, as did the pleading in his eyes. But the inflection in his tone suggested that he had absolutely no idea what the answer to his question was. In her mind, that was proof alone that he was innocent. Sally and Jennifer skipped in after Adam, holding hands. Their innocent expressions and sweet grins, as they scanned the crowd, indicated they had absolutely no idea what was going on. The puddle dripping at their sandy feet confirmed they'd come straight from the beach. Max sighed, nodded at his son, and then blinked at the crowd. "As some of you may have heard, the pirate passed away during the night." "How?" Gladys asked. Max met her gaze. "Asphyxiation." A frown corrugated her forehead. As a medical professional, she would know how certain Max could be with that diagnosis. "What's that?" Adam blurted. Max twisted his hands together. "Basically, he suffocated." "Like someone strangled him?" Cindy's eyes bulged. Max nodded. "But he was tied up, so he couldn't hurt us." Bronwyn's voice quivered. "Who'd do that?" The second the question left Bronwyn's lips, everyone scanned the room. They searched each other's eyes. Feet shifted side to side. They became restless. "It doesn't matter who." Call did an exaggerated shrug. "They did us a favor." "I agree," Jackson added. "I certainly didn't want to share my food with him." "Me neither." Albert shook his head. And Dennis, Louis, Noel, and Michael did too. It was like the five of them had a communal brain that made the decisions for all of them. Despite what had happened to Ethan, Gabby couldn't imagine any one of them going rogue to slap a man, let alone kill one. She removed them from her list of suspects. "It's beside the point." Chloe shook her head. "They killed an unarmed man." "Yeah, and he killed one of us, who was also unarmed. An eye for an eye." Call turned to Albert, and the edge of his mouth curled almost into a smile, but not quite. Gabby's eyes fell on Madeline. But when Madeline caught her looking, she snapped her gaze away. What the hell? Gabby had seen that move many times from people riddled with guilt. Given Madeline's history, she certainly had a motive to kill a potential child kidnapper. Gabby stared at her friend, playing ping-pong with doubt and possibility over whether or not someone as mild-mannered as Madeline could commit murder. She was petite enough to have climbed out of the hut in the middle of the night without anyone noticing. But was she strong enough to actually hold a bag over a man's head? And more importantly, could she? Gabby tried to put herself in Madeline's shoes. It was impossible to know exactly what she went through as a child. If her memory served her, Madeline was held captive for 5 months. And the stories that followed her capture detailing what he'd done had been nothing short of shocking. When the pirate had grabbed Jennifer, it could have triggered a desire for revenge in Madeline that she couldn't suppress. Gabby understood why Madeline would want to kill him. After all, she was pregnant. Her maternal instincts would be running rampant. When Madeline flicked her attention back to Gabby, their gaze locked together. Madeline's eyes were wide, and she looked like she was about to throw up again. Oh my God, Madeline killed the pirate. Yet she didn't blame her one bit. Gabby would probably do the same if she was in Madeline's shoes. And if someone tried to kidnap her child, Gabby wouldn't hesitate to kill them. She'd proved that yesterday. As far as she was concerned, if Madeline had done it, she was no more guilty than Gabby was. "What do you think, Sykes?" Chloe's question jolted Gabby out of her reverie. "You've been very quiet over there." Sykes unclenched his jaw and stepped forward. Sweat glistened off his bare chest, and his hands were tight fists at his sides. "I did it." Madeline gasped, as did a few others. "I killed him." Sykes spoke loud and clear, ensuring everyone heard. "Just like I killed those other pirates." "No!" Madeline stepped forward. "It was me." She shook her head. "When he grabbed Jennifer—" "No." Gabby took a step and met Madeline's eyes. "It was me. I had to finish what I started yesterday." "I think you all know it was me." A smirk coiled on Call's face as he too stepped forward. "We're surrounded by murderers." Agnes's eyes bulged as her hand hovered over her mouth. "No, we're not," Sykes said. "You are surrounded by heroes, men and women who put their bodies on the line to save you all." He moved into the middle of the group and turned slowly, meeting everyone's gaze one by one. "Our success yesterday, while somewhat of a miracle, was also possible because of you, of us. We were united then, and we are going to remain united now. What's done is done." Gabby put her hands together, slowly clapping. Madeline did too. And soon everyone joined in, including Chloe, Bronwyn, and Gladys. While Agnes didn't clap, her expression did soften as she nodded at Sykes. She may not agree with what happened, but she understood the purpose of his speech. Jennifer skipped into the middle and twirled around with her arms out. The clapping morphed into cheering and laughing, melting away the tension and offering a symbol of unification. Gabby met Madeline's gaze, and with a slight nod, she hoped she conveyed to her friend that Madeline's secret would remain safe with her forever.
Chapter 29. Zahn's daddy leaned his elbows on the table.
"You're gonna need a big plane if you want to get everyone and all that gear to the island."
"We know." Zahn eyeballed Gary, half expecting a bullshit comment to pour out his mouth.
"And you say that it'll need to be an old aircraft? One that wouldn't have gotten all fried by the EMP bombs?"
Zahn shoved back on his chair and folded his arms, hardly able to believe his daddy was asking real questions. "Yep, the cars that work are at least 50 years old."
"Well, come to think of it, I did see one plane fly over here a couple of months ago that was just like that. It was the first plane I'd seen in the air after the power went out. It was a loud mother. That's why I noticed it. I haven't heard it since, though."
Zahn sat forward.
"That sounds like the plane we need. Any idea where we could find it?"
Gary tossed another chair onto the fire.
"Well, I doubt it's at the airport. That place is a mess. I've been over there and seen it for myself. I reckon about 20 planes slammed into them buildings and runways. It'd take forever to clean up that mess. So my guess is Nellis Air Force Base. It's where they have all them air shows you mentioned."
Zahn slapped his thigh.
"That's where we're going then."
Gary leaned back.
"Did you hear me say Air Force Base? The place'll be crawling with military personnel."
Zahn shook his head. Maybe not. He told Gary about Jessie and her dad's theories on the military, and how they'd given up to look after their families. Besides, all their comms would have been fried, and if they got nobody in charge,
then they got no fucking idea what they're doing.
He sat forward.
Gary.
Zahn glared at his daddy.
Saddle up Nick, Zahn. We're gonna go look.
What? Now?
Gary scrunched his face.
Yep, get up.
Fucking hell. When did you get so bossy?
Despite what he said, his daddy grinned. Maybe he was enjoying Zahn telling him what to do. It sure was weird. While Gary got Nick Zahn ready, Zahn put what remained of the diesel into the Kawasaki. If it ran out, he'd have to get on the horse with his daddy. And that'd be fucked. It was still pitch black when they set off. Zahn's plan was simple. Go to Nellis airstrip where his granddaddy had taken him all those years ago and find a plane to steal. Easy. Beneath his shirt, Zahn adjusted the gun strapped to his chest, ready to shoot any fuckers that got in their way. But other than a few small fires in the distance, the streets were deserted. The longer they traveled, the slower the horse got. And by the time Zahn finally saw a sign stating that Nellis Air Force Base was 5 miles away, Nick Zahn could do nothing but walk. The moon was high in the sky when they reached the main building. It was all dark, and only half of it was standing. But even that was a miracle, 'cause the ass end of a giant plane was sticking out it. Charred rubble was everywhere. Ain't nobody survived that impact. They kept on going, cruising past building after building, trying to figure out how to get to them plane hangars Zahn had been to last time. Zahn led the way, driving along a high stone fence toward the next 2-story brick building. He rode up the wheelchair ramp to the front entrance, expecting it to be cracked wide open like them casinos were. But it wasn't. The glass doors were intact, and they was locked. Figuring it must be bulletproof glass or something, he gave up on getting in that way, and the two of them headed around the side of the building. Between Zahn's headlight and the moon, they could make out shapes and shadows. They drove to a massive gate that had been forced open, and driving around the twisted metal, they reached an area that had rows and rows of cars. Every one of them had shattered windows and was plastered in paint and crap. If the planes were banged about like that, they was fucked. A window in a building a fair distance away was lit up, and the glowing yellow square stood out like a gator on a muddy bank. Someone must be inside. As long as they stayed where they was, he didn't care none. He aimed the KLR away from that building, hopefully heading toward the giant hangars he remembered. He and his granddaddy had wandered all over this place last time, checking out the planes and eating Dagwood dogs and ice cream. The first hangar they approached was all banged out of shape, but it weren't obvious why. Navigating around that mess, he led the way toward the next hangar. His headlights split the darkness, and he could just make out the shape of 7 planes. His heart skipped a beat as he accelerated toward him. The planes were covered in spray paint and lined up outside the hangar like they was some weird art display. He halted the bike and was just about to kill the engine when his daddy stopped him with a whistle. Zahn turned and waited till Nick Zahn got closer.
What? Them planes ain't old enough. If what you're saying about the electronics is true, then we gotta find real old planes.
Shrugging, Zahn aimed for the next hangar. It was empty. The one after that, though, had 6 helicopters inside it. Picturing the one that had face-planted out on the highway, he kept going. The next 3 hangars had planes lined up outside. They was covered in graffiti or splattered with paint. Some had smashed windows, and all had flat tires. But it didn't matter anyway, 'cause his daddy shook his head and told him to keep going. Zahn was getting mighty pissed with wasting time and his precious fuel. And the glow on the horizon meant the fucking sun was gonna be here soon, and that meant they was gonna lose the only advantage they had, the cover of darkness. Finally, there was a plane sitting on the tarmac all by itself. It didn't look sleek and fancy like the others. This one was fat and ugly and had a big round nose. Despite the splattering of graffiti, U.S. Air Force was still visible in giant letters along the fuselage. Zahn turned to Gary, and when his old man nodded, Zahn killed his engine but left the headlight on. Silence filled the air. Gary jumped off Nixon and tied the reins to the back of the KLR.
Damn it, boy, I ain't seen one of these since the Vietnam War.
Gary walked over to the plane and slapped the side. It sounded hollow.
You reckon it'll work? How the fuck do I know?
Grumbling, Zahn strode toward the door near the cockpit. Don't move! Crouching, Zahn spun to the voice, and the damn headlight had him blinded. He searched the blackness, but saw nothing but bright dots dancing over his fucking eyes. Hands up! The voice hollered. Figuring he had one shot at this, Zahn reached under his shirt, going for his gun. A boom exploded, and a bullet pinged off the tarmac 2 feet from him. Fuck! Zahn shoved his hands in the air. Gary did the same.
Don't shoot!
Movement to the left of the Kawasaki had him peering into the light. A dark-skinned dude with his arms held forward holding a small gun shuffled toward him. What the fuck are you two doing? We were just looking, Zahn said. Looking at what? It's the middle of the night. The man's voice wobbled like he was shit scared. Maybe too scared to pull the trigger. Thinking he'd risk it, Zahn stood, keeping his hands over his head. Look, we don't want no trouble. Then you better go back to where you came from. The man stepped closer. He had a thick neck and broad shoulders, and the way he was standing, feet apart and arms rock solid, he'd had some training. Maybe he was military. Maybe he can help us. Say, I don't suppose you know if this plane still works. I mean, after the EMPs? Zahn spoke like he was chatting to Jesse, all friendly-like. I won't tell you again. Beat it. He flicked the gun side to side, changing the aim from Zahn to Gary. Figuring the guy would have shot him already if he had any balls, Zahn shook his head. We ain't gonna do that. We need this plane. The guy burst out laughing. Just my luck to get a couple of crazies on my shift. He took another step closer, giving Zahn a look at his uniform. It was light gray and had a logo on the pocket that Zahn couldn't read. It didn't look military. More like he was a guard or something. I'm not in the mood for this shit. Me neither. Zahn lowered his arms a bit more. We gotta rescue a bunch of people stuck on an island, and we need this to do it. The guard did a head jerk. Yeah, right. Like you know how to fly that plane? Not me. He does. Zahn pointed at his daddy. Grinning, Gary nodded and drove his fingers through his hair like he was rubbing in grease or something.
Yes, sir. Flew a few of these beasts back in Nam.
The man cocked his head. Oh, yeah? He said it like he don't believe him.
Battle of Kamduk.
Daddy spat on the ground.
Damn near got myself killed fighting that fucking war.
The guard lowered the gun, aiming it away. Maybe he's believing Daddy after all.
You there too? In Nam?
Gary asked. Unfortunately.
You get to fly one of these?
Zahn's daddy nodded at the plane. Nope. I piloted the AC-119 Shadow and the Douglas Invader.
You see much action?
Yep. The guard touched his left hip. Got myself a bullet in the side for my troubles. Fucking hell. Them two were reminiscing about old times, when all the while the sun was on its way over that horizon. Once that happened, they was all fucked. Maybe Gary was trying to distract him, giving Zahn an opening to do something. They had a chance, 2 against 1. The guard turned to his daddy, and Zahn didn't even think. He took off, charging at him like a raging bull. Zahn's heavy boots thumped on the ground. The guard swung the gun toward him. Zahn cried out as he dived at the asshole. The two of them hit the tarmac side on. A deafening boom split the silence, and the KLR's headlight exploded in a spray of glass. Nixon reared up on his hind legs. Zahn punched like crazy, hitting the guard's back and neck and head.
Give it to him, boy!
His daddy cheered. A knee rammed into Zahn's balls. He buckled over and howled at the pain. The guard slammed his head forward, smashing his forehead into Zahn's nose. Howling again, Zahn could barely see straight. He shot his hands forward, got a grip around the guard's thick neck, and squeezed.
Come on, boy. What are you doing?
His daddy was going to get a smack in the head when this was over. The guard's eyes bulged. He tried to punch, left and right, but they were weak and off target. The asshole gurgled. Stop! Please! But Zahn couldn't stop. He was over this shit. He had to get this plane. He had to get back to Jessie. A screech echoed off the surroundings. It was like a wild animal, high-pitched and deranged. A streak of white came out of the darkness. It was a young girl. Her white dress was practically glowing against her dark skin. Zahn didn't have time to move before the crazy bitch jumped onto his back. Screaming in his ear, she gripped her arms around his neck and had her legs wrapped right around him like she was riding a horse. Releasing the guard's neck, Zahn launched himself sideways, crushing the bitch's leg beneath him. Her screaming got louder. He rammed his fist over his shoulder, aiming for her gob. He hit something, and her screaming stopped. She didn't let go none, though. No! The guard hollered. Zahn glanced left, just in time to see a boot. He snapped his head sideways, barely avoiding getting kicked in the teeth. Clawing at her leg, he simultaneously shoved upward and reached over his shoulder to grab a handful of her hair. He pulled hard, trying to drag her over his shoulder, and her screaming started again, right in his ear. Movement out the corner of his eye caught his attention. It was the guard. He was going for his weapon. Fuck! My gun! Holding onto the girl's hair with his right hand, he reached with his left and yanked the gun off his chest. He pulled it out and aimed it at the bitch's head. He wasn't a good shot with his left. He wasn't even sure if he could pull the trigger on a girl. But he sure hoped he looked like he was going to do it. Don't move! No! No! Please! Don't hurt my granddaughter! The guard raised his hands. Stay there! Zahn hollered. Drop the weapon! He tapped the gun to the girl's head. Stop fucking screaming in my ear! She did. Well done, boy. Zahn's daddy stepped closer, grinning like a crazy fucker. I knew you had it in you. Zahn was tempted to put a bullet through his belly. Fucking shut up, Gary, or I'll shoot you first. Gary's stupid grin got bigger. The guard tossed his gun aside. Please, take what you want. Just don't hurt her. Gary, get the fucking gun. His daddy stepped forward, and another fucking scream tore through the darkness. Zahn twisted sideways, keeping one eye on the guard as he searched for the screamer. He half expected an arrow through his brain. It was a woman this time, also dark-skinned, also in a long dress, also screaming like a banshee. Let go of her! The woman shrieked. Zahn kept the gun on the girl's head, but turned to the guard. Shut her up, or I'm gonna get real mad. Nigella! The guard raised his hands. Stop! Stay there! A spear of light pierced the dimness. It was the sun catching in the plane's windshield. It was a sign that they was running out of time. Zahn's head was spinning. Their simple plan had just got a whole lot more complex. He shrugged the girl off his shoulder, and when her feet hit the ground, he grabbed her by the hair, spun her around so her back was to his chest, and aimed the gun at her head again. Neither of you is gonna give us no trouble. Please, let her go. You can take me. The guard took a step forward, begging with his hands. Shut up. No, I'm serious, the guard blurted. You need 2 pilots to fly the Hercules. I can help you. Zahn blinked at him. His jaw dropped. 2 pilots. 2 fucking pilots. His daddy never mentioned that. Chapter 30. The silence screamed in Gunner's ears. It was deafening and wrong. How long had his mother waited in her cell for him? Weeks? Months? His eyes burned with decades of tears. Blood thumped in his veins, pounding out his fury. The urge to tear the room to shreds raged through him, but his body wouldn't move. His sorrow was a living, breathing thing, pinning him to that mattress, forcing him to look at the four walls that had wrongly imprisoned his mother. It was an eternity before he pushed from her cot and stood. It was even longer before he convinced himself it was time to go. He folded the family photo and slotted it into his pocket. With one last glance around the room, he adjusted the pack on his shoulder and strode from the cell. He'd made a promise to Hank and Cheryl that he'd come back to them. At least that was a promise he would keep. Retracing his steps, he strode along the upper balcony. His heart was a brick in his chest, heavy and motionless. He'd failed his mom. For months, he'd been hanging on to the small band of hope that he'd rescue her. But that tiny thread had snapped, and nothing could mend it. He climbed down the metal steps, searching the shadows for signs of life, but there was nothing. His stomach was a ball of wasps, and every step added another sting of failure. Icy defeat crept through him, inching along his backbone and crystallizing his focus on that word, failure. He wouldn't forgive himself for letting her down. Couldn't. She deserved better. The walls closed in on him, crushing him. The knot in his throat grew bigger. He had to get out of there. On the ground floor, he clenched his fist and sprinted across the concrete like he was being chased by a pack of wild dogs. He ran into the dining hall again and skidded to a halt. A person was across the room. A woman. She dropped whatever she'd been holding, and the tins clanged to the floor. He blinked. His jaw dropped. She was an angel to his nightmare. "Gunner?" Her voice was barely a whisper, but it spoke volumes. "Mom?" His heart exploded. "Mom!" He raced to her, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. "Mom! Oh my God, is it you?" He wrapped his arms around her tiny frame and squeezed her to his chest. 1,000 questions ricocheted through his mind. Where did she come from? How did she survive? Am I imagining this? Her shoulders heaved. A sob burst from her throat. Tears spilled down his cheeks as he ran his hand over her long, wispy hair, proving that she was every bit real. "I'm sorry I took so long, Mom." She pulled back to look up at him. "It doesn't matter. You came." "I wanted to come sooner." He cupped her cheek with his only hand. His chin quivered. "But it was impossible." She placed her palm over his. "It's okay. You're here now." Swallowing the lump in his throat, he turned toward the exit. "Come on. Let's get you out of here." "I need to get my things." He plucked the picture from his pocket, unfolded it, and handed it to her. "I've got everything you need, Mom." Her chin dimpled and her fingers trembled as she reached for the picture. "Each time I lost my way, your beautiful faces pulled me back." She clutched the photo to her chest. "I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this." "No, Mom, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for me. I should have told the truth. I should have—" "You shush now." She jabbed her finger at his chest. "You did exactly as you were told." She clamped her jaw, and the fury in her expression had her chin trembling. "But it wasn't right." "It was every bit right. And we will never speak of it again. Do you hear me?" Her eyes, piercing and intelligent, held his gaze, giving him the impression she'd rehearsed this conversation 1,000 times over. Conceding that he would not win, he vowed that he would somehow right this wrong. "Come on, Mom. It's time for you to meet your daughter-in-law and granddaughter for real." A victorious smile rippled across her lips. "I would very much like that." Reaching for her hand, he turned her around. but she let go and shuffled across the filthy floor to the items she'd dropped. Following her, he frowned at the collection of cans. "You have food? How?" She gathered a tin of chickpeas. "The warden who looked after this place, June." Deep creases formed across her forehead, morphing her expression into one of admiration, or maybe love. "She checks in on me every 7 days and brings me food." "Thank God for her," he huffed. "She saved you." "Yes, she did. June tried to get me to leave, but how could I? I've been living here forever, and I wouldn't know where to go once outside. Besides, I had no idea how to find you, so I stayed and prayed that you'd remember me." "Oh, Mom, I never forgot you. Not one day went by when I didn't think of you." Gunnar collected 2 more cans, crushed tomatoes, and his stomach lurched as he read the label on the next can. Chunky beef and gravy. Dog food. "Don't knock it," his mother shrugged. "It's been keeping me alive." Gunnar dropped it. "Well, Mom, from now on you'll be eating real food." He collected 2 more canned vegetable soups and curled his arm over her shoulder. "Come on, we've got to go." Clutching her bony shoulders, he led her from the hellhole that she shouldn't have been in the first place. A pile of rubbish blocked a hallway, and he reached for her hand to help her over. "Looks like they went crazy. It must have been scary." "Not as scary as the days after the power went out. At first, we were put into lockdown, and they had generators running to give us power. But then something happened later that night, and the generators stopped. We were locked in our cells for days. We had no lights, no water, no food. We didn't know what was going on, and one by one the guards abandoned us. It was nearly a week before June was able to get some soldiers to break open the doors." "A week?" His gut lurched. "Why'd they take so long?" She shrugged. "We're not exactly high on the government's priorities. The soldiers had to help the hospitals and nursing homes. June came to us every day and told us how hard she was fighting to get help. When the soldiers finally arrived, they didn't even try to stop us from escaping." A thin smile crossed her pale lips. "You should have seen it. It was crazy." They reached the exit, and both he and his mother squinted against the glare. "Did you think of leaving?" She huffed. "I did at first. For 3 nights I slept at a bus shelter, but then I figured I had a nice bed back in my cell, so I came back." Helping her over yet another pile of debris, his heart clenched. He should have been there for her. "The inmates really trashed the place, didn't they?" "Oh, no. This wasn't done by the inmates. This happened after they'd escaped. I hid under my bed for 2 days. They burned anything they could get their hands on. After they left, I found a mattress in a storeroom and dragged it up to my cell." She huffed. "It was so hard getting it upstairs." He cocked his head at her. "Why didn't you use a cell on the ground floor?" She met his gaze. "It was safer there. When people came, I could see them before they saw me. Besides, it's my home." "Not anymore, Mom. I'm taking you to the most beautiful place in the world. A tropical island." She frowned, and her inquisitive gaze suggested she didn't believe him. Well, how could she? Not only was it impossible to fathom given the state of the country, but he'd been lying about who killed his father for 25 years. But what crushed him the most was that his wife didn't know the real truth. When the time was right, he would tell Adele what really happened. He led Maria to the Jeep and tossed the tinned food into the passenger's side footwell. Glancing over his shoulder as he reversed, the sun winked off a pane of shattered glass, like the building was an evil clown. He couldn't get away from there quick enough. His mother was silent as he drove past the buildings that had held her prisoner for way too long. Allowing her this moment to say her own goodbye, he he navigated around the wrecks on the way back to the Glen Anderson freeway.
What happened to your hand?
The way she said it with curious indifference had him wondering if she'd seen so much brutality and horror that nothing would shock her anymore. It's a long story, and I'll tell you soon, I promise. She nodded, as if she'd expected him to keep secrets from her, and he instantly regretted his comment.
Are Adele and Bella okay?
They're fine, Mom. They've been through hell, just like you, but they're alive and waiting for us at a safe place. She moaned.
That's good. That's very good.
Bella's grown so much, and she talks all the time. Oh, Lord, she's a little Miss Chatterbox. His words caught in his throat. It was another lie. Bella had been a chatterbox before the world went to hell. Now she was quiet and withdrawn. She, too, had seen too much horror.
I can't wait to see her. And Adele.
Gunnar couldn't either. He'd only been away from them half a day, and yet it felt like a week. He navigated the Jeep around a pile of mangled cars. A semi-trailer was in the middle of it, and anyone who'd been in the 3 cars in front of that rig would have had no chance.
What happened here?
She asked. He blinked at her. Do you know why the power went out?
June told me the grid went down, and they weren't able to get it running again.
That's partly true. He pushed the Jeep into second gear and accelerated away from the pileup.
But a power outage doesn't explain why all the cars have stopped.
He turned to her and grinned. Despite decades of incarceration, she hadn't lost her intelligence. Ironically, it was her intellect that had been her enemy at her trial. They'd labeled her as a highly educated woman who had been cold and calculating when she killed her husband. The lawyers argued that being a systems analyst at a biological science laboratory proved she was smart enough to know her husband needed urgent medical help. Her science degree and the meticulous planning required in her day job went against her. They hadn't gone so far as to say it, but they'd inferred that the abuse she'd suffered at the hands of Gunnar's father was somehow her fault. Nothing had been her fault. You're correct, Mom. He dodged around car after car and explained the EMP and its effects. So, within seconds of the EMP strike, car headlights and dashboards died, and cars with electric steering or electronic brakes were impossible to control. As if to prove a point, he wove his way around a tangle of 7 cars that were crumpled like toys.
What a mess.
She shook her head. This is just the start of it. He relayed the news of the president's death and the lack of direction from the rest of the government, and about the military assets being fried and the communication blackout and planes falling from the sky. He described his hometown and how his house was vandalized and his furniture destroyed. They ruined so much property. The people who did it must have been blinded by rage.
I saw people like that. They came through the jail like they were high on drugs and ready to kill anyone who got in their way. It was terrifying.
He reached over and placed his mangled wrist on her hand. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, Mom.
I know.
She nodded, and the certainty in her eyes had relief washing through him. He navigated onto Harbor Freeway, and the glare from the sun sitting high on the western horizon scorched his eyeballs. All going well, Bella would be hugging her Nana before twilight settled in. Exiting the freeway, he glanced along 6th Street, and his heart lurched to his throat. He slammed on the brakes and skidded to a halt. A mass of people flooded the road ahead. Hundreds of them, all haggard and grubby and stick-thin. Walking together like a mob of escaped hospital patients, they were heading toward the library. Chapter 31. Zahn glared at his daddy. Is that true? We need 2 fucking pilots? Smirking, his old man shrugged, and if Zahn weren't so busy aiming his gun at the girl, he'd have knocked the fucking asshole out. Okay. Zahn turned back to the guard. Looks like you can help us.
Yes, I can.
The guard nodded like crazy.
Please, just let Felicity go.
No.
Zahn kept his voice calm, proving he was in control and not some crazy nutter.
She's coming with...
No!
The woman fell to her knees and looked to be pulling her fucking hair out.
Please.
The guard stepped forward.
You don't need her. I promise. I'll do everything you want. Just don't hurt my baby.
What's your name?
Zahn jabbed the gun toward the guard. I'm Ramon, and... He pointed at the girl. And this is my granddaughter, Felicity. He pointed at the woman. And that's my daughter, Nigella. He said it like they was being introduced at a picnic.
Right. Let's get this shit happening.
Still clutching the girl, he pulled her back.
Ramon, you and Gary better get up into that plane and get it started.
Ramon's eyes nearly popped out of his head. You can't just start it. You need the generator. Zahn wanted to fucking scream. The sunrise was gonna put more light on the area than a damn freak show, and everyone was fucking around. He wrapped his arm around the girl's neck and pointed the gun at the woman.
You, get over here.
Nigella stood, raced to him, fell to her knees, and wrapped her arms around the girl. Zahn glared at Ramon.
You and Gary better get that fucking generator quick smart, or I'm gonna lose my shit.
Ramon turned to Gary.
You heard my boy.
Gary put his hands on his hips, nodding.
Where's the generator at?
This way. Ramon took off like he had a feral pig on his ass.
Go!
Zahn yelled at his daddy. Gary ran after the guard, and his legs were all bowed like he'd spent too much time riding that horse. Why are you doing this? Nigella glared at him, and the whites of her eyes looked like they was bleeding.
We need the plane.
But what for? You can't fly it anywhere. No airports are open. You won't have anywhere to land.
We need to rescue some people stranded on an island.
She blinked at him. An island? What island? Zahn rolled his eyes and stepped back, but kept the gun aimed at them. Last thing he wanted to do was tell no strangers about his island. But on account of his fucking daddy and Ramon taking so long, he did what Jesse was always telling him to do. Just chat. So, with one eye on the woman and one eye watching for the pilots, he told her about the bunch of people stuck on the island and how they got there.
But after seeing how messed up it is back here, we ain't gonna try and get 'em home. We're gonna go live with 'em instead.
You're going to live on the island? She wiped her eyes.
Yep, it's way better than this hellhole. We got freedom there, you know. We can swim in the ocean and catch fish and crabs and find coconuts and fruit. It's fucking paradise compared to this place.
Her eyes darted from Zahn to the girl and back again. Sounds really nice. The way she was looking at him had him squirming. It was like she was trying to read his brain, like Jesse always did. How many people are on the island?
About 40. But there's a bunch of people we need to take with us. My girl, Jessie, and her family, and all her prepper friends.
Prepper friends? Zahn groaned. He liked it better when he didn't say nothing. He blamed Jessie for teaching him to start talking. A series of grunts had him looking past the horse. His daddy was pulling a trolley by a rope, and Ramon was pushing it from behind. By the amount of noise they was making, the generator on top of it must have been heavy.
Hurry up!
Zahn hollered.
Fuck off!
Gary yelled back. They shoved the trolley to the nose of the plane, and as his daddy panted like a rabid dog, Ramon raced to the side, opened the door, and using the set of steps, scrambled to the open hatch. But how can you land a plane on an island? The woman was nagging him again.
There's a runway.
Oh, so it's a big island.
It was a Navy base during World War II.
So there are buildings? He glared at her.
Will you just shut up for a minute?
She snapped her eyes away.
Gary and Ramon were fucking around at the front of the plane, yelling at each other through a small window. Zahn hoped they knew what they was doing, 'cause that sun was about to light the place like a fucking bonfire.
"We're coming with you,"
the woman blurted.
What?
Zahn snarled at her.
Like fuck you are.
"If my father is piloting this plane, then we are coming too."
The woman stood and strode toward the front of the plane.
Fuck!
Zahn swung the gun at her.
Hey, get back here.
She kept going.
Bitch!
"Dad!"
She hollered up to Ramon.
"I'm getting our things. We're coming with you."
"Oh, no, you don't!" he screamed back at her. She spun on her heel and sprinted away. Zahn could do nothing but grip the hair of the girl. Ramon jumped out of the plane, his eyes snapping from Zahn to Felicity to the gun.
"Please don't hurt her. I'll sort this out,"
he shouted as he raced past Zahn. He caught up to his daughter and grabbed her arm. She spun to him, hands on her hips.
"This is not for negotiation, Father. We said we'd stick together. In the last 5 months, I've lost my husband, my brother, and my mother. I'm not going to lose you, too. And I sure as hell am not hanging around here not knowing where you are or wondering if you're ever coming back to me and your grandchildren. So you get back to that damn plane and get us in the air before the next shift arrives."
She turned around and ran off. Ramon's eyes were huge, like he'd swallowed a raccoon, as he sprinted back to Zahn.
"I hope you know what you've got yourself into."
Zahn had no fucking idea. But he sure did like this new turn of events. With Ramon's family on board, the guard was going to make damn sure they all got to that island alive. Zahn clutched a pole at the doorway to the cockpit. Gary and Ramon were strapped in and flicking dials and levers getting ready for takeoff. The noise from the damn engines was so loud, it was a wonder all their ears ain't bleeding. When Ramon had handed out earplugs and padded headsets, telling 'em all it was gonna get noisy, Zahn had thought he was exaggerating. He wasn't.
"Oh, shit!"
Ramon's scream was loud enough to be heard through the plugs as he pointed ahead. Zahn snapped his gaze forward, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. On the runway, racing right at him, was 2 Jeeps.
"You better hang on back there,"
Gary's voice shrieked in Zahn's headset.
"This could get rough."
"Go! Go! Go!" Ramon hollered. Zahn hoped he was talking to Gary and not the people in them Jeeps. When his stupid daddy burst into laughter, Zahn scrambled down the stairs, jumped into the webbed seat he'd claimed earlier, and strapped on his harness. Next second, the plane lurched forward. The horse was strapped in, too. It was at the back of the plane and was going crazy, shifting side to side and raising its head like it was screaming. And the fucking baby, who was wrapped up in Nigella's arms, had his mouth wide open, also screaming. Thank Christ for the headset. But his mind was still screaming. If he'd known Ramon's daughter was also going to bring a baby and her son with her, he might have put up more of a fight. But it had all happened so quick. 1 minute it was just him and 2 pilots getting on the plane, then there was 7. Then again, that woman and them kids was Zahn's guarantee. With his family on board, Ramon sure was going to do his best to get them in the air and land again in one piece. She'd also brought with her 4 massive suitcases, and although Zahn hoped they were full of stuff they could use, like food and weapons, looking at Nigella with her pink nails and extra-long eyelashes, they probably had nothing in them but fancy shoes and lacy bras. Zahn slammed sideways, hitting his head against a pipe. Nick Zahn fell on his back legs like he was sitting, and was loud enough Zahn could hear him. Damn horse sounded like he was possessed. The cargo net that had taken forever to strap under his belly was fucking useless. Zahn stared across at Nigella's boy, and as the plane roared louder than anything he'd ever heard, the teenager's eyes grew wider than poker chips. His grip on his mama's arm had his knuckles all white. Clutching the edge of the web set, Zahn tried to concentrate on the conversation in his ears. The pilots yelled at each other non-stop. Half of it Zahn couldn't understand, and he sure as hell couldn't work out which one of them was in charge.
"We're not gonna make it!"
Ramon yelled.
"Oh, yes, we are!"
Gary yelled back.
"Shit! They're shooting at us!"
Ramon screamed. The engine got louder. Zahn snapped his gaze behind him. The horse was back on its feet. Its eyes were huge and wild. The baby in Nigella's lap was still hollering, and both her son and daughter were strangling her arms. All of 'em looked like they was gonna shit their pants. The roar of the engine screamed in his ears, but then the sound changed, and the plane's nose lifted.
"Woohoo!"
Gary cheered like he was on a fucking roller coaster. A bullet punched a hole in the side of the plane and slammed into the bulkhead. It had missed Zahn's ear by about 6 inches. Nigella screamed. The kids did too. Zahn ducked. The view out the window opposite him confirmed they were in the air.
"Oh, yeah! Now that was fun!"
Zahn's daddy whooped. Ramon groaned. He wasn't so cheery.
"Okay, now that we're in the air, I hope you know where the hell we're going."
Zahn unstrapped and, holding onto the railing, climbed the stairs. Ramon turned to him. His daddy did too. Their expressions couldn't be any more different. His daddy looked to be tripping on a high. Ramon looked like he was gonna puke.
"There's a runway outside Bakersfield," Zahn said. "It's called Thunderhawk Field."
Ramon bugged his eyes.
"Tell me you got coordinates."
Zahn cocked his head.
"No, I don't have the fucking coordinates, asshole."
Ramon's eyes got wider.
"Jesus, what do you have?"
"Like I said, it's near Bakersfield. Do you know where that is?" Ramon groaned, and turning forward, he said something that had Zahn's daddy laughing. But then he leaned over and plucked out a map that he unfolded till it was so big Gary could barely hold it out in his arms. Them two were yabbering to each other, but Zahn couldn't figure out what they was saying. Nor did he give a shit. Now that they was in the air, them two had to figure out how to get 'em down again. Zahn returned downstairs. The woman and her kids also looked like they was tripping. The girl brought her microphone to her mouth.
"Is the horse okay?"
Zahn turned to Nixon. His eyes were so wide the whites were showing. But other than that, he looked okay. Maybe that netting had been a good idea after all.
"Yeah, he's gonna be fine."
The motorcycle was still upright too, and the trolley with the generator had remained where they'd tied it. They were fucking lucky the plane had a ramp at the back, though it had still been a bitch to load the trolley. And Nixon. Zahn would have left the horse behind, but Gary had put his foot down, saying horse and pilot or none at all. Zahn had wanted to strangle the bastard. His daddy ain't never been attached to Zahn like that. It was a miracle they'd got this far. Now they just needed a few more miracles to get him and Jesse back to Bomber Beach.
"Are we really going to an island?"
The boy beside Nigella moved his microphone to speak. He looked up at his mama and then at Zahn. When Zahn didn't say nothing, Nigella patted her son's hand.
"We sure are, baby. Zahn tells us there's a beach where you can swim. Isn't that right?"
She smiled at Zahn, showing off the whitest teeth he'd ever seen. Zahn blinked at her, hardly believing his luck. It seemed she wanted to go to the island as much as he did. Maybe this really was gonna work. Figuring the more info he gave him, the more they'd want to leave this hellhole, he settled back on his seat and told him all sorts of stuff, like how they had a rope on a tree that could swing 'em right out into the lagoon, and that they sat around the bonfire at night and told stories, and could go exploring in the bush and see hundreds of birds, and swim every day with fish and turtles bigger than his belly. He didn't tell him about the sharks. They didn't need to know that. The angle of the plane shifted, and out the window he saw nothing but sky.
"How long will it take to fly there?"
the boy asked his mama. She glanced at Zahn.
"Don't know yet."
Zahn unbuckled and returned to the cockpit. Out the windshield was a view over a massive city.
"That Los Angeles?"
"Yep. I've never seen it like this, though.
Ramon scratched his cheek. Zahn slipped into the jump seat behind his daddy and buckled in for the ride. The streets below were covered with cars. None of them were moving, though. They coasted over a giant field with patches of green grass and a massive crowd of people that looked like a pack of rats darting this way and that as they flew overhead. It didn't seem like many people, though, not for a city that usually housed millions. The angle of the plane shifted again, and with a series of hills on their right, they flew over a road that led away from Los Angeles.
We heading to Bakersfield now?
Yep.
Ramon frowned at Gary.
As long as he's reading the map right.
Course I'm reading it right.
Zahn's daddy jabbed his grubby finger at a line of road on the map that ran parallel to a shoreline.
We even got Thunderhawk Field on here.
Really? Zahn couldn't believe it.
Sure is.
His daddy showed off his yellow teeth.
It's your lucky day.
Don't count on that luck just yet, Ramon barked. We haven't landed.
As they continued on flying above the same road, with Gary pointing out things that matched the map he was following, Zahn glanced over all the buttons and knobs in the cockpit. It had him thinking about the B-26 bomber on the island, and how perfect it had been when Jessie started sleeping there with him. His heart did a weird flip as he pictured seeing her again. Is she okay? Does she miss me? He hoped like all hell the answer to both of them questions was yes, 'cause he was gonna crush her to his chest the second she was in reach.
There it is!
Gary pointed at a straight line in the distance. The engine noise changed again like it had dropped back a gear.
That,
Ramon yelled.
That's the runway you want to land this thing on?
He spun to Zahn.
You're freaking crazy!
Chapter 32. Gunnar stared at the bedraggled horde of people. Every one of them was holding a cardboard box. These are the people who've been living in the library. They had to be, and that's where they were heading now, right to where Hank and Cheryl were. The stragglers at the back of the pack turned toward him. Maybe they'd heard the tires skid.
Hey, there's a car!
A tall, skinny man called out, and a dozen or so turned. They started walking toward them. First just 2, then 6. Then they started running. 10, 20. They were screaming, too, like a pack of starving hyenas. Gunnar slammed the Jeep into reverse, and clutching the steering wheel, he careened back up the ramp, narrowly dodging a buckled motorbike that had slammed into a delivery van.
What's happening?
The terror in his mother's voice cut through him.
Why are they chasing us?
I don't know, but most likely they want the Jeep. He squeezed between 2 cars, and once he was onto Harbor Freeway, he took off again, heading away from the library, away from his friends. But he didn't go far. Frequent glimpses in the rearview mirror confirmed the mob had stopped following. Gunnar pulled to a halt, leaned into the back seat, collected his backpack, and retrieved his 2-way radio. Checking that it was still on Channel 5, he pressed the talk button. "Hank, this is Gunnar. Do you read?" The line cracked. He did it again. "Hank, this is Gunnar. Can you hear me?" The empty silence had acid burning in his stomach. "Hank, it's me, Gunnar." He turned to his mother. The grim look in her eyes matched the fear crawling along his back. "Hank, are you there? Please pick up." The transceiver crackled, and Gunnar stared at the handset, willing Hank's voice to boom from it loud and clear. But there was nothing but crackling static. "Hank, give me something." Trapped. Over." Hank's voice was both disjointed and distressing. Gunnar tried to piece it together but couldn't. At least they were alive. "You're breaking up, Hank. Please repeat." Crackles emitted from the handset. "Surrounded. Air duct." The urgency in Hank's voice had Gunnar's hackles rising. "Trying. Rooftop. Over." Oh, Jesus, that doesn't sound good. Gunnar strangled the handset.
What's happening?
Maria covered her mouth. Her eyes drilled into him. I think he's trying to get to higher ground. Hold this. He shoved the handset at her, rammed the car into gear, and turned around. As much as he didn't want to go anywhere near that mob, he had to get closer to the library to improve the signal. Gunnar slowed right down as he approached the exit again. Easing alongside the guardrail, he peered down the ramp. The people were still there, but much farther away this time. He reached for the handset and pressed the talk button. "Hank, do you read? Over." Releasing the button, he watched his mother twist her fingers as he waited for Hank's reply. "Hank, do you copy? Over." The silence had centipedes of dread crawling up his back. "I hear you, son. Roof." Crackling static took over. Wishing he'd brought his binoculars, Gunnar peered between two high-rise towers and across the rooftops of a couple more buildings to the library. It was a large construction, covering a full block with its footprint. But unfortunately, he could only see a small portion of the roofline. "Hank, if you read me, when you get to the rooftop, I'm on the freeway. I can see a section of the library roof from there. Over." "Roger that." Gunnar heaved an anxious sigh. Moving closer had worked, but as he peered across the buildings, anticipating Hank and Cheryl's appearance at any second, a whole new problem slammed into his brain. Once they reach the rooftop, how do they get down?
Who is Hank?
Maria brushed her long silver hair from her face. "He's Adele's father."
Oh, you've never mentioned him before.
It was a few beats before Gunnar formulated a reply. "He wasn't in a good space before, but he's changed. Adele and Bella probably wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for him." Her eyes grew distant. Gunnar's father was an abusive drunk. Hank had been an alcoholic, and although he was never physically abusive, his words had cut just as deep.
Maybe he'd been hurting before and just needed help.
He studied her. She always had a forgiving soul. Yet even after all this time, Gunnar still couldn't forgive his father for what he'd done to her. Clearing his throat, he angled to face her way. Not having access to alcohol is what helped.
Maybe he needed to drown his sorrows after losing his wife.
Gunnar frowned. He'd forgotten he'd told her that Adele's mom had died of cancer when she was 19. Maybe he was, Mom. Maybe he was. "Gunnar!" The radio sprang to life. "Do you read? Over." Gunnar simultaneously snapped his eyes to the library rooftop and pressed the two-way talk button. "Yes, Hank, I read you loud and clear. I can't see you, though. I'm on the freeway, west of the library. Over." Staring at the library rooftop, Gunnar stood on his seat, ready to wave.
There!
His mother pointed past his shoulder.
There are people on that roof.
Seeing the movement, Gunnar waved his mangled arm overhead and raised the two-way to his mouth. "Hank, stop where you are. I can see you." Next second, both Hank and Cheryl waved. "Roger that," Hank said. "We've got you. Now what?" Now what? It was a damn good question. "Can you see a way down? A fire escape or anything?" Hank and Cheryl dashed off to the right, and Gunnar lost sight of them again.
What if they can't get down?
Maria's jaw fell ajar, as if nervous about saying any more. Gunnar shook his head. They have to.
Why can't they go back inside?
I'm guessing that's where all those people went.
But how do you know?
Gunnar told her about the cardboard beds set up in the library stacks and the jumbles of shabby clothes.
You were there with them? But why were you even at the library?
We need the coordinates for our island, so we can get the plane there.
What? What plane?
He was about to say he'd tell her soon when he stopped himself. The plane we're taking to the island. At least I hope we'll get a plane.
Oh.
She scrunched her face. He could only imagine the number of questions she'd have. Unable to wait another second, he pressed the talk button again. "Hank, do you read? What's happening? Over." "We don't have a fire escape, but what we do have is a balcony and a pile of electrical wiring. We have to climb down right next to an entrance door, so we'll need you to come get us. Over." "Roger that. How will I find you? He peered across the rooftop but couldn't see any movement. We're at the doorway we came in through, near the fountains. Okay, I'm coming. Gunnar slipped back into his seat, and Maria did the same. Wait for my signal. Over, Hank said. Roger that. Gunnar gave Maria the handset and put the car into gear. Inching along and scanning left and right for signs of movement, he slowly rolled down the exit ramp to 5th Street. He stopped at the bottom to wait for Hank's signal. A trail of rubbish marked the route the mob had traveled. It was mostly soda cans and food wrappers. Do the boxes they carry contain rations? Hey, Mom, you said June gave you food. Do you know where she got it from? She nodded. June said the National Guard came once a week. She'd line up for hours to get a relief package. His mom groaned. She tried to get one for me, but they only issued one per person. Anyone who was too sick to make the trek to the distribution site missed out. He blinked at her. Why didn't you go with her? Because I didn't want to miss you. As it was, I nearly did. If I'd stayed any longer at our meeting place... She shook her head. I would have. Gunnar's stomach twisted. I can't believe you waited 5 months. 5 months? She blinked at him. Has it been that long? He frowned and his jaw dropped. How long were you going to wait? Forever. Her chin wobbled. I would have waited forever. Gunnar leaned over, and as he clutched his mother and kissed her forehead, a lump formed in his throat that was so big he could barely breathe. Is fate finally on our side? Lord knew they deserved it. Gunnar! Hank's voice blurted from the radio, and Gunnar jumped. We're on the balcony now. Wait 3 minutes, then get your ass down here. Roger that. He passed the handset over. Mom, can you handle this? To talk, you have to press this button, okay? Okay. She clutched the transceiver in her hand so hard her knuckles bulged white. Gunnar readied to jam his foot on the accelerator. Counting down the seconds, the what-ifs attacked him like a frenzy of sharks. What if Cheryl didn't get the information we need? What if Zahn's father is dead? What if we can't find a plane? The last question was the most crucial one, and yet it was also the most inconceivable. The concept of them finding a working plane and actually stealing it was ludicrous. One step at a time, Gunnar. Just one. The next step was to rescue Hank and Cheryl. But if that mob appeared again, they were screwed. The gun. He reached into his pack again and removed the pistol. Maria gasped. Gunnar, what are you doing? It's a precaution, Mom. Trust me, I don't want to use it. But after some of the things I've seen in the last week or so, it may be necessary. Her gaze darted from the gun to his eyes, and the distress she'd shown earlier expanded triplefold. Time was up. Put your seatbelt on, Mom. She did. Okay, hang on. Gunnar rammed the Jeep into gear and set off down the ramp, dodging abandoned vehicles much faster than he preferred. The distance from the freeway exit to the library was just 2 blocks, but they were driving through a gauntlet with buildings lining either side. There was nowhere to go other than forward and backward. He shot his gaze from one side to the other, searching gaps between buildings and peering at the road ahead. The Jeep's 60-year-old engine sounded like a freight train as it bounced off brick walls. A man and a woman stumbled out a doorway, holding hands and laughing. But when they saw the Jeep, they froze. Their jaws dropped. Gunnar's breath caught in his throat. They eyeballed each other, and Gunnar pressed heavier on the gas. Please stay there. Please stay there. He glanced in the rear mirror, and his heart launched to his throat. The couple were chasing him. Shit! Gunnar stomped on the accelerator. What? His mother's eyes bulged. They're chasing us! The man's mouth was wide, obviously yelling. But Gunnar couldn't hear him over the Jeep's motor. He drove through an intersection and peered into the crossroad. Fear shot through him like a demon at the massive crowd gathered on Flower Street. He slammed his foot down, and the Jeep lurched forward. Clutching the steering wheel, he headed for the library. Oh, shit! Ahead, a mob of people spilled onto the road. Hang on! Gunner yanked the steering wheel left, and the Jeep flew up the curb and launched into the air. 20 yards in front, a boom gate blocked his escape. Son of a bitch! He couldn't turn around, and he couldn't reverse. Strangling the steering wheel, he stomped on the gas. Get down! He clenched his jaw, and his mother screamed as he rammed through the boom gate. The timber exploded, and the windshield shattered, peppering them with glass. But he didn't stop. His tires screeched on the concrete as he raced up the ramp. Hugging the Jeep to the wall, they curled higher and higher. It was like driving inside a giant corkscrew. The ramp was only big enough for one car, which meant there was a different exit. At least that's what he was banking on. At the top of the ramp, they became airborne as the Jeep shot into a parking lot like it had been released from a catapult. He slammed on the brakes, and the tires screeched as they skidded sideways. Hang on! Both he and his mother screamed as he careened into the rear of a silver Maserati that was covered in bright green spray paint. 3 things happened in an instant. His chest slammed into the steering wheel and the wind punched out of him. His mother doubled over as her seatbelt wedged her in place. The 2-way radio flew from her hands and out the shattered windscreen. The ensuing silence was deafening. Mom, are you okay? He reached for her, scrambling to haul her upright. I'm fine. She shoved hair from her face. You're bleeding. Blood oozed from a split in her lip. She reached up and traced a grubby finger along her bottom lip. It's okay. I'm fine. But I lost the radio. He touched her shoulder. It's okay. I'll get it. Stay here. Gunner jumped out and hit the ground running. Every step confirmed he'd bruised his ribs. Or worse. But ignoring the pain, he scoured the area, searching for the 2-way. He'd seen it fly through the air. It couldn't be far. He checked around the Maserati. Nothing. Wincing, he dropped to his hands and knees and searched beneath it. There it is. He raced to the 3rd car along and fell to the concrete again. With his body flat to the cement, he stretched out, trying to grasp the handset. A noise cut through the silence like a pack of rabid dogs scampering up the ramp. They're coming. He shuffled over, ramming his face against the Cadillac wagon. Come on. He reached farther. Their angry shouts got louder. Gunner! His mother's strangled cry cut a swath through his sanity. The space beneath the Cadillac was only 8 inches, barely enough for his hand. Come on. He touched it, and it spun away. Shit! Taking a gamble, he stretched as far as he could and swung his hand hard and fast. The handset bounced off his fingers, and not wasting time to see where it went, he jumped to his feet and raced around to the other side of the Cadillac. The voices were louder, more distinct, more terrifying. Gunner! The handset wasn't there. He dropped to his hands and knees. Gunner! He spied it, and clawing at the floor, he scrambled forward. An explosive gunshot boomed about the concrete. Chapter 33. The plane came in low, skimming over paddocks with houses and buildings that had seen better days. Zahn clutched the seat as he stared over his daddy's shoulder, watching their approach to the airstrip. The runway looked small. Way too small. And the way Ramon was carrying on, he thought so too. His daddy, though, had a crazy grin on his chops and kept repeating over and over, "It's gonna be tight! It's gonna be tight!" Zahn clutched the brace on the back of his daddy's seat and did something he don't often do. He prayed. He had to see Jessie again. His heart was all torn to shreds without her. "Oh, Christ! Pull up! Pull up!" Gary yanked the throttle back. "There's cattle on the runway!" Everyone started screaming. Ramon, his daughter, the kids, hell, even the fucking horse. Gary, though, he don't say nothing. His jaw was jammed so tight his chin wobbled. The engine roared. and as Zahn's gut nosedived, the angle of the plane speared upward again. They were barely 30 feet above the ground when the cows darted out of the way.
Fuck me, that was close!
Gary grinned like he'd won the fucking lottery. Ramon, however, looked like he was going to kill someone.
Hang on, everyone,
Gary hollered.
We're gonna do it all again.
The plane tipped so sharply sideways, Zahn had to clutch the brace to stop himself shooting across the cockpit. Zahn hoped the horse didn't break free and go all bucking bronco on him. As the Hercules did a massive circle, they crossed over a pile of houses. But that weren't what caught Zahn's attention. It was the bunch of people who ran out of them buildings and looked up at him. The plane was making enough noise they would have heard him coming from miles away. He hoped like hell they didn't try chasing after him. Then again, if they was locals, they probably already knew what airstrip they was trying to land on. And if that was the case, they better get the fuck out of there before the crazies arrived.
Here we go again,
Gary cried. Clutching the brace, Zahn readied for their second approach. They soared over rusted rooftops, missing them by mere feet. The plane got lower and lower.
Hold her steady.
Gary's knuckles were bone white as he strangled the throttle. The plane shuddered.
It's too short! The runway's too short!
Ramon hollered.
Shut up!
Gary shrieked.
We're gonna make it!
The tires squealed. Zahn's head snapped backward as the plane thumped down, but it bounced up again. The engine roared, and the sound was deafening. Screeching tires confirmed they'd landed.
Brake! Reverse thrust!
Gary commanded like an expert. Thrown forward, Zahn stared out the windshield. 100 yards in front, at the end of the runway, was a fucking shed.
Come on! Come on!
80 yards. The plane slowed, but not fast enough. 60 yards. Fuck me, we're gonna crash. 20 yards. Zahn strangled the brace.
Hang on!
Gary screamed. They hit the shed, and buckled tin flew in all directions. Whatever had been inside was a goner. The plane shuddered, jolted sideways, and finally jammed to a stop on the grass.
Hot damn! I haven't had that much fun in years!
Gary punched the air. Ramon rolled his eyes upward, as if thanking God or something. Then he clapped Gary on the shoulder.
That was amazing.
Thank you. I was the best pilot they had back in the day. In Nam, we had to land some of these babies on strips shorter than this. She's built for...
Oi!
Save you yabbering for later.
Zahn undid his buckle. We got work to do. He stood. Open the ramp.
All right, boy, hold your horses.
Gary scrunched his face at Zahn.
How about a bit of thank you?
Thank you, but it ain't over yet. Zahn jumped down the stairs and strode to the Kawasaki. He wrestled the ropes free. I'm gonna get the others. He paused and glared at Nigella. Will you be here when I get back? She straightened her shoulders, and clutching the baby in her arms, she eyeballed him.
Are you really flying to that island?
Yeah, I told you we were.
And is the island truly as amazing as you say?
Nodding at her, he smiled. It's better. You and your kids are gonna love it.
Then we're coming too.
Even though he didn't know her from jack shit, he believed her. He finished yanking the KLR free. Oi, Daddy, by the time I get back, you better have this plane turned around and ready to take off again. Gary appeared on the steps.
I told you not to call me that.
And, Daddy, Zahn said it again anyways. Make sure no other fuckers come near it.
You don't need to tell me that. And stop calling me Daddy. Makes you sound like you're 10 years old.
Gary grinned at Nigella, but the look on her face got Zahn to thinking she was on Zahn's side. Shaking his head, Zahn rolled the bike down the ramp, kicked it to start, jumped on, and shot out of there so fast he fishtailed all over the place. He aimed for the 2 airport buildings that looked like nothing more than fancy sheds. Both of them were covered in graffiti, but other than that, they weren't all banged up like most of them others. Once past the buildings, he headed for the driveway. To his left, the sun was just starting to sink into the west. They were running out of time, and they still had a fuckload to do. They need to take off before sunset, or they ain't taking off at all. Zahn clamped his jaw. Ain't nothing gonna stop me making that deadline. Nothing. Driving over the hill, he half expected a mob of people to be running at him. But other than 2 cows, it was empty. At the end of the driveway, Zahn leaned into the handlebars and hit the main highway that stretched between Bakersfield and the deserted town of 3 Rivers at full throttle. He'd be holding Jessie in his arms in about 20 minutes. Provided he don't run out of fuel. Slapping that fucking thought from his brain, he concentrated on going as fast as he could and staying upright. He reached the 3 Rivers village way faster than he expected, and when he turned into the road that wound up the mountain, he couldn't stop grinning. "I'm coming, Jessie. I'm fucking coming." Going way faster than he should have, he flicked around each turn like a dirt bike pro, and the sound of the engine was louder than anything else around. He wouldn't be surprised if she heard him coming. He pictured her beautiful black eyes that peered right into his soul, and her milky white flesh that was so soft and perfect and totally fucking spectacular when she was naked. His groin bounced to life, and Zahn burst out laughing. Fuck, it felt good. He screeched to a halt to turn into the track that led to the compound, and dodging potholes that he don't remember being there before, he powered up the track. Skidding to a halt at the log, he dumped the bike sideways and sprinted the rest of the way. "Jessie! Jessie!" He dropped to his knees at the pipe and cupped his hands like she'd done. "Jessie!"
Zahn? Oh my God, it's Zahn! He's back!
Her voice was the sweetest sound in the world. He raced to the secret door, and his heart was in his throat as he waited for her to appear. Rubbing his clammy hands on his pants, he licked his lips, ready to kiss the woman of his dreams. The door shot open. Jessie sprinted to him and jumped up, wrapping her arms around him.
"You're here! Oh my God, I missed you so much!"
She kissed his lips, his cheeks, his neck. Zahn squeezed her so tight it was a wonder she didn't snap in two.
"I love you,"
Jessie blurted.
"I love you, I love you."
"I love you too." He planted his lips on hers and kissed her long and hard.
"All right, you two."
Zahn pulled back. Jessie's mother was there, and Pauline, and Adele, and just about everyone else. Jessie jumped down and squeezed his hand.
"Did you find your dad?"
Zahn nodded, and a tingle of excitement zipped up his back. "Sure did. But even better than that, I got us a plane."
"What?"
Jessie squealed.
"What?"
The crowd closed in around him, cheering and clapping him on the back. "It's down the road at that airfield you talked about."
"Thunderhawk Field,"
Debbie said. "Yep, but we gotta hurry if we're gonna take off before dark." Debbie stepped forward and shook his hand.
"Thank you, Zahn."
His nose whistled, but he didn't give a shit. He'd have given anything to party with Jessie right now, but they had to get back on the plane. "Anyways, we gotta go. You all packed? Where's Gunner?" The crowd went quiet, and Jessie shook her head.
"Yes, we've packed everything. But Gunner, he hasn't returned yet."
The excitement punched out of him. That'd be fucking right. Captain Dickhead had the easy job. "Christ, where is he?" Jessie squeezed his hand, and fear crawled into her eyes.
"We don't know."
Chapter 34. Madeline curled into Sterling's arms, and although they were in the old rowboat overlooking the beach, the stunning vista did little to settle the nerves in her stomach. Listening to both his therapeutic heartbeat and the equally soothing sound of the waves tumbling into shore, she tried to figure out how to put into words the turmoil that was occupying every single thought. "Hey, honey." Sterling glanced at her. The trepidation in his voice surprised her. "Yes?" "What's wrong?" She eased back, blinking at him. Huh? He swept his hand to the view. We're relaxing in one of the most beautiful spots on the island, and yet you're as stiff as a board, and you've barely said a word all day. She swallowed. When am I going to learn how perceptive he is? I'm sorry. He shook his head. Don't say sorry. Just tell me what's eating you up. Madeline lowered her head and squeezed her eyes shut. She'd reached the point of no return. From this moment on, Sterling may never look at her again with love in his eyes. A million bull ants scampered through her belly, jabbing her with painful stings, as she tried to piece together words that would make sense of her actions. Sterling placed his hand on her knee. Maddie, you know you can tell me anything. Madeline swallowed the lump in her throat. I know. It doesn't make it any easier. Huffing out a breath, she adjusted her position so she could look squarely into Sterling's eyes, and the concern in his gaze gripped her heart like a glove. Their love was so real, but it balanced on a thread. The thread was her secret, and revealing it could rip their relationship to shreds. But she couldn't keep the rotten truth from him any longer. She reached for his hand and squeezed, hoping he wouldn't pull away. It was me, she blurted. I was the one who strangled the pirate. Sterling's pupils grew bigger, and he removed his hand. A sob worked its way up her throat. I'm so sorry. Knowing that man tried to kidnap Jennifer, I had to do something. He was evil and had to be stopped. The whole time I was doing it, I was so angry, and yet I was numb, you know? Of course he didn't know. How could he? Her chin quivered. How could anyone? It was like I was finally killing Professor Flint. Her lip trembled. Her thoughts skidded sideways. In killing that monster, I've killed the best thing that's ever happened to me. I will never be whole again. I'm no... Sterling cupped her cheek. Hey, it's okay. She blinked at him, hardly able to believe her ears. You don't hate me? He shook his head. No, I don't hate you. I suspected it was you. She leaned into his palm. You did? I heard you sneak out that night. He shrugged. I thought you were going to the toilet. But the next day when the pirate was dead, you couldn't even look me in the eye. A chill shot down Madeline's spine. Do you think Sykes knows? Or anyone else? He shrugged. Maybe Sykes does, and that's why he said he did it. To protect you. She shook her head. I'll never understand why he admitted that. Being one of the senior officers from the cruise, he's probably the only person who knows your surname. Maybe he also knows what happened to you. She moaned, and a lump formed in her throat. Oh, God. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that I know. I was just hoping you'd share it with me. Tears spilled from her eyes. Oh, Sterling. Her chin quivered. I wanted to tell you, but I thought you'd hate me. I didn't want to lose you. I don't hate you. I even understand why you did it. I was more upset that you didn't tell me. I don't want us to have secrets. Ever. She reached for his hand again. Then I need to tell you another secret. Oh, geez, what else have you done? Not me. She placed his hand on her belly. Us. His gaze danced from her hand to her eyes. His stunning blue irises lit up. Are we? He couldn't finish his sentences. We're having a baby. His jaw dropped. Holy, wow, this is amazing. Are you sure? She shrugged. I think so. My breasts are sore, and I've been vomiting. I have no idea when I last had a period. She shook her head. Oh, Maddie, this is incredible. She sucked her lip into her mouth and curled into his embrace. He squeezed her to his chest, and his pounding heart thumped in her ear. Delirious with joy, tears swamped her eyes. He eased her from his chest and cupped her cheeks. "You know what this means, don't you?" She searched for the right answer. "That we're going to be a family?" A smile burst on his lips. "That wasn't what I was going to say, but wow, can you believe that? We'll be a family. Oh, Maddie, you've made me the happiest man in the world." Her heart swelled. "You mean it? You wanted to be a father? Are you kidding? It's the greatest gift in life. We're going to be the perfect family." Her heart fluttered. "You don't know how happy I am to hear you say that." His brow furrowed. "Why did you think I'd say anything else?" She squirmed, then shrugged. "Because I didn't want you to feel trapped into a relationship, especially as there's nothing I can do about being pregnant." "Wait, what?" He pulled back. "Do you want this baby?" She tilted her head, hoping her words would be expressed with as much conviction as she felt. "I absolutely want this baby, because he's a part of us." "He?" Sterling's eyes lit up. "Or she," Madeline clarified. Tears of joy tumbled down her cheeks as Sterling leaned forward and kissed her. Her body pulsed and her heart danced as she returned his kiss. She savored the moment, trying to take in every delightful facet: the softness of his lips, the warmth of his hands, the fluttering in her stomach. When they eased apart, his earlier statement tumbled into her mind. "Hey, what were you going to say before? Something about, did I know what this means?" He blinked as if searching his recall. "Oh, right." He got all serious. "This means no more tree climbing for you." She chuckled. "I thought you might say that. I need another job then. I can't sit around and do nothing." "You won't be doing nothing. You'll be making our baby. And you need to be careful. It doesn't look like we'll be rescued anytime soon. So if you're going to have our child on this island, then we need to make sure you're the fittest and healthiest you can be." She saluted. "Yes, boss." His eyes twinkled as he chuckled. "Can we tell everyone now?" Her body pulsed and her heart sang. Absolutely. He helped her out of the boat, and as they strolled along the beach hand in hand, an absolute sense of wholeness embraced her. Finally, she was complete. She was loved, and she loved equally in turn. And the monster in her life was dead and buried. She was excited about her future, about their future. It didn't matter where they were or how they'd got there. Nothing could undo how incredible her life had become. She burst out laughing, and, laughing along with her, Sterling picked her up and twirled her around and around.
Chapter 35. "No!" Panic clawed at Gunner's throat as he launched to his feet. He spun to the jeep. His eyes bulged. His jaw dropped. His mother stood in her seat, clutching the gun with both her hands and aiming at the entrance to the ramp they'd driven out of. "What the hell?" "Hurry up, Gunner!" she yelled. He snatched the two-way, and his mind scrambled to comprehend what he was seeing as he sprinted to the jeep. "Jesus, Mom, you're amazing. Just get us out of here before I have to shoot someone." He jumped into the jeep, and with one eye on his mother and the other on the ramp, he keyed the engine. The jeep lurched to life, and she just about toppled sideways. "Quick, sit!" He went to reach for her. "Go, go!" Gunner slammed into reverse, screeched backward, then spun the wheel, shoved it into first gear, and took off. His mother slipped into the seat, and when he snuck a glance her way, her fingers were trembling. He wanted to pull her into a hug and tell her how incredible that had been, but he reached the entrance to the ramp much quicker than he expected. Sparks flew up the wall as he scraped the side of the jeep along the concrete. Yanking the steering wheel hard, he pulled away, and going as fast as he dared, they raced around and around the exit ramp. They hit a bump at the bottom that sent the Jeep airborne, and they thumped down with a neck-cracking jolt. Free now, Gunnar strangled the steering wheel with his good hand and raced toward another boom gate. 80 yards from the gate, a man stepped in front of it. "Fuck! Get out of the way!" Gunnar kept his foot on the gas. 50 yards. The man folded his arms. "Move!" Gunnar revved the engine higher. 30 yards. The idiot cocked his head side to side as if preparing to take on the Jeep. "I'm not stopping. Hang on, Mom. Move, you stupid idiot!" 10 yards. Gunnar clutched the steering wheel, rammed his foot to the floor, and squeezed his eyes shut. A massive explosion confirmed he'd hit something. Gunnar shot his eyes open. He expected to see blood and a gory mess, but it wasn't there. He glanced in the mirror. The man rolled to his feet and picked up a shattered piece of the boom gate. Gunnar shook his head and huffed out a sigh. Jesus Christ, that was close. A weird strangling noise came from his mother's throat, and he glanced at her. "Are you okay?" Her mouth morphed into a thin smile. "I think I was safer in jail." He burst out laughing. "I think you were too." Keeping his foot on the pedal, desperate to get away from those people, he nodded at the handset. "See if it's working." She pressed the button. "Hello, Hank. This is Gunnar's mom. Are you there?" "Thank Christ!" Hank's voice boomed from the two-way, and relief washed through Gunnar like a tidal wave. "All that noise we heard. We thought you guys were toast." "We had a bit of trouble, but we're free now." "Good. We're down from the library, but we had to get away." "Thank God." Gunnar turned into a street that was narrower than the last, and had to slow right down to weave around a stalled garbage truck that had been pried open enough to have the contents spewing out. "Ask him where he is." "Where are you, Hank?" "See the big round building?" Gunnar scanned their surroundings. "There." His mother pointed to their left. "Yes, we see it." "We're on the other side of that, next to an ugly white statue that actually resembles a plane wreck. Tell him we're on our way." "We're on our way, Hank." Gunnar dodged around a toppled Harley motorbike with all the trimmings missing and scanned for the circular building. "Over there." Following his mother's directions, they reached the next intersection without incident and turned left into another street. The temptation to beep the horn to announce his arrival was huge, but Gunnar resisted. The roar of the old diesel engine was enough. "Hey, Mom, can you get into the back?" Gunnar slowed a fraction, and his mother groaned as she climbed into the tiny bench behind him. Once she was seated, he glanced in the mirror at her. "You okay?" Yes, just getting old." Unsure of whether or not to believe her, he let it go for now. "There's the statue." His mother reached between the seats and pointed at the twisted metal art that was all wrong, considering the reality around it. He dropped the Jeep to first gear and caught movement to his left. Relief flooded through him as Hank and Cheryl raced forward. Loaded in their arms was a pile of thick books. They tossed the haul into the back, and Cheryl climbed in after them. Hank jumped into the front seat. "Boy, are we glad to see you." "Likewise," Gunnar nodded. "Let's get out of here." "Roger that." Gunnar rammed the gear stick forward and drove up the freeway exit ramp, going the opposite way to all the cars stalled along it. It wasn't until they were on the freeway that the knots in Gunnar's stomach began to unravel. "Hank and Cheryl, I'd like you to meet my mother, Maria." Hank turned to the back seat. "I've got to say, I didn't expect Gunnar to find you." Glancing in the mirror, his mother's face lit with a smile. "I knew he'd come. Gunnar has never let me down." The sun was sitting low on the western horizon as they drove between the Hollywood Bowl and the Hollywood Reservoir, and he flicked the switch for the headlights. But nothing happened. "Shit!" Gunnar's voice cracked with a new wave of anger. "Headlights don't work." Increasing his speed, he drove faster than he wanted around abandoned cars. It was a race against impending darkness. He needed to cover as many miles as he could before the sun slid into the distant hills. Every time he had a chance to put his foot down, he had to slow again too soon, and he felt like he was getting nowhere. Both his mother and Cheryl were quiet in the back, maybe comprehending just how stressed Gunnar was. But as he slowed to a crawl again and began to contemplate whether they'd be better to find a place to stay for the night, a new problem hit him like a punch to the temple. They were nearly out of gas. Chapter 36. Zahn slipped forward on the truck's seat and, putting it into low gear, drove up the ramp into the plane. His daddy was in front, directing him with hand signals. It was so weird, the two of them working together, but it was as if they'd been doing it their whole life. They got things loaded onto the plane nice and easy, like it was something they'd been planning for months. And just about every time he said something, his daddy finished his sentence. He and his daddy never got on like that. He stopped the truck as close as possible to the first round of supplies they'd loaded near the cockpit. The massive boxes had taken forever to unload from the truck and secure in the cargo netting. But as he and Jessie worked together to get that net in place, she'd smiled that sweet smile that had his balls pulsing. It was like they were in a different place, a different time. Maybe she too was remembering those nights they'd spent in the B-26 bomber on the island, protected from the elements by the cargo net wall they'd built together. If everything went to plan, they could be butt naked sleeping side by side in that plane wreck before the sun sets tomorrow. If Captain Dickhead got his act together, that is. Where the fuck is he? Once the truck was in position, he turned off the engine and jumped out. His daddy and Ramon worked together to strap the truck in place, and Zahn strode to the motorcycle to load it on board too. If Gunnar didn't get a move on, the fucking sun was going to disappear and ruin it for everyone. Ever since he'd seen them people looking up at him as they flew over, Zahn had a feeling they was settin' to attack. And as the sun got lower and the shadows got longer, the idea that they was waitin' till it got dark got into his head and wouldn't let go. Gunnar had better fucking hurry. Before they'd left the compound, while he'd filled the motorcycle with fuel and replaced the broken headlight, Jessie and Pauline had put notes around the place telling Gunnar where they were. But now that they had the truck, the horse, the motorcycle, and all the other gear on board, and they'd all been allocated one of them web seats, there was nothing to do but wait. Nigella's damn baby was crying nonstop. Gary and Ramon were having a good old chin wag like they was old buddies. All the kids were running around trying to catch one of them cows. It was like they was at some kind of picnic. Zahn couldn't stand it no more. He banged his fist on the side of the plane, and it was way louder than he thought it was going to be. Jessie's dark eyes drilled into him. This is bullshit. All Captain Dickhead had to do was get a friggin' book. I got a plane and 2 pilots. What the hell's he doing? The pilots, Nigella, Debbie, hell, the whole damn lot of them looked at him, but none answered. How could they? Nobody knew what was going on. Zahn strode back up the cargo ramp. I'm going to look for him. He aimed for the KLR. I'm coming with you. Jessie raced after him. Zahn unhooked the Kawasaki from its restraints and rolled it out of the plane. He kicked it to start. Jessie jumped in behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist. Keeping the speed slow enough that he didn't fishtail out of there like he had last time, Zahn leaned into the handlebars and raced along the dirt road, past the deserted airstrip buildings, aiming for the main highway between Jessie's compound and Bakersfield. Jessie eased forward to peer over his right shoulder. Which direction are you going? Gonna head toward Bakersfield. Maybe they broke down or something. Okay. She squeezed closer, squishing her tits into his back. He couldn't wait to get his hands on her tits again. Returning to Bomber Beach couldn't come soon enough. The sun started sinking, forcing Zahn to put his headlight on, and each time it lit up another vehicle on the road, Zahn hoped it was the Jeep. Each time, his hopes were crushed. He had no idea what they were going to do if they got all the way into Bakersfield without any sign of Gunnar and the others. Not only could they run out of daylight, they could also run out of gas. That, too, would be fucked. A light ahead caught his eye. He skidded to a halt and turned off his headlight, plunging him into near darkness.
What's wrong?
Jesse whispered in his ear. He pointed ahead.
I thought I saw a light.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Zahn squinted into the dimness ahead.
That ain't no fire.
Nope. Is it a headlight?
Staring at it, he shook his head.
Don't think so. It's too small.
What do we do?
We gotta go see if it's them.
When he kick-started the engine again, it was like he'd put a megaphone to it or something. He cut it off again.
What happened?
Zahn shook his head.
It's too fucking noisy.
He pointed ahead.
They'll be able to hear us coming from a mile off. Hop off, Jess.
She slipped off the back and he turned to her.
You stay here. I'm gonna...
No way.
She shoved his chest.
We stick together.
Will you let me finish?
She shook her head.
No, Zahn. We stay together.
Man, you can be stubborn.
She huffed.
Look who's talking.
Here's what I was gonna suggest. I'll run ahead. If it is Gunnar, you can bring the bike to us. If it's not Gunnar, I'll come back to you. Simple. But if it is Gunnar, and both of us are down there, then one of us is gonna have to run back to get the motorcycle. That's gonna take time. Look at the horizon, Jesse. I don't want to miss our opportunity to fly before sunset.
Glancing over her shoulder, she waggled her head and slapped his arm.
You better come back to me if it's not Gunnar.
He pulled her to his chest and clutched her body to his.
I promise.
They eased apart, and he removed his gun from the back of his jeans and checked that the safety was off.
If it is Gunnar, I'll make circles with his torch, and you come to us, okay?
Tugging on one of them loops in her ear, she nodded.
Okay. And Zahn, don't do anything stupid.
You know me, I wouldn't.
That's exactly why I said it.
Zahn took one last look at Jesse before sprinting down the middle of the road. But his fucking boots thumped on the asphalt like he was a galloping horse, so he moved to the side of the road. It was rocky and uneven, but safer than alerting whoever was down there to his approach. The light ahead came on and off and bounced around so much it had to be a flashlight. Whoever it was, they was coming Zahn's way. Before he got too close, Zahn ducked in behind a car that looked like it had rolled into the camper trailer in front of it. Peering around the side, he studied that bobbing light. The sound of pounding feet confirmed it was a man running. Zahn stared at him, trying to see if it was Gunnar. It was. The dude only had one hand. Zahn stepped into the middle of the road, waved his arms over his head, and let out a whistle. The wobbling flashlight blinked out.
Hey, Gunnar, it's Zahn.
The light came on and shone right at him. Zahn waved again.
Thank Christ, Zahn.
Gunnar sprinted toward him.
Boy, am I glad to see you.
So everyone keeps telling me. What the fuck are you doing? Where's the Jeep?
Gunnar stopped, bent over with his hands on his knees, and sucked in air like he was dying.
It's back there. We ran out of fuel.
Huh. Well, it's your lucky fucking night. Give me that.
He snatched the flashlight out of Gunnar's hand and made huge circle motions with it toward Jesse. Barely 3 seconds later, the bike roared to life and the headlight flicked on.
I filled up the motorcycle before we left the compound. You can siphon it out of there.
Gunnar placed his hand on Zahn's shoulder.
I could kiss you right now.
Zahn jerked back.
You do that, and I'll punch you in the fucking nose.
Gunnar burst out laughing.
How did you know I'd be here?
Didn't. Just a lucky guess. So, did you get the fucking book we need to find the island?
Gunnar grinned.
Sure did. Did you find your dad?
Yep. And I got us a plane.
Gunnar's jaw dropped.
And it's all stocked and ready to go. Just waiting on you lazy-ass pussies to hurry up.
Jesus Christ, Zahn. You never cease to amaze me.
Deciding that was a good thing, Zahn grinned so big his nose whistled. Jessie skidded to a stop beside him. She sure did look hot on that motorcycle. "Hey, Jessie, it's good to see you." Gunner smiled at her.
You too, Gunner. What's going on?
"We ran out of gas, maybe 5 miles back. Thanks to you guys, we can siphon it out of this." Gunner tapped the Kawasaki.
Good idea. Get on and show me where.
She grinned at Zahn. "You gonna leave me here?" He smiled at her.
Yep. Don't do anything silly.
"Yeah, well, don't take too long." She winked at him, and with Gunner hanging onto her waist, they took off. The red tail light was like a snake eye as it wove in and out of the cars and disappeared over a hill. Behind him, far off in the distance, an orange glow colored the horizon, like there was a massive bushfire on the other side. He reckoned they had about 1 hour before it would be impossible to see anything. With nothing to do but wait, Zahn climbed into the camper trailer. Going from cupboard to cupboard, he flicked them all open, checking to see if there was anything to score. But there weren't nothing. No surprise there. Every other vehicle he'd checked was like that. Deciding he had enough time to take a dump in their shitter, he yanked the sheet off the bed to wipe his ass. And that's when he spied the tiny door in the base of the bed. He kicked at the plyboard panel, and it split in two. Yanking it out, he got on his hands and knees and peered into the space, but couldn't see nothing. He reached in and pulled out a square-shaped bottle with clear liquid inside. He read the handwritten label. Jimmy's Gin, batch 124, orange and cinnamon, don't drink until Christmas. Zahn burst out laughing. Fuck yeah! Forgetting all about using the shitter, he strode to the kitchen and unscrewed the lid. He sniffed it first, making sure it was what it appeared to be. It was, and it smelled mighty fine. Closing his eyes, he was just about to take a giant swig when he stopped himself. Jessie. What would she say about him drinking booze when they were trying to get out of there as quick as possible? He wouldn't be able to hide it. She'd smell it on his breath. Fucking hell. He put the lid back on, shoved it away, and strode to the hole beneath the bed. Each time he reached into the space, he pulled out another bottle. It was just like back on the cruise when that casino had been ripe for his picking. Lot of good it did him back then. Lot of good it did him now, too. He plucked out 9 bottles before his fingers touched something else. A plastic bag. He yanked it out, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. You sneaky bastards. He peeled open the Ziploc bag and inhaled long and deep. Weed. Thank you, Jimmy. He'd give anything to light up a joint, but instead, he yanked the mattress off the bed and stomped on the sheet of plyboard covering the hidden space until it splintered. He shoved the bits away and peered inside. Holy hell! Jimmy was planning on having one hell of a party. There was more weed in there than he'd seen in his life. Picturing him and Jessie sitting around a bonfire on the beach and puffing away, he stuffed 2 bags into his jeans pockets. But there was way more than he could carry. Searching for something to put it all into, he thought of all them others still on the island. Maybe we could have one big party. Celebrate getting back together or something. But Zahn sighed. Knowing that lot, they'd probably want to keep the weed and booze for medicine. Sykes sure could have used it back when Zahn shot him. Zahn still felt like crap for doing that. If he was still in pain, maybe the weed could dull it some. It would be the least Zahn could do. Max could probably use it too. And Gunner. It'd be like when I shared my booze with them last time. They'd think I was a fucking hero. He grabbed the bedsheet he was going to use to wipe his ass, tossed the 7 bags into the middle, added the gin, and it all clanged together as he wrapped it up like a Santa sack. His timing was perfect, 'cause no sooner had he finished when the rev of the KLR cut through the silence. Grinning like he'd won the lotto, which, as far as he was concerned, he fucking well had, he dragged his haul out of the camper and waited for Jessie to arrive. When he didn't see the Jeep, his grin dropped. But then he spotted it moving behind Jessie's bike. The stupid shits didn't have no lights on. Jesse pulled up beside him. "Why are they in the dark?"
"Headlights got smashed."
She shoved the stand down and slipped off the bike.
"What have you got?"
She nodded at the rolled sheet. His nose whistled as he grinned. "Just some booze and weed."
"Really?"
Chuckling, she shook her head and looked at him like she was examining his brain. "I'm gonna give it to Gladys, for medicine."
"Really?"
Now she really was studying him. The Jeep pulled to a stop, and he strode to them. "About time you lot got here. Hey, I found some stuff in that camper that's gonna have Gladys grinning like crazy." "You found medicine?" Gunner's eyes bulged. "Better than that. Booze and weed." He handed it to the women in the back seat and wondered who the hell the new chick was. But now wasn't the time for introductions. Gunner burst out laughing. "Zahn, you really are a piece of work. Come on, let's get on that plane." Zahn set the KLR upright, jumped on, and Jesse slotted in behind him. As he revved away, a star appeared in the distance. The golden sunset wasn't going to hang around for much longer. He revved the motor, and with Jesse squeezing him tight, he kept one eye on the road and one eye on the Jeep in the rear mirror, so he didn't lose him. Stupid fucker was going slower than his mama did with a hangover. At the turnoff to the airstrip, he pulled to a stop and waited for Gunner to catch up. A boom cracked in the distance, and he ducked. Jesse jerked behind him, confirming she'd heard it too. "What the fuck was that?" He couldn't see nothing.
"Was that a gunshot?"
"Them fuckers better not be taking my plane."
He killed the engine, and another boom sounded.
"Fucking hell! Get off, Jesse!"
She jumped off, and he did too. Waving his hands overhead, he flagged down Gunner and ran to the Jeep as it got closer.
"There's a fucking gunfight going on."
"Jesus!" Gunner's eyes popped. "Are you sure?"
"Yes, I'm fucking sure. Listen."
No sooner had he said it when there was another boom, followed by a series of rapid fire from a smaller gun.
"God damn it!"
Gunner scrambled to get out of the Jeep. "We gotta get over there and help. How many guns we got?"
"I got one."
Zahn showed his piece.
"Me too,"
Hank said. "Okay, that makes 3 of us." Gunner grabbed a 2-way and turned to Jesse and the other chicks. "You ladies stay here. We'll radio when it's safe." Jesse clutched Zahn's hand.
"Be careful."
He kissed her. "Always." "You ready?" Gunner glanced from Hank to Zahn, and they both nodded. Gunner led the way, half crouching, half running, and Zahn got in behind him. More gunfire rang out, and all 3 of them dove into the long grass. The gunfire wasn't frenzied or nothing, just a shot here and there, like trying to shoot rabbits when they pop their heads up out of their holes. Gunner took off again, and Zahn followed. The sun was still there, hovering on the horizon, and giving enough light to see. They ran along the middle of the driveway over a rise, and the runway appeared. At the far end was the plane, ready for takeoff. Gunner crouched and hid behind a bush. Zahn and Hank did too.
"What's going on?"
Zahn couldn't see no one. Movement near one of the buildings caught his eye, and he pointed.
"Over there."
A man jumped out of the shadows, and a beat later, a boom reached him.
"Fucking hell! He's shooting at my plane."
"Then we've got to stop them. Let's circle around behind." Gunner looked right at Zahn. "But listen, I don't want to kill anyone if we don't have to, okay?" Zahn shrugged.
"If we don't have to, sure."
Zahn had no idea what that meant. If someone was shooting at him or his plane, then he was going to shoot back. Gunner led the way, ducking and keeping amongst the weeds and shrubs as they ran down the hill. Zahn squeezed the gun in his hand, ready to shoot anyone who got in his way. Another boom exploded. Someone screamed. Then rapid fire burst from a smaller weapon. 1, 2, 3. Zahn peered through the bushes. Ahead of them, the man dove between the buildings again. They reached a spot where they ran out of cover and had to dash across the road to get to the rear side of the buildings. "Next round of gunfire, we go for it, okay?" Gunner whispered. "No, I'll go first," Hank said. "You cover me." Gunner blinked at Hank, and as if they had some kind of mind-reading thing going on, Gunner nodded without no argument. Hank checked his weapon, then, with it clamped in his fist, looked left and right. A boom sounded like someone had fired into a 44-gallon drum, and Hank dashed across the road. He put his back to the wall and waved them over. Both he and Gunner took off together, and another boom exploded as they reached the building. It was as loud as some of them explosions on the cruise ship. Anger ripped through Zahn as he pictured them bullet holes on the B-26 bomber on the island.
They better not be fucking up my plane.
He ran to the edge of the building and peered into the gap between them. He expected to see a dozen fuckers hiding in there. But there was just one. Zahn didn't even think. He lowered the gun, aiming for the asshole's legs.
Oi!
The man spun around, and Zahn fired. He hit the ground screaming, and Zahn raced forward and shoved his gun in his face.
That's for shooting up my plane!
Moaning like a wounded boar, the guy rolled side to side, clutching the bloody wound near his ankle. Zahn gripped his shotgun and rammed the butt into the fucker's knee.
That's for being an asshole!
He howled like Zahn's bitch-faced sister had when the gator bit off her finger. Gunner and Hank joined Zahn. Hank jabbed his boot into the fucker's hip.
You alone?
The guy raised his hand, and a strangled cry came out of his mouth when he saw all his blood. Hank kicked him again.
Are you alone? Fuck off!
The asshole spat on Hank's leg. But then the crazy fucker grinned and started laughing. Zahn's gut clenched. The roar of the motorcycle sounded. The man's laugh got louder. Gunner's eyes bulged, and when he looked at Zahn, Zahn's gut sank. Gunner ran to the edge of the building and peered toward the road they'd come down.
Son of a bitch! They've got the women!
Chapter 37. Fear crawled like an icy serpent up Gunner's back as he stared at the horror ahead. His mother, Jessie, and Cheryl had their hands raised as they walked in front of the Jeep. Behind the wheel was a man, and 3 other men were in the Jeep with weapons aimed at the women. Another man was on the Kawasaki, leading them. They were a good 50 yards away, but the fear on his mother's face cut slices off his heart.
Christ, I meant to keep her safe.
Clenching his jaw and clamping his hand around his gun, Gunner raced through the gap between the 2 buildings toward the wounded man.
Hank, stay with him and keep him quiet. Zahn, you're with me.
Gunner ran to the front of the building and peered across the runway. Nobody was visible, but the last thing he needed was to get shot by his own group, so he put his hand up and strode from the cover of the building onto the concrete that skirted the building. Pauline stepped clear of the plane. The twisted expression on her face had acid churning through his gut. 2 men appeared behind her, one white, one African American.
Pauline, look out! Behind you!
He yelled across the tarmac to her. Gunner dived to the ground and rolled so he could aim his weapon toward Pauline. Zahn's boot appeared at his side.
Zahn, get down! There are 2 men behind Pauline.
Zahn looked toward Pauline and chuckled.
That's my daddy and our other pilot.
Christ almighty, gave me a heart attack. Gunner got to his feet and shook his head at Zahn.
Quick, go tell them there's more coming.
How many more? I counted 5. God knows if there are others. Zahn's boots pounded on the concrete as he sprinted toward the plane. Gunner turned to Hank.
You good?
Hank's steely gaze confirmed he was a man in control.
Go do what you have to do, son.
Roger that. Watch your back. Gunner sprinted along the front of the building, passing windows that were miraculously still intact and piles of windswept rubbish. Ahead of him, a cow strolled down the middle of the runway. It was bizarre and wrong. The motorcycle's throbbing engine echoed about the deserted area, adding a menacing beat to his thumping heart. He had perfect cover behind the building, but it made it impossible to see how close they were. He halted at the corner, sucked in a calming breath, and like an act in a magic show, the sun suddenly vanished, casting a weird orange hue over everything. Shit! Hoping the men were preoccupied with the women, he chanced a peek around the side of the building. They were still coming. The women walking in front of the Jeep made it slow going. Gunner's gut twisted. Cheryl had her arm around his mother, helping her walk. If they've hurt her, I'll fucking kill them. Clenching his jaw so hard his teeth ached, he glanced again. They were 30 yards away. He'd been angry enough to kill once before. He was angry enough now. The temptation to race out and put a bullet into each of them was overpowering, but he had to wait. His best shot would be when they drove to the rear of the building. Then he could sneak around behind them.
"Watch out!"
a man hollered.
"They're gonna—"
The voice cut off, and Gunner imagined Hank had knocked out the wounded man with a punch to the gut, or maybe a blow to the temple. He didn't care. Gunner looked around the corner again. 20 yards. Sweat trickled down his back. His pulse pounded in his ears. The motorcycle revved higher, and Gunner strained to listen, trying to work out where it was going. The man on the Kawasaki shot out right in front of him. Gunner didn't even think. He snapped the gun forward and pulled the trigger. The man went flying, and a spray of blood fanned the air as both he and the bike skidded sideways. Shit! Acid shot up Gunner's throat. Oh, God, what have I done? Gasping for breath, he dashed to him. His gut twisted. His brain shunted from when he'd murdered his father to now. It was just like last time. He'd killed someone in the blink of an eye, without thinking, without feeling. It happened so quickly. The man was sprawled on his side. His cheek was on the tarmac. Gunner studied his chest, waiting to see if he inhaled. He did, and relief washed through Gunner like a dose of salts. A woman screamed, and he spun around. The motorbike's headlights shone on the group, highlighting the horror. Each of the 3 women had a man behind them. Guns were pointed to their heads. Fuck! Gunner's mind split in two. He'd stepped out from his cover. He'd lost his advantage. How is this happening? They were 15 yards away. They saw what I did. Oh, God.
"Jesus Christ! You shot him!"
The man with his arm around his mother's neck shoved her forward.
"I can't believe you shot Christian."
It was an accident. He scared me. I'm sorry. Nausea wobbled through Gunner. He's alive, I promise. Hoping the light in their eyes had them blinded somewhat, he concealed the gun in his hand as much as possible and raised his arms. Please don't hurt them, he yelled. Your man is okay. He's alive. We'll give you whatever you want. A rush of movement registered at the corner of his eye, and he glanced sideways. Zahn, Pauline, and the 2 pilots were racing toward him. All had guns in their outstretched arms, ready to shoot. Gunner waved his hand, trying to convey to them to stay behind cover. Maybe Christian heard his name, because he released a gut-wrenching groan. Gunner glanced at him over his shoulder. He'd rolled onto his back. His hand was on his stomach. See? He's moving. Christian is alive, but he needs help. The man holding Jessie did something to make an agonized scream burst from her throat. Nails scraped up Gunner's back at the pain in her cry. Please don't hurt them, he begged. You can have whatever you want.
We want all your food,
the man yelled, and yanked Maria by her hair until she screamed. Okay, just don't hurt the women, please. Gunner stepped forward, but at the sound of running he glanced over. Zahn was racing away from them. He dashed into the gap where Hank was and disappeared. Gunner took another step toward the men. His mother's eyes were wide, her expression riddled with terror. Mom, are you okay? The man jerked her sideways, and she clawed at the arm around her throat. Let her go, you bastard! Acid boiled in Gunner's stomach. He strode forward, hand clenched, ready to slam his fist into the asshole's nose. Stay there, or I'll shoot her! The headlight caught in the man's matted hair and highlighted the spots on his face. Let her go, Gunner yelled. She's been through enough. We all have, asshole! His murderous expression grew darker. Move! He shoved Maria forward, and his mother yelped as she stumbled over her own feet. Jesus Christ, she's frail. Can't you see that?
I don't give a fuck.
His eyes flared with a spark of madness. The women shuffled forward, walking toward Gunnar. Jessie's gaze intensified, as if she was trying to convey something to him. Maybe she was wondering where Zahn was. Gunnar was, too.
Tell your friends to get all the food off that plane.
The man's eyes were wild, darting from Gunnar to his friends and back again. Okay, let's keep calm. Gunnar turned toward Pauline, her terrified expression highlighting her turmoil. We need all the food off the plane. Tell the others.
Get back!
The man waved his gun at Gunnar.
We want to see the plane.
Gunnar bulged his eyes at Pauline and the pilots. Go! They scurried away, but Pauline disappeared into the gap where Hank was, and the pilots kept on going toward the plane. Shit, she'd better not be planning anything stupid. Gunnar turned back to the women. His mom was so close, red spider veins flared in her eyes. Cheryl was to the left of her, and her thin lips and pale face indicated she was about to throw up. Jessie was behind both of them at the back of the group. Her black eyes were cold, angry, and the man holding her looked as terrified as his mom did.
Back, I said!
The man yelled over Maria's shoulder and aimed his weapon at Gunnar. As he stepped away, Gunnar lowered his hand in a peace gesture. The wounded man on the tarmac groaned again, and Gunnar shot a glance over his shoulder. Christian was sitting. Blood was smeared over his cheek, but he looked to be in a daze rather than in agony. Gunnar knew the feeling well. After his hand had been chopped off, his body sometimes shut down, rendering him completely numb. He'd backed up enough that the man holding Maria was only a few steps away from being able to view the plane. Gunnar glanced at the aircraft. There was no movement around it. Where are they? Why aren't they bringing out supplies? And where the hell was Zahn? Gunnar was all alone, totally abandoned, totally exposed. If they shot at him now, he'd have nowhere to go. The urge to fire at them first was excruciating, but it was him against 4. He'd have no hope of saving the women. 2 more steps, and both his mother and the man would have full visual of the area. Come on, where's the food? Debbie appeared at the back of the plane carrying a box, and Gunnar blinked, trying to comprehend where she'd come from. When Fran came into view, also carrying a box, he realized there was a ramp at the rear of the aircraft. There they are, he blurted. See, they're bringing out the food. We want all of it. I know. It's going to take time. Gunnar, look out! His mother screamed and pointed behind him. The man from the motorbike was on his knees. A gun was in his hands. Get down! Gunnar yelled as he dove sideways. A boom exploded behind him, and everyone scrambled in different directions. Wrapping his finger around his gun, he aimed at the group, but the men were hidden by the women. A rush of movement behind them had Gunnar's heart launching into his throat. Zahn, Pauline, and Hank were racing right at them. Everything happened in a flash. His mother dropped to her knees. Cheryl squealed and fell to the ground. All the guns fired at once. Women screamed. Men did too. Clenching his jaw and riding fury, Gunnar aimed at the man who'd held his mother and fired. The asshole flew backward with a spray of blood that splattered the building. Gunnar ran forward, aimed at his torso, and fired again. Jessie spun around and slammed her fist into her captor's face. His nose exploded with blood. Zahn crash-tackled the man, driving him into the gravel with a sickening crunch. Gunfire exploded all around them. Bullets slammed into the building, shattering glass and taking chunks out of concrete. Snapping his gaze left and right, Gunnar ran to his mom and yanked her upright. "Run, Mom, run!" The man who'd held Cheryl released a gut-wrenching howl and cartwheeled forward. Gunnar raced to Cheryl and launched her to her feet. "Run!" Another boom sounded, and Pauline screamed as she careened backward. Gunnar spun to the man from the motorcycle, aimed his weapon, and squeezed the trigger. The guy slumped over, slamming face first onto the asphalt. Gunnar's heart clawed at his throat as he ran to Pauline. No! He fell to his knees beside her. Christ! His brain screamed as he pressed his hand onto the bloody hole in her shoulder. It's okay. You're okay. Her eyes were wild, terrified. He yanked off his shirt, and as he scrunched it up and shoved it over the wound, another shot rang out. It was Hank, killing the last of the men. Hank turned to Gunnar. You okay, son? Yes, but Pauline's been shot. I'm okay, Pauline said. I'm okay. Gunnar dragged his gaze from her to the carnage. All 5 men were dead. Jesus Christ. Is anyone else hurt? They all shook their heads. Jesse and Zahn had their arms around each other. Bile shot to Gunnar's throat as he scanned from one body to the next. How the hell did that happen? Doesn't matter, Hank said, but we've got to get out of here in case there's more. Okay, yes. Gunnar nodded. You're right. He reached beneath Pauline's legs, and when he lifted her, she wrapped her arms around his neck. I can walk. Her voice wobbled with a heavy sob. I know. He squeezed her to his chest and strode from the massacre. Hank led the way, and Gunnar let Cheryl race in front of him. Zahn and Jesse were in the rear. Striding as fast as he could, Gunnar glanced at Pauline. Her lips were purple, and she was shivering. She was going into shock. You'll be okay, Pauline. I promise. At the gap between the 2 buildings, Hank paused and fired 2 shots, then carried on running. Gunnar refused to look at what Hank had done. He already knew. Come on! Zahn slapped Gunnar on the shoulder as he sprinted past. We've got to get that plane started. Zahn waved his hand over his head as he raced toward the plane. Start the engine! Gunnar hustled to catch up, but with Pauline wincing, he didn't want to jolt her too much. The pilots appeared at the back of the plane and ran to a piece of equipment at the nose that Gunnar hadn't noticed. Seconds later, the machine roared to life. A generator. The dark-skinned man raced to the rear and disappeared up the ramp. A high-pitched squeal confirmed the engines had started. Zahn and Jesse helped the pilot with the generator, unplugging it from the plane and pushing it toward the ramp. Just as Gunnar drew level with the ugly, bulbous nose of the plane, the inside propeller on the right wing began rotating. The roar of the engine got louder, and the outside propeller jolted to life. Inside the cockpit, the dark-skinned man looked out the window. Gunnar could hardly believe Zahn had pulled through with a plane, let alone the 2 pilots to fly it. The man was an absolute miracle worker. Giving the plane a wide berth, he carried Pauline to the rear loading ramp, and once again he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The plane was so big they'd driven the truck inside, but there was also a horse and a couple of extra people he didn't recognize. Adele ran forward with a heavy-looking headset around her neck. Oh my God! What happened? Despite yelling, Gunnar could hardly hear her over the roar of the engine. Pauline's been shot in the shoulder. Where can I put her? Adele waved them forward, and Gunnar shuffled past an African-American woman. She had a chunky headset over her ears, and her hands pressed over the ears of a screaming baby strapped in her lap. A boy and girl were seated either side of her. She peered up at him. Her eyes expressed her horror. The noise made it impossible to even introduce himself, so he simply nodded and mouthed hello. For a fleeting second, Gunnar hoped she hadn't been dragged here under duress. He wouldn't put it past Zahn. Then again, he'd done things he wasn't proud of in the name of saving everyone. Gunnar lowered Pauline onto the webbed seat and leaned into Adele's ear. Look after her. I'm going to help the others. Gunnar touched his mother's arm. You okay, Mom? She nodded, but the terrified expression on her face confirmed she was a long way from okay. He shuffled to the rear of the plane and helped Zahn and the pilot secure the generator in place with a series of straps. With that done, Gunnar offered to shake the pilot's hand. I'm Gunnar McCrae.
Gary, nice to meet ya.
He ran his hand down his scraggy beard.
So, you got the details of where we're going?
Oh, shit, the books. Gunnar's blood drained. They're in the Jeep.
I know you lot are desperate, but there's no point taking off until we know where we're going,"
Gary yelled.
"Fucking hell!"
Zahn turned on his heel and raced away. Jesse and Gunnar followed him out the back. Zahn sprinted along the concrete, skirting the buildings and disappearing from view around the corner. The roar of the engines got louder, and Gunnar assumed the remaining 2 propellers had started. The Jeep tore around the far corner, zigzagging left and right like Zahn barely had control. Zahn waved his arm over his head. It wasn't a friendly wave. Gunnar's hackles shot to attention. "Shit, that doesn't look good." Zahn's mouth was open and he was yelling something, but it was impossible to hear. "Get out of his way!" Gunnar grabbed Jesse's arm and pulled her into the plane. Zahn spun around the corner in a wide arc, drove up the ramp, and skidded to a halt in the plane.
"We gotta get the fuck out of here."
He jumped out and turned to Jesse.
"Tell them to take off. There's a load of fucking people coming."
Jessie spun on her heel and sprinted away.
"Raise the ramp, quick!"
Zahn raced to a pulley system and started yanking a lever back and forward, manually raising the ramp. Once the door was in place, the engine noise became unbearable. They didn't have time to strap in the Jeep, and Zahn grabbed Gunnar by the arm, led him to a webbed seat beside Bella, and handed him both a pair of earplugs and a headset. He managed to get the earplugs into his ears before Bella grabbed his hand and squeezed her tiny palm to his. The whites of her eyes were huge, and her terrified glare carved chunks off his heart. Using his mangled wrist, he managed to tug the headset's ear cushions in place, reducing the deafening noise to a dull drone. The plane jolted forward, and Zahn stumbled sideways. He scrambled to the seat beside Jesse and tugged on his seat harness. Gunnar released Bella's hand and searched for his own straps. He pulled it tight around his chest and hips and turned to confirm Bella was secure. Within seconds, the adrenaline that had been pumping through him ebbed away, and his bones sagged like they were made of jello. They'd made it. It was impossible to comprehend that they were actually on a plane heading back to their island, or that the lives of his family and friends were now in the hands of 2 complete strangers. The radio in his ears crackled. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Ramon Halstead speaking. You'd better have your harnesses on and headsets in place. This is going to get loud and bumpy." Gunnar slipped sideways in his seat as everything around him shuddered. He inhaled long and deeply, trying to settle the raging thoughts whizzing through his brain. Squeezing his daughter's hand, he glanced around the fuselage. This big old plane was officially their Noah's Ark, taking them all to safety. There was nothing left to do but pray. Opposite him were Zahn and Jesse. They were clutching hands, and when Zahn glanced his way, Gunnar mouthed, "Thank you." Zahn simply raised his chin in acknowledgement. It was hardly enough, considering just how much Zahn had done to get them to this point. Beside Jesse was her brother, Jack, and her mom. None of this would have been possible without them and all their prepping equipment. He made a mental note to thank them properly once things settled down. Gunnar peered down the fuselage. The horse was stomping its feet, and with the whites of his eyes showing, he fought against his restraint to rear his head. Gunnar couldn't fathom how they'd secured a horse, but provided it didn't die of a heart attack before they got there, it was going to be very handy on the island. Maybe they really could make Gladys a chariot. Damn it! He'd been so caught up in getting everyone back to the island that he hadn't thought to find a wheelchair for Gladys. Pierced by a deep sadness for her, he vowed that he would do whatever it took to make her more comfortable. Gladys deserved that much at least. Dragging his thoughts to his surroundings, he glanced from one of the terrified faces around him to the next. His eyes snagged on Pauline, and her eyes met his. He mouthed, "Are you okay?" She nodded, but her pale skin and blue lips suggested otherwise. The shuddering plane wouldn't help. As soon as they could move about, he'd see if Debbie had any painkillers. She probably would. Based on the amount of supplies they'd managed to cram into the plane, they wouldn't have left medication behind. Hoping he portrayed calm, he looked at his mom and offered what was probably a jagged smile. Then he met his wife's gaze and mouthed, "I love you," and she mouthed it back. Gunnar squeezed his daughter's hand until the bone-jarring shuddering suddenly stopped. They were in the air. A wave of joy washed through him, and he pulled his headset microphone down. "Island Paradise, here we come! Woohoo!" Chapter 38. Once they were in the air and all of them started cheering, Zahn glanced at Jessie. She was smiling up at him in that way that had his groin spring into attention. Finally, they were on their way home. That's how he thought of his B-26 on Bomber Beach. It was easily the nicest place he'd ever lived.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Ace Gary Woodrow here. Now that we're safely in the air, someone better tell us where in hell we're going.
Zahn unclipped his harness and shuffled between the truck and the people to return to the Jeep. The car had shifted backward in takeoff and was jammed right against the door. They was going to need to fix it in place before they landed, or it was going to shoot back the other way and ram the truck. Or the horse. It'd have to wait for now, though. Reaching over the passenger seat, he pulled over the bedsheet and unraveled it. He clutched a bag of weed and inhaled. Damn, it smelled good. He'd give anything to have a joint. Soon. Very, very soon. He grabbed the 6 books, and by the time he'd shuffled to the front again, Debbie and Fran had got a large plastic box full of medical stuff out to help Pauline. Debbie was fishing out one packet, then another, putting aside gauze and creams and a clear container with syringes and tweezers and pointy scissors. Jessie and her family sure were organized. The blood all over Pauline's arm and shoulder looked real bad, but she was still awake, and the tiny smile on her face showed how brave she was. Zahn had already seen how tough Pauline was on that fucking yacht that nearly got 'em all dead. Hopefully she was tough again now. He'd come to like her. Zahn shoved the books at Gunnar and led him and Cheryl up the steps to the cockpit. He was surprised they was already out over the ocean. Nothing but blue sky, blue water, and a golden glow was ahead of them, just like when they was on that yacht. This trip had better not be as fucked as that one was. He clicked his headset into the cockpit comms and touched Gary's shoulder. When his daddy turned around, Zahn's gut twisted. Gary was all gray, like his blood was being sucked out of him. "Fucking hell, what's wrong with you?" Gary's lips were a white line as he leaned back, showing Zahn a patch of blood on his belly. "Shit! You got hit too?" His daddy nodded. "Fuck! How bad?" Gary shrugged. Zahn turned to Gunnar. "Show him where the island is. I'll get Debbie." He unclipped his headset and scrambled downstairs. When Jessie saw him, she must have done her mind-reading trick, 'cause the smile fell from her face. Not wanting everyone to know one of the pilots was in trouble, he leaned into her ear. "Daddy got shot, but he'll be fine. Just need your mom to fix him up too." Nodding, she unclipped out of her brace, and Jessie had a conversation with her mom Zahn couldn't hear. Debbie stood and indicated for Zahn to lead the way. Cheryl and Gunnar swapped places with Debbie and Zahn in the cockpit. Zahn clicked his headset into the cockpit comms and sat in the jump seat behind his daddy. "Hey, Daddy, how you doing?" He turned to him with an evil look.
I told you not to call me that.
He shook his head.
I'm fine. Just a flesh wound.
But when Zahn turned to Ramon, and the black man's bushy brows scrunched up even more, Zahn knew his daddy was lying. Wouldn't be the first time. His old man lied about everything. Gary climbed out of his seat with a hell of a lot of moaning. He removed his t-shirt and stood hanging onto a metal bar over his head. Debbie put on plastic gloves and with a wad of gauze cleaned away the blood. When it was gone, it didn't look so bad no more. But his daddy's clenched jaw and watery eyes meant he sure was hurtin'. Debbie plucked out a syringe and pushed it into a vial of clear liquid, and Gary winced like a girl as she jabbed him, She finished by wrapping a bandage around his belly and handing over 2 pills. When she left, Zahn stayed and tapped his daddy's shoulder, letting Gary know he was still there.
Don't go nodding off, old man. Fuck off, Zahn.
Despite his words, he glanced over and smiled. Then he turned back and fiddled with knobs and buttons and tapped at dials, maybe trying to show that he knew what he was doing. Zahn eased forward, sharing his gaze between all them gadgets in the cockpit and the ocean ahead.
So, are we gonna make it to the island?
Ramon checked a couple of display panels on the cockpit before shifting his gaze to Zahn. His expression was all messed up, like he wanted to say one thing, but had to say another.
We know where we're going, and we're chasing the sun the whole way, so hopefully we'll be able to see the runway when we get there. All going well, we'll touch down and be eating coconuts on the beach before sunset.
Zahn couldn't help the smile forming on his lips.
That sounds mighty fine to me.
He stood, but before he flipped off the headset, he said,
We got some special people on this plane, and one of them is my girl. You gotta make sure we get there in one piece.
Gary turned to Zahn, and his eyes were like polished steel.
I ain't never lost a man on my plane before, and I ain't starting now.
When Ramon and his daddy started talking about altitude and speed and other shit that Zahn had no idea about, he unclipped his headset from the cockpit comms and returned downstairs. Jessie wasn't in her seat. Searching around, a smile burst on his face when he found her. She was in the driver's side of the truck cabin. He climbed up into the passenger seat, and the second he pulled the door shut, she shuffled across the seat to kiss him. It was just a brief kiss, way too short for his liking.
Is your dad okay?
Yeah, he's as tough as an old gator. It's gonna take more than one bullet to punch his lights out.
Jessie tilted her head, and her hair fell forward.
It's hard to believe we're on our way back to the island.
I know. It's fucking good, though.
Do you think my dad is still okay?
Of course. Why wouldn't he be?
She poked her finger through one of the loops in her ear and shrugged.
I don't know, but after everything we've been through, it's hard to believe they haven't had some hell, too.
Nothing on that island could compare with the fucked up shit going on in America. At least on the island we can work together and make decisions that are good for everyone. And it's not just some fat prick in a mansion with the most money doing what's best for him and his asshole friends.
A huge smile crossed her lips, but she said nothing.
What?
He grinned at her.
You're really smart. You know that?
Zahn's heart just about burst. Nobody had ever said that to him before. He shifted his arm around her shoulder, and she curled her hand between his legs. It was how they'd sat when they were on them logs by the bonfire. Zahn had never known how good it was to hug, but it sure was nice. Better than booze.
Oh, hey.
He leaned back and shoved his hand in his jeans pocket.
I nearly forgot. Check this out.
Chuckling, she reached for the bag, and he pulled the second bag out of his other pocket.
There are 5 more in the Jeep. I figured Gladys could use them. Nothing like a bit of dope to dull pain.
See, I told you you were smart.
I also thought we could have our own little party.
He wiggled his brows. She squeezed his leg, but then her eyes got all dark.
You do know that once we get to the island, we'll be stuck there again.
Yeah? What's wrong with that?
She tugged on a loop again. Something was bothering her, and it ain't good.
I've been trying to do the math. When we land on the island, there will be 56 of us. The food we had in the compound was supposedly enough to feed 18 people for 2 years. How long is it going to last with 56 of us?
Zahn flicked his hand.
You're forgetting about all the grub on the island. Fish and fruit and them giant crabs. And didn't you say you had seeds and stuff to grow crops?
She clicked her fingers.
Ha! You really do listen. I forgot about the seeds.
She reached up and kissed him. Her lips were sweet and soft, and their bodies melted together. When they eased apart, she nestled into his side and shoved her hand between his legs again. He curled his fingers over her black hair. "Don't worry, Jessie. I'll always look after you."
"I know. You make me feel safe."
Feeling like his heart was going to swell and suffocate him, Zahn tugged her closer and closed his eyes. The vibration of the plane and the fact that he hadn't slept in over 24 hours had his eyes feeling like lead. Picturing splashing in the ocean with Jessie until they laughed so hard their bellies ached, he drifted off to sleep. Zahn snapped his eyes open. The truck shuddered, and a jolt had him slamming his head into the side window.
"What was that?"
Jessie blinked awake. Another shudder ripped through the truck, and his gut dropped about 3 inches. "Fuck. Maybe we're hitting some bad weather. I'm going to check the pilots are okay." He opened the door, and as he stepped down, the floor dropped away again. If anyone had still been asleep, they sure weren't now. Gunnar shot his gaze to him, and Zahn pointed to the door to the cockpit. As he strode past, Gunnar snapped out of his harness and followed Zahn upstairs. Zahn banged from one side to the other as the fucking plane bucked this way and that. He flopped into the jump seat behind his daddy and clicked his headset into the cockpit comms. Gunnar scrambled in with Zahn, but was forced to stand at the back. The blue sky was gone. It was nothing but gray and black ahead of him now. Rain pelted the windshield like buckshot, and as Zahn flicked the switch to bring his headset to life, a blaze of lightning lit up the sky. "Fuck me!" Ramon jabbed at a circular dial. His daddy, though, was barely moving. He was breathing and his head was wobbling, but he had one hand over his stomach and the other holding that hand in place, like he was trying to keep his guts inside. "What the hell's going on?" Ramon glanced at Zahn. His expression didn't look so good. "We've got us a massive tropical storm. Without our radars, we had no idea we were heading toward it until it was too late." Gunnar placed his hand on Ramon's shoulder, letting him know he was there. "What's our status?" Ramon shook his head. "Not great. The storm looks massive, so we sure as hell don't want to go around it because we can't afford the fuel." "Roger that." Gunnar nodded. A blaze of lightning cracked right in front of him, and Zahn ducked. "Fucking hell, that was close. Can't you go above it?" Ramon shook his head again. "We're about 400 miles off your island, and the damn thing is tiny. We can't risk going above the clouds in case we miss it. Got no choice but to go below." A boom cracked around them. "Christ!" Zahn's balls just about shriveled to pebbles. He peered out the windshield. The storm cloud they was heading into was black and ugly and swirling around like it was caught in a blender. He'd been in thunderstorms before, but never this close. "What can we do to help?" Gunnar asked. "Nothing yet, but hang around. It's going to get bumpy." The wind howled like his mama did when she ran out of booze. It sounded evil and angry. The plane jolted again, and Gunnar fell to his knees. Zahn reached for him, helping him up. "Get back downstairs and tell everyone to hang on." Gunnar nodded. "Okay, I'll come back in a—" "No, Gunnar," Zahn yelled at him. "I've got this. Stay with your family." Gunnar reached forward and offered to shake Zahn's hand. The look in his eyes was a look of respect like he ain't never seen before. "You're a good man, Zahn." Zahn nodded, and a warm and fuzzy feeling washed through him. "So are you, Gunnar. Don't go missing our island." Gunnar reached over to unplug his headset from the cockpit. "Not a chance." Zahn clutched Gunnar's mangled wrist. "Tell Jessie to keep her seatbelt on." Gunnar winked. "I'll look after her. Don't you worry." He turned and disappeared down the stairs. Zahn rattled his daddy's shoulder. "Hey, you still with me?" Gary groaned and nodded. "I'm here. What do you need?" "We're going to drop to 3,000 feet. Ramon's deep voice was loud and clear in Zahn's headset. "You ever skimmed the water before, Gary?" Gary groaned and shifted on his seat. "Sure.
Done it heaps of times.
Good. Ramon reached for a lever. How about giving me a hand, then? Zahn's daddy winced as he took his hand off his stomach. Blood was all over his palm, and his fingers were shaken as he, too, reached for a lever. The streak of lightning that went every which way lit up the clouds like a taser gun. Barely 2 beats later, a massive boom rattled the cockpit.
Fuck! Did we get hit?
His daddy burst out laughing.
Hell no! You'll know when we do!
Here we go, Gary, Ramon said. 1, 2, 3. Zahn clutched the back of the pilot's seat as the plane nosed downward. He stared at the clouds that were flashing and rolling like they was having a party. Though this ain't no fun party. This was like that storm that had nearly killed him out on the ocean.
8,000.
Gary's voice was all choked up, and Zahn couldn't decide if it was from the pills Debbie had given him or the amount of blood he'd lost.
7,000.
The plane shuddered like it weren't happy with what they was doing.
6,000.
2 forks of lightning bolted out of nowhere, and Zahn braced for the boom to follow. The crack was so loud it could have shattered his bones.
5,000 feet.
Gary cleared his throat and spat a bloody blob onto the floor between him and Ramon. Ramon shot him a filthy glare. Don't you go spitting on my plane. Gary laughed again.
Who said it was your plane? 3,500.
I did. You stole it from my base.
Exactly. I stole it.
Gary's eyes flared.
Making it mine now.
Shut the fuck up, Zahn yelled into his mic.
Now ain't the time for it.
Gary chuckled.
That's my boy.
He winked at Ramon.
He always was a serious lad.
A streak of lightning blazed in front of him like an electric whip, and in exactly the same instant, the thunder rattled everything around him. Zahn must have squealed or something, 'cause his daddy turned to him and burst out laughing. Zahn would have punched him in the nose if he didn't need him to fly the fucking plane.
You were always scared of storms.
Gary smiled, but it wasn't like he was being nasty. It was like he was saying it all Karen-like.
Fuck off. It's true. Don't you remember? We used to sit on the back porch and watch them storms roll in together.
Zahn searched his brain. Nope, I don't remember that. Gary shook his head and turned to the front.
That's the trouble with people. They never remember the good times.
The plane jolted this way and that, and every time a crack of thunder burst around him, Zahn thought his spine was going to explode. But as Ramon and Gary kept the plane steady, Zahn tried to remember at least one time when he and his daddy had sat on the porch together. There were a few he could recall, but in each one, his daddy had been passed out drunk. The sky suddenly opened up, as if a big broom had swept all the clouds away. Sun streamed onto him like a golden curtain, and the wipers flicked off the last of the rain. Once again, ahead of him was nothing but blue sky and dark blue ocean. All right! Ramon clapped his hands together. We made it! Zahn huffed out a sigh of relief. He weren't sure how much more of that thunder he could have handled.
And the timing couldn't be any more perfect. Now we're gonna need those eagle eyes of yours.
Gary turned to Zahn and winced. He sucked in a breath, and his jaw was clamped tight, like he was fighting a cobra in his belly. Zahn shot forward, reaching for his old man. Daddy, you okay? Gary shook his head, squeezing his eyes shut.
Told you not to call me that.
Yeah, well, as far as I know, you are my fucking daddy. Gary opened his eyes and looked at Zahn like he'd offered to buy him a beer.
That's true. You're about the only thing I ever did right.
Zahn jerked and blinked at his daddy, wondering if he'd heard him right. A rough cackle came from Gary's throat, but then he groaned and keeled over. Daddy! Daddy! Zahn eased him back. Gary had been gray before, but now he was as white as his grandmama was when she'd gone and died. Zahn slapped his cheek. Come on, you old bastard! You got a job to do! Zahn pulled him upright. Gary groaned.
Okay. Jesus, when did you get so bossy?
Zahn chuckled. I get it from you. Now, what was you saying about my eagle eyes?
Right.
Gary coughed, and it sounded like it was mighty painful. He spat blood onto the cockpit floor again and breathed like he was sucking through a tube. Gary pointed at a gadget in the cockpit.
If we got our numbers right, then we're coming up on your island in about 25 minutes. It's your job to find it.
Zahn's heart skipped a beat. For real? We're nearly there?
You betcha. Told you we'd make it.
His daddy sucked air through his teeth, then rolled his head back and opened his mouth like he was catching flies. Daddy! Zahn slapped his cheeks.
Fuck.
He shook Gary's shoulders.
Come on, what are you doing?
Zahn, Ramon shouted, I need you to get into that seat.
What?
I'm not joking. Move it. We need to land this bitch, and I need a co-pilot. Zahn looked into Ramon's brown eyes, and his gut dropped like a dead bull.
Fuck.
He unclipped the belt around his daddy's waist, dragged him into the jump seat, and strapped him back in. His head rolled forward till his chin touched his chest, and Zahn pushed him sideways so his forehead was on a book with a bunch of raggedy pages. Zahn climbed over the seat, tugged on the belt, and turned to Ramon.
Now what?
He pointed at a dial where the line was in the red. We land this thing before we run out of fuel. That's what.
Chapter 39. Gabby shielded her eyes from the setting sun as Max clutched the sturdy stick on the rope. The swing was attached to a tree that hovered over the water like a gnarly arm, and in the afternoons, when all the chores were done for the day, the kids and some of the bigger kids took turns to see who could swing out the farthest. Max raised his knees. Yee-haw! Cheering, he swung out into the lagoon, and when the rope reached the highest peak in its arc, he let go, spun around, and dived into the water like an Olympic acrobat. Gabby, Adam, and Sally clapped, and Jennifer squealed for joy when Max launched out of the water, still cheering. Jennifer always seemed to want to turn. She'd grab the rope and lean back like she'd seen the others do, but she was yet to actually swing out from the shore. Gabby watched every day, waiting for the moment when Jennifer broke through that fear. She'd never seen her children take their first steps, or when they'd taken their first bike ride without training wheels, or hit a home run at baseball, or received a merit award for art that she hadn't even laid eyes on. She was never going to miss another milestone like that. Jennifer was her chance to start over, to be the mother she should have always been. Hey, Jennifer, she called out. You can do it, sweetheart. Jennifer stood at the edge of the bank. Her tiny fingers were wrapped around the stick, and the rope attached to it was pulled tight. Sally and Adam were beside her. Jennifer danced from foot to foot with a massive grin lighting up her face. Do it, Jen. It's fun. Adam urged her on. Today may be the day. Come on, Miss Cheeky Bottom, Max called from the water ahead of her. Jackson was at his side, and droplets of water in his afro made it look like he had glitter in his hair. It's fun. He splashed the water. You'll love it. Every day, Jennifer's confidence grew. If she ever recalled her family, or what had happened on the ship, she never showed it. She and Sally were truly like sisters, a relationship Gabby had never had the pleasure of. Jennifer giggled, and Gabby couldn't help but smile. She was adorable. Someone back home must be missing Jennifer's cheeky grin. A grandparent, maybe, or an auntie. Although, if they ever got home, Gabby wasn't sure she would want to look for Jennifer's family. The thought of losing her would crush Gabby and the rest of her family. Fortunately, it wasn't something she had to worry about. Not anytime soon, anyway. "Come on, Jenny, you'll love it," Gabby called out to her. Jennifer turned toward Gabby, her gorgeous eyes beaming. "Okay, I'm really going to do it this time." She pulled back on the rope, creating maximum tension. 1, 2, 3. Jennifer released a high-pitched shriek, lifted her knees, and swung out into the water. Screaming, she let go of the rope and plunged into the water. Max and Jackson pulled her up, and Jennifer squealed with joy. "I did it! I did it, Daddy!" Gabby's heart swelled to bursting at the beaming smile on both Jennifer and Max's lips. An engine noise droned somewhere in the distance. Gabby's heart launched to her throat as she scanned the entrance to the Horseshoe Bay. "Get out of the water! Get out! Quick!" As Gabby stared into the distance, searching for a boat, Max scooped Jennifer into his arms, and he and Jackson clawed at the water, creating a small wave in front of them as they raced to get out. The rumble got louder. Sally and Adam raced toward Gabby, their screams ringing in Gabby's ears. A black dot in the sky caught her eye. This was no boat. This was a plane, and that was a whole different story. "Look, a plane!" She pointed at it, and they all turned. The plane was low and coming directly at them, like it was going to land in the bay. It got louder and grew bigger by the second, and there was nothing they could do to get away. Sally clutched Gabby's arm, and she reached for Max. Her entire family was around her as the plane aimed right for them. "Is it the Air Force?" Adam asked. "Are we saved?" Sally said. "Are they coming to rescue us?" Jackson added. Not one of their overlapping questions could be answered. The plane got bigger. It was fat and colorless. This was no passenger plane. "It's a military plane." Gabby's heart thumped louder. Could this be the moment we've waited months for? It roared overhead, and in the streak of gray she saw the words that had tears flooding her eyes. U.S. Air Force was emblazoned in big letters on the side of the plane. She spun to Max. "It's an American plane!" Cheering, they all jumped up and down. The aircraft disappeared in the distance, but it was coming back. It had to be. "Come on!" Max clutched Jennifer to his chest and sprinted away. "Let's go to the runway." Adam and Jackson took off after Max. Squeezing Sally's hand, Gabby chased Max up the beach and along the path that led to the village. The clearing was absolute pandemonium. People were everywhere, cheering, clapping, crying. "To the runway!" Max hollered, leading the way. The path to the runway was rugged and narrow, and with all of them crammed onto it, they were forced to go much slower than they wanted. Ahead of her, Quinn carried Gladys's homemade wheelchair, and ahead of him, Sykes carried Gladys. Gladys glanced in Gabby's direction. Tears spilled down her cheeks, yet her grin was spectacular. The excited banter from everyone was contagious, and Gabby was swept up in a tide of joy as they all scrambled to greet their savior. One by one, they spilled onto the runway. "Where is it?" she yelled to Max. He had his hand raised and was squinting toward the setting sun. "I don't know. Can anyone see it?" he hollered. "No. Where is it? Has it gone?" Everyone spoke at once. "Do you think it's Gunner? Are they taking us home? Do you think they'll have food?" Sally squeezed Gabby's hand. "We're finally going to be rescued." "I know, baby. So exciting." "There it is!" someone yelled. The entire crowd turned to the east, and Gladys rolled her wheelchair to the front. The plane was low on the horizon, aiming for the runway. Gabby shuffled through the survivors to Max's side and clutched his hand. He turned to her, shaking his head. "I can't believe it." "Me neither." Her heart thundered as a situation that she'd never thought was actually going to happen unfolded. A flash of sun glinted off the windshield, as if the plane was winking at them. And Gabby's mind jolted back to that moment, just before the plane had crashed into the ship. She'd had exactly the same feeling of disbelief then. Thankfully, this one wouldn't have the same outcome. The roar of the engine got louder and louder. The crowd got louder too, still cheering and clapping, still crying. Every single person was there. The plane came in low and hard. Its left wing dipped, then the right. It hit the runway and bounced in the air. "Shit," Gabby blurted. Seconds later, it touched down again. A squeal of tires pierced the crowd's cheers. It skidded sideways. "Oh shit, get back! Get back!" She pulled Sally and Jennifer away. The engine roared. Black smoke streamed from the tires. "It's not stopping," someone yelled. The screeching tires and roaring engine hurt her ears. "It's going to crash!" Cindy screamed. The plane shot past them, going way too fast. They all stood in stunned silence. Then Max took off, chasing after it, as did everyone else. It started to slow, but it was too late. Gabby pumped her arms and legs, desperate to keep up with her kids. "It's going to crash. It's going to fucking crash. Don't get too close," she hollered to the kids. But the engines drowned out her cries. The plane slammed into 2 palm trees, snapping them in half. It hit more. 3, 6. They toppled like bowling pins, one after the other, shattering to pieces. Finally, the plane stopped, and the engine noise changed to a high-pitched whine that had them all covering their ears as they sprinted forward. The 4 propellers were still spinning as Max tried to open the door. "Stay back." Gabby clutched Jennifer's and Adam's hands, holding them in place. "Are they okay, Mom?" Sally yelled over the noise. Gabby ignored the question, because there was another one that was much more important. Is the plane still safe to fly? The door cracked open, and when a man stepped into view, a wave of relief washed through Gabby, and she burst into tears. Gunnar. She, honest to God, never thought she'd see him again.
Chapter 40. Gunnar's eyes pooled as he scanned the survivors. Thank God, they're alive. He met Sykes's gaze, and overwhelming emotions gripped him. Jumping from the plane, the engine slowly wound down as he strode to his first officer and wrapped him in a bear hug. "It's good to see you." Sykes clapped him on the back. "Likewise." He pulled back with a grin. "Took you long enough?" Gunnar nodded. "Believe me, it wasn't easy." "Daddy!" Jessie streaked across the runway, her hands spread wide, and she jumped into Albert's arms. Jack ran to him too, as did Debbie. It was a family reunion that Gunnar had feared would never happen. As people spilled from the plane, Gunnar moved from one survivor to the next, hugging the people he'd actually doubted he'd ever see again. He knelt at Gladys's side. "Boy, am I glad to see you." "And you." It was pure relief that she looked so fit and healthy. "You have a new chariot." He tapped the wooden armrest. "Nothing beats homemade," she chuckled. "No!" A woman's agonized wail cut through the cheers. Gunnar spun to the crowd, searching for the source of the distraught cries. Fran was on her knees, clutching her face, and Albert, Noel, Dennis, Louis, and all their families and Michael were around her. "Where's Ethan?" Gunnar asked nobody in particular. Max shook his head. "Unfortunately, he was killed." Gunnar clutched his chest and lowered his head. "Oh, Jesus. How?" Sykes huffed out a breath. "We have so much to tell you, and I'm guessing you have a few stories of your own." Gabby approached Gunnar and wrapped her arms around him. "I have to admit, I thought you were dead." He hugged her to his chest. I nearly was, several times. They eased apart just as the propellers finally stopped spinning. The cargo door lowered and Zahn stepped from the rear of the plane. The distress on his face had Gunnar striding to him. Zahn, are you okay? What happened?
My fucking dad died.
Christ. Gunnar squeezed Zahn's shoulder. I'm so sorry. Jessie appeared at their side, and as she wrapped her arms around Zahn, tears welled in the big redhead's eyes. The horse stomped its feet, and Gunnar left Zahn's side to check if it was okay. Approaching Nick Zahn from the front, he held out his hand, and the horse sniffed. There you go, fella. We're here now. He ran his hand down Nick Zahn's nose and caught movement at his side. It was Gabby. She'd lost a tooth since he'd last seen her, and a lot of weight, and a big black stripe had grown down the middle of her blonde hair. But there was something else different about her that he couldn't quite pinpoint. You brought a horse? Her brows shifted upward. It belonged to Zahn's dad, our pilot. Sykes strode into the plane. His jaw was clamped as his eyes drifted to the truck and then to Gunnar. You're not here to take us home, are you? Sighing, Gunnar shook his head. No. Son of a bitch. Sykes clenched his fists, and Gunnar expected him to punch something. But Sykes kept it together as he always did, and met Gunnar's gaze. I'm sorry, Cameron. I truly am. But it's a mess back there. Let's get this stuff unloaded before it gets too dark. Then we'll let everyone know what's going on. Sykes shook his head. Yeah, well, you can be the one to tell them. I will. I owe them that. Come on. Gunnar indicated for Sykes to lead the way out. Outside, he caught sight of Noel. He and Fran were clutching each other with tears streaming down their faces. It was a few beats before he remembered that Noel's wife, Kathy, had taken their 2 kids and the other Jeep and vanished from the prepper compound. Pain clamped Gunnar's heart at the sorrow on the poor man's face. The likelihood of him seeing his family any time soon was minuscule. Turning his attention away, Gunnar's gaze snagged on his wife. She was talking to Gabby, and her distraught expression confirmed she'd heard the news. What the hell? Call stormed forward. We're not going home. Why not? Brandy said. What? Jackson scrunched his hair. How come? Is that true? Gladys called out. You're not here to take us home? Gunnar held his hands out. Please, calm down, please. The crowd hushed, and Gunnar cleared his throat. You heard correctly. It's a very long story, but in a nutshell, you are much safer here than in America. Even after all this time, it's still pure chaos back there. Cindy burst into tears. No, we have to go home. We have to. And we will. But for now, we'll live on the island a little longer. How much longer? Call yelled. Gunnar shook his head. We don't know. This is bullshit. Call spat the words. Jessie strode to the front of the crowd, dragging Zahn with her. Gunnar's telling the truth. It's not just bedlam, it's dangerous. We were nearly killed several times, and we brought our families here because it was safer. And when we needed a second pilot, Ramon and his family wanted to get away from there too. She pointed at the other pilot. Ramon waved. Beside him, Nigella was holding a sleeping baby to her chest. It's true, she said. My husband, mother, and brother all died because the government has lost control. She scooped her arm around her teenage son. We were willing to risk flying here with a group of strangers rather than stay another day there. The survivors turned to each other, their confusion apparent in their distraught murmurs. But I don't understand, Cindy sobbed. How can that be? It's America, not a third world country. Gunnar stepped forward. It's hard to comprehend, Cindy, and we'll explain everything. But first, before we lose sunlight, we need to unload the plane. Unload what? Call huffed.
We brought heaps of things that will make our life here easier," Jessie said, and as if on cue, the horse whinnied. She smiled. "Like a horse." Sally and Jennifer sprinted to the back of the plane. "There's a horse!" Sally squealed. "We also have radios and solar panels and a generator, so we can communicate with home," Jessie added. Gunnar reached for Adele's hand. "I promised you all that I'd get you to America. I'm still committed to that promise. It's just going to take a little longer." "No!" Just like she had when they were first shipwrecked on this island, Cindy fell to her knees and clawed at her hair. The difference was, this time, Gunnar was in control of the decision. And he knew in his heart that he'd made the right one. He just had to convince the rest of the survivors. Chapter 41. 5 months later. Pacing back and forth, Gunnar cringed as Madeline screamed again. When her water had broken that morning, he'd hoped the birth would be smooth and swift. Now, though, as the sun blazed high in the sky and everyone in the village tried to ignore her agonized screams by keeping busy, he couldn't stand it any longer. He stormed to the community hall. Normally the kids would be in class at this time, but their teacher was at Madeline's side, helping Gladys, Max, and Adele to deliver a baby without any pain relief. Debbie and Cheryl had taken the 8 kids to the hill, where apparently they were having 3-legged races and handstand competitions. Inside the hall, his mom, along with the entire senior brigade, as they liked to call themselves, were weaving palm fronds together to make mats for the new huts. Hank wasn't there, though, nor Ramon. Much to the eye-rolling of the seniors, the pair had declared they were still a good decade or two off joining that elite group. Gunnar nodded at his mom, and she barely looked up from her craft as he strode to the axe, plucked it from the chopping block, and charged out again. Since Gunnar had returned to the island, they'd built 3 new huts. Utilizing the horse had made construction much easier, and with each one they built, they'd improved their design. The latest hut had taken just 2 weeks. It had 2 bedrooms, one for Nigella, her baby, and her family, and one for Sterling, Madeline, and their new baby. Quinn, Chloe, Sykes, and Pauline were on the hut's front porch, making a cot that looked like it would rock side to side. "You all right, Captain?" Quinn asked. "I told you to stop calling me that," Gunnar snapped. He halted and huffed out a breath. "Sorry. Just a little stressed." "She's going to be fine, Gunnar, and her baby will be too," Pauline said. The wound on her shoulder was still a nasty shade of pink, but Pauline didn't try to hide it. It had been touch and go for her in the week or so after she'd been shot. Thankfully, she'd survived, and the only person they'd buried since Gunnar had returned was Zahn's father. Gunnar nodded. "I know." He waved the axe. "I'm going to chop something down." "Okay, be careful," Chloe said. He marched along the path that led to the airstrip. The section nearest the huts was still narrow. However, they were gradually widening the track by chopping trees along the way. Their aim was to one day be able to drive the jeep and truck right up to the village. At the moment, they could only travel 1/10 of the way. He paused at the vegetable patch to check on the netting over the top. It was a constant battle to stop birds and other creatures from invading their crops, especially the giant crabs. Those things were like bulldozers. After a bit of hit and miss initially, they now had a bumper crop. The combination of heat, rain, and carefully applied horse manure had the plants flourishing. The corn was just about ready to harvest, as were the potatoes, pumpkin, and onions. They were on their second batch of tomatoes, watermelon, zucchini, and cucumber. And thanks to Albert and the preppers, they still had many more varieties of seeds to grow. Fortunately for Gabby, Zahn's stash of weed had seeds in it too, and the marijuana had been harvested several weeks ago. Since she'd begun smoking a joint a day, Gabby hadn't had a single epileptic fit. Zahn had been caught puffing on it a few times, but nobody seemed to care.
None of them would be here if it wasn't for him. And Fran's rash had miraculously disappeared, although she was yet to admit she was smoking it too. Fran and Michael spent every day tending to the crops, and the gardens weren't the only thing they had blossoming. Their relationship was as well. A baby's scream followed by a cheer had Gunnar spinning on his heel and sprinting back to the village. He dashed into the clearing and joined the crowd around the bedroom hut steps. Sterling came to the door holding a tiny bundle in his arms. He adjusted the sheet so everyone could see the baby's face. "Madeline is doing well, and we have a healthy baby boy." Sterling's grin was off the charts. "Do you have a name?" Pauline asked. Sterling looked directly at Sykes. "We've named him after you. Cameron." Sykes blinked. Then he too flashed an enormous grin. "Me?" Sterling nodded. "For everything you've done for us." Sykes laughed. "I'm speechless." Quinn clapped him on the back. "That'd be a first." Pauline reached up and planted a kiss on Sykes's cheek. "You deserve it." As a blaze of red raced across his first officer's neck and cheeks, Gunnar grinned at him. Sykes and Pauline were another couple whose relationship was growing, and Gunnar was over the moon for them. It was great to see both of them so content. Adele came out of the hut, and her eyes caught Gunnar's. She looked exhausted but happy as she stepped down the stairs and strolled to him. He put his arm around her waist. "You okay?" "I'm fantastic. Now." She rolled her eyes and huffed. He knew exactly what she meant. "I think this calls for a celebration," Gunnar announced. "Break out the IKEA snacks." The crowd cheered, and right on cue the kids came running into the village. They were loud and sweaty, including Bella. Their little girl had found her voice again since they'd arrived on the island, as had the children who'd had to live underground in the gold mine for 5 months. Bella jumped into Gunnar's arms. "Can I hold the baby, Daddy?" She beamed at him. "Soon." He brushed her sweat-soaked hair from her face. "He's just a bit too little at the moment." Following the crowd, Gunnar held Adele's hand and strolled into the community hall. Bella scrambled from his arms and raced with the other kids toward the far corner. Nigella had been a musician and singer at the MGM Grand Casino in Las Vegas, and since arriving on the island, she and Madeline had made it their duty to create the island band and dance group, aptly named the Castaways. Nigella had brought with her 4 giant suitcases, 2 of which had been crammed full of musical instruments, costumes, props, and enough beauty treatments to last a lifetime. While the items were utterly useless in the survival stakes, they did provide endless entertainment for all ages. Nigella's other 2 suitcases had been loaded with clothes for her entire family, and she generously shared her belongings with everyone and anyone who needed them. The survivors were like that, generous. There was no place for greed. Although Gunnar and Sykes were considered to be their leaders, they certainly were not dictators. Decisions were generally made as a group. They worked together, and everyone had a role to play in the day-to-day life on the island. Gunnar's relationship with Policia Island had started out rocky, but his opinion of it had done a complete backflip since he returned. He no longer believed the island was cursed. In fact, it was the opposite. The island had given them life and hope. Being amongst nature had taught him to appreciate the simple things, like a sun shower or a crisp morning breeze or an eagle soaring in an ocean updraft. Every day he saw gestures of love from the survivors, and not just the married couples. Kindness was also demonstrated between kids and their parents, from friends who'd been to hell and back, and in the new relationships that had flourished here. And for the first time in history, a baby had been born on Policia Island. A boy, Cameron Maxwell Rockford, named after 3 incredible men, Sykes, Max, and Sterling. This baby was proof that they'd learned to live as one with nature. The island provided, and it provided well. It had just taken them a while to learn how to live off the land. Adding a number to his survivor tally, rather than removing one, was their greatest victory yet. It wasn't long before the party was in full swing, but as much as Gunnar wanted to celebrate with everyone, there was something he still needed to do, and he'd procrastinated about it long enough. He reached for Adele's hand, and confident that Bella and just about everyone else for that matter was preoccupied, he grabbed the blanket and headed down to the sand. It was an unwritten rule that when the blanket was missing from the kitchen hut veranda, a couple were having some special time on the beach. Finding privacy in the huts was impossible, no matter whether it was day or night. The beach, however, was made for it. Gunnar's stomach churned. What he was about to do could put a crack in their relationship. After all, he'd lied to his wife over a decade ago, and he'd kept that lie going, all because of a promise to his mother. Being held to ransom by that ancient commitment was a shackle around his heart. It was time to break free. He just hoped it was the right decision. They reached their favorite spot on the island. The shipping container provided a break from the wind and also a backrest, and the view encompassed the entire cove, perfect for watching the waves roll in or Bella and the other kids building sandcastles. He flicked out the blanket, and Adele crawled on and rolled to her side. Gunnar lay beside her, and sharing his gaze between her and the ocean, his mind hit major turmoil. The moon was yet to appear, but the Milky Way was truly spectacular and emitted as much light as a pre-dawn sky. He reached out and scooped a slip of hair behind her ear. A tiny smile crawled across her lips, yet she remained silent. It was like she knew he had something he wanted to say. Her intuition was always on point like that. It was a wonder he'd been able to keep the rotten secret at all. He inhaled a shaky breath. It was time. Clearing his throat, he angled his face so Adele could look right at him. He wanted her to see his eyes, and hoped that they portrayed the turmoil that was blazing through him. When we first started dating, I told you a lie. She cocked her head.
Okay.
I told you my mother killed my father. He rolled his tongue around his mouth, trying to produce moisture. But it was me. I was the one who stabbed him. Adele's breath hitched, but she adjusted her position and placed her hand on his knee.
Tell me what happened.
He exhaled slowly. From the second I walked in the door after school, I knew something was wrong. Dad was home. He should have been at work. It wasn't just his foul body odor that smothered the place. It was like an angry presence was in our house. He was in his usual spot on the sofa, in his dirty overalls, grease on his face, in his hair, up his fingernails. The pile of bottles on the coffee table confirmed he'd been there for hours. He had a beer in one hand and a lit cigarette in the other, but he was asleep. I should have taken the cigarette away. I know I should have. But I'd tried that before and he always woke up. His thoughts drifted to one of those moments, and the slap across his face that had come after it, but he forced it down with a swallow. So I crept to my room and pretended I hadn't seen him. I've gone over that decision 1,000,000 times. If only I'd taken that cigarette off him. Gunnar shook his head. Then maybe what happened wouldn't have. Adele frowned, yet she still didn't speak. Her patience, as usual, was outstanding. Mom worked 2 jobs, one at the laboratory, and on Tuesdays and Thursdays, she cleaned dishes at a pizza bar. It was about 9 o'clock when she came home, but before she'd come to find me, she'd seen another burn hole in the sofa. I tried to block out their yelling, but it was impossible. Gunnar cleared his throat, swallowing a bitter taste in his mouth. Dad had lost his job. Again, he was always getting fired. She'd told me once that she should have married Dad's brother. Uncle Anthony was a banker. He never had dirt under his fingernails. He shrugged. Hindsight was cruel sometimes. When Mom screamed, I opened my door. I was torn between running to her and putting a pillow over my head, but her scream was louder than normal. Gunnar could still hear the terror in her voice, and the anger. I crept out of my room and down the hall. Dad yelled at her to shut up, but Mom didn't. She was screaming at him, calling him a good-for-nothing, useless piece of shit. She said she was going to take me and leave him. And when she screamed again, I peeked around the corner. Dad had Mom by her hair and was shoving her head onto a pizza box on the counter. His face was red. His eyes, they were bulging, evil. I ran into the kitchen, yelling at him to stop. Gunnar's heart thundered, just like it had all those years ago. But he held her there. Mom could see me. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was trembling. She told me to get my things because we were leaving. Dad banged her head again and yelled at me not to move. Mom held my gaze, and she was so calm it was weird. I can remember every word she spoke. She said, "See this, Gunnar? This is not the type of man you want to be. Get a good job and work hard. Women love a hard worker, not a loser like this. Your father can't even keep a shitty job, let alone a good one." His gut twisted at the memory of his mother's eyes, so full of fear, yet so brave. Dad pulled Mom off the counter by the hair and slapped her across the face. Adele gasped. Mom flew across the room, crashed into dishes drying on the sink, and both she and a pile of cutlery fell to the floor. I ran to her, and Mom rolled around to face Dad. She looked up at him and said that he couldn't hurt her anymore. She didn't love him, and that he was nothing, a loser. She was rambling. Adele reached for Gunnar's hand, and he strangled her fingers. Dad slapped her again, but his swipe hit me too. I was thrown sideways, and that's when... Gunnar swallowed, and Adele squeezed his hand tighter. My fingers clutched a knife, and I shoved up from the floor and rammed it into his stomach. It went deep, right to the handle. Adele sucked air through her teeth. Dad slipped to the floor and sat like a rag doll. The knife stuck out of his belly, and blood oozed down his shirt and over his dirty pants and onto the kitchen floor. Dad looked from the knife to me, and a weird smirk crossed his lips. It was like he'd always expected to die that way. Gunnar had tried a million ways to eradicate that memory from his mind, but it was always there, lurking, simmering, ready to pop into his thoughts when he least expected it, like a creepy jack-in-the-box flashing a memory that reminded him of who he was, a murderer. He died right there, right where I'd stabbed him. Oh, Gunnar. Adele shuffled closer and wrapped her arm over his shoulder. Mom forced me to say she was the one who'd stabbed him. She made me promise to never tell the truth. Your mother made an amazing sacrifice to save you. She should never have gone to jail. It was wrong. What I did was wrong. No, Gunnar. You were a child, and you saved your mom. You can't blame yourself either. She shouldn't have gone to jail. Yes, Gunnar, I agree, but she did. That's on the system and your father, not you. And you can't undo the past. Her words and her voice were as soothing as warm chocolate. He frowned at her. She was truly beautiful, and in this light she was like an angel. I wish I could hold your face in both my hands. A curious expression rippled across her forehead. You don't need both hands to hold my heart. A wave of emotion caught in his throat. Oh, sweetheart, that means the world to me. I'm so sorry I didn't tell you the truth right at the start. She wriggled her body closer and hooked her leg over his hip. Well, now I want you to make me a promise. Fortitude was stamped on her face. She grabbed his chin, angling his head so he looked right into her eyes.
Promise me that you will never doubt yourself again. Your daughter and I need you to stay strong.
She was right. Bella, his beautiful daughter, and Adele needed him, needed his whole heart. How blessed he was to have such an incredible family. Cupping her cheek, he heaved a sigh. Okay, I promise to never doubt myself again. Thank you. I love you. More than I can ever express.
By telling me that secret, you have expressed your love perfectly.
She leaned forward, and as he ran his fingers through her hair, their lips met. The shackle around his heart released, and finally, Gunnar was free. Chapter 42. Ever since that baby had been born, whenever Zahn had gone into the village, all he could hear was him crying. And when he wasn't crying, all of 'em ladies were fussin' over him like his sister had with her fucking pet rabbit. Till his mama had made it into stew, that is. Then Bitchface done nothin' but cryin'. It had done Zahn's head in then. The cryin' baby was doin' his head in now. Not that he hung around the village much, anyway. He just delivered the fish he caught for 'em and did a quick lap around the huts to see if anything interestin' was happenin'. Then he got the fuck out of there and returned to Bomber Beach. Jesse usually came along. He'd been trying to figure out a way to go to Bomber Beach without Jessie for days. Not that he didn't want her with him. Fuck no. But he had something he wanted to do, and it had to be real secret. Finally, he had an opportunity that was too good to miss. Jessie was taking a couple of 'em kids for a horse ride, and as much as he'd have liked to watch her ride Nixon bareback on the beach, it was the moment he'd been waiting for. When she led the horse and 'em girls toward the sand, Zahn set off the other way, heading along the path toward his bomber. Whenever she wasn't with him, he felt all weird, like some of him was missing. Not just a toe, neither. It was more like half his insides was gone and he was all hollow. He hated those times. Ever since they got back on the island, they'd been together every single day. And every night. Sleeping in the B-26 with Jessie in his arms was better than food in his belly, or a prize gator in a trap, or a campfire set beneath a full moon. When he was with her, the world was round. When he wasn't, his world was like a cracked egg. Fucked. Zahn was in love. It was weird to admit that. He'd never thought about love before he met her, let alone actually been in love. But he was useless at telling her stuff like that, and he wasn't sure she knew how he felt. Thanks to something he'd found the other day, he finally had a way to show it. Picking up his pace, he shuffled as fast as his mangled foot would allow along the path to Bomber Beach. But at the section where the path split in half to go around a massive tree, he nearly smacked into Gunnar. "Shit, Zahn!" Gunnar jumped back. "You're in a hurry. You okay?" "Yeah." Zahn scrambled for an excuse. "Just need to take a dump before Jessie comes looking for me." "Know the feeling." Nodding, Gunnar twisted the axe in his good hand. Zahn glanced at the blade. There was no blood, suggesting he ain't out hunting. "You been at the tally trees?" "Yeah," Gunnar huffed. "We reached a new milestone today." "Yeah? What?" 365 days since E-Day. A whole year. Gunnar shook his head. "I never thought we'd get to that." He said it all sad-like. Zahn eyeballed him. "You're kidding, ain't ya? You must have forgotten what we saw back home. That shit is gonna take forever to get right again, and there ain't nobody thinking outside of America." Zahn still had no idea what the hurry was to leave. "I guess so. It doesn't help that Albert still can't make any decent contact." Jessie had been keeping Zahn informed about everything her dad and the others had been doing to get hooked up to the mainland. But despite a few words they heard every once in a while, they ain't heard nothing useful, even with all the fancy equipment they brought from her compound back home. It had been a whole year since America went to shit, and they still didn't know if anyone was running the country or if they got the power sorted. Zahn didn't give a shit, though. He was hoping they never got rescued. Anyway, Gunner stepped around Zahn. I'll leave you to your business.
Yeah, thanks.
Zahn nodded.
And if you see Jessie, stall her.
Gunner grinned. I'll try. He could try all right, but if Jessie was set on doing something, she'd do it. It was one of the things he loved about her. Hell, he loved everything about her. Picking up his pace again, he raced past the vegetable patch where his second batch of weed was already as tall as his knees. It was no wonder it was called weed. That stuff grew faster than just about everything else in the garden. It was probably why nobody gave him shit about smoking it. There was enough for everyone, and then some. But as far as he knew, Gabby was the only other person using it. Whenever she did, she'd get a goofy grin, showing off that missing tooth of hers. Lucky there ain't no mirrors on the island. She'd probably die if she saw how much she'd changed since them days on the cruise. Gabby didn't have a stick up her ass no more neither, and when she was stoned, she tried to hug or kiss anyone within reaching distance, including him. Zahn had learned his lesson, though. When Gabby was setting to take her daily puff, he got the fuck out of there. At the runway, he turned his attention to the Hercules. The aircraft hadn't been moved since it had crashed into the trees. He still couldn't believe he'd managed to land the thing without killing anyone. It was a pity his daddy hadn't been alive to see it. Maybe he would have been proud seeing Zahn behind them controls. Jessie had said she was proud of him, though, and that was all that mattered. Chloe and Quinn had copied Jessie and Zahn and had made the Hercules their home. Once everything had been taken from the plane and it had been stripped of all the useful bits, they had a massive area inside that could have slept 30 people, but nobody else moved in with them. Everyone pretty much kept to their own space. He crossed the runway and strode into the bushes on the other side. 50 or so yards later, he ducked into the back of the bomber and strode to the cockpit where he'd hidden the stuff from Jessie. In a small compartment beside the pilot's seat, he pulled out the cloth bundle and took it into the sunshine. Sitting on the log by the unlit fire, he peeled open the fabric. When he'd found the pearl in an oyster he'd carved off the rocks at Finger Point, his first instinct had been to give it to Jessie. He was glad he hadn't, though, because making it into a ring had been a way better idea. The white pearl glowed in the sunshine like the brightest star on a stormy night. Putting it aside, he picked up the copper wire he'd pulled out of the Hercules, and working quickly, so Jessie didn't come racing in and spoiling his surprise, he wrapped the wire around and around a twig that was about the size of his little finger. Using the pliers he'd nicked from the stash of tools they'd brought from Jessie's bunker, he cut the end and twisted the wire around the pearl until it was secured in place. When it was finished, he held it up to the sun and smiled. It was real nice. He hoped it fitted, but more than that, he hoped she liked it. A wave of giddiness swirled through him as he pictured her smiling when he showed it to her. "Zahn! Zahn!" The distress in Jessie's voice cut through him like a machete, and he stood so fast the ring tumbled from his fingers. But he didn't stop to find it. Instead, he raced toward her. "Jessie, I'm here!" He crashed through the trees, aiming for the airstrip. "Are you okay?" He reached the bushes, desperate to see her. Jessie sprinted across the tarmac. Her long black hair swung wildly behind her like a horse's tail. "What's wrong?" Zahn called as he ran her way. "Come quick, the president's making an announcement." "Fucking hell, I thought you must have been bitten by something again." Giggling, she grabbed his hand. "Come on, we don't want to miss it." The whole time she was dragging him back to the village, his mind was slamming between two questions. Am I going to be able to find that ring in the sand? What the fuck is the president going to say? He had a rotten feeling he wasn't going to like the outcome of either. Back in the village, Jessie pulled him up the steps to the communications hut. Everyone was crammed in, making a circle around Jessie's daddy and them other geeks. They was all hunched over the radios like they was examining roadkill. Zahn expected a voice to be booming from the radio, but other than a crackling noise, there was nothing. "What's going on?" Albert spun to him, and his eyes were all wide and freaky. "Shush!" Jessie shoved Zahn to the front, and at her daddy's ear she leaned in to whisper, "What's happening?" "There's a countdown." "The president will speak in 2 minutes," a voice blasted from the radio. "Please remain with us." The sound was so clear, it was as if the fucker was actually in the room. To Zahn's side, Sykes was standing next to Pauline, and them two was holding hands. Zahn ain't never seen him do that before, but he weren't surprised none. Them two were always hanging out together.
"Has anyone got pen and paper?" Gabby asked, "to jot down what he says?"
Lewis held up both. "One step ahead of you." Call, Brandy, Cindy, Nigella, and Ramon came rushing through the door. "What's going on?" Call grunted. Albert spun to him with his finger over his lips. "Shush!" Zahn had seen Jessie's daddy all serious before, but this was another level. "The president will speak in 1 minute," the voice bellowed. "Please remain with us." "It's a good signal," Gunner said. "Best we've ever had." Albert wobbled his head so fast it was a wonder it didn't snap off. "They must have a new satellite up or some new boosters."
"Anyone know who the president is?"
Gladys was at the front of the crowd in the wheelchair one of 'em old dudes had made for her. Albert shook his head. "They haven't said yet." 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. The voice stopped, and the radio went silent. My fellow Americans, I am President Rosemary Talbot. I address you not as the person who you elected to run your country, but as the highest-ranked survivor in your president's Congress and cabinet. Jessie's eyes glowed, no doubt happy that the president was a chick. 1 year ago today, our enemy tried to destroy us. They kicked us hard, and millions of people have died as a result. America and Americans have suffered greatly. To say it has been catastrophic is an understatement. But it is not just the loss of human life that has been horrific. It's the failure of our infrastructure, and more importantly, the demise of order and control. Your president died when his helicopter crashed. The vice president died due to his pacemaker failing. The Secretary of State, Attorney General, and the head of CIA were all killed when Air Force One crashed. The list goes on and on. I was Secretary of Agriculture and therefore 9th in line from President. After the demise of most of our presidential Congress, I am your designated survivor. But I promise you this. I take my new role very seriously. I will not fail you. I will not fail America. Jessie edged in next to Zahn, shoved her fingers between his, and glanced around the room at everyone else. Zahn followed her gaze. All of 'em were looking at each other and grinning like they were at a Chinese buffet. Zahn didn't like what he was hearing. Not one bit. Anything that meant they were one step closer to returning to America was a step he didn't want to take. The decimation to our electrical grid was extensive and complete. It has forced us to rebuild our resources from scratch. We are doing this, but it will not happen overnight. We have a strategy to develop 7 power hubs across the country. I assure you with my hand on my heart that the position of the hubs has been an immensely difficult decision and will not please everyone. But their locations were not chosen based on money or power. The positions of these hubs were allocated purely from a geographic perspective. They are Oregon, Louisiana, Arizona, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, Iowa, and Kansas. The construction of these hubs is already underway, and once complete, they will provide electricity in rolling waves that will feed across 7 states, one on each day of the week. As more power hubs come online and more grids are built, days without power will reduce. Jessie glanced up at him. Her eyes were all sparkly like they were when she caught a massive fish. Zahn's gut twisted. Just like everyone else in that hut, Jesse liked what the bitch on the radio was saying. Am I the only one who considers leaving the island a fucking stupid idea?
Another priority is to restore our communications network. We have already started, and if you are hearing this, then we are succeeding. Our allies from all over the world are generously providing aid packages and military assets, such as planes, ships, vehicles, and much-needed personnel.
Jesse squeezed Zahn's hand and tugged on one of them loops in her ear. He wished he could do her trick and figure out what she was thinking, 'cause he was pretty sure it was the opposite of what was going through his mind.
We are asking you to work with us to restore our great country.
The bitch on the radio continued rambling.
Military support is being provided to food banks, and we will not tolerate the nepotism we've witnessed to date. The responsibility of our country lies in my hands, but it is also in yours. Our country, our very fiber of living has been torn to shreds, and not just by those who attacked us, but also by those who live amongst us. We will not let those who destroy our property or steal our food get away with these atrocities. The tyranny of so-called leaders who favor their own at the sacrifice of others will be dealt with swiftly and harshly.
Yeah, right. That shit never happens.
Americans don't leave their people behind, and that has never been more poignant than now. We are aware of the so-called Great Unwanted, and I can assure you that you are wanted.
Jesse strangled his hand in her own.
And we want you back on American soil. We have established a dedicated task force to bring you home.
Everyone except Zahn burst into cheers. Albert stood and waved his arms like he was flying.
Shush! We are restoring 2 airports, Los Angeles and New York. Extensive work is required to repair the damage to our infrastructure. Sourcing both planes and crew, however, is proving challenging. But we will succeed. United as one, she continued, we will work together to bring our country back to its former glory. No.
The radio went silent for a few beats.
Not our former glory. We will be far greater. It is your duty, and I'm talking to every single one of you, to remember who you are. You are American. We will make our country great again for the sake of our children and our children's children.
Yeah! Call hollered, and Albert glared at him.
We have been given a gift.
Is the bitch ever gonna stop?
The gift of starting over, starting afresh. What we knew as normal has gone forever. Many millions were lost by this unforgettable act of cowardice. And I can assure you, we will not forget. When the time is right, we will avenge this atrocity and show our enemies that we are not done yet. Far from it. We will honor those who have fallen by rebuilding our great country. We got through 9/11. We survived the pandemic of 2020. We will rise above this too. This is not the end. This is merely an episode in the history of our great country. Thank you for listening. Stay safe.
The radio crackled.
That was your president, Rosemary Talbot, a man with a booming voice said. This broadcast will be on repeat, on the hour, every hour. At the end of each speech, we will update you with any pertinent news directly related to our recovery efforts. Thank you. The radio crackled again, and everyone in the hut roared with a united cheer. Jessie grinned at Zahn. This is amazing. She wrapped her arms around his waist. As he squeezed her to his chest and scanned all the grinning faces, it was like a hollowness was opening inside him. A giant cavity that was letting all the good things in his life slip away. Finally, Gunner hollered, we truly do have something to celebrate. He picked up his kid and aimed for the door. Everyone followed Gunner and his missus out to the sunshine and into the community hut. A bunch of 'em oldies went into the kitchen hut,
and Zahn figured they were gonna hand out some of 'em IKEA snacks. If Jesse wasn't dragging him along with the rest of 'em, he would have kept on going to Bomber Beach and spent the rest of the afternoon smoking weed. Maybe I'll do that anyway. The band started playing, and while everyone else got into party mode, Zahn just wanted to holler at the lot of 'em. They were all fools for believing that bitch. When the government says they was gonna do stuff, they never did. It was all bullshit. The oldies started handing out ciders and chocolates and stuff, and they was all grinning like TV chick did after a joint. Jessie was all smiles too, and her daddy. Zahn wolfed down the peanut bar, and he was picking nuts out of his teeth when Jessie reached for his hand.
Hey, you okay?
He shrugged. Nope.
You want to talk about it?
Nope. She tilted her head, and the setting sun streaming in through the doorway caught in her dark eyes, making 'em change to the color of dark chocolate.
Come on, let's get out of here.
He was halfway to the path before his brain kicked into gear. Don't you want to stay with the party? She glanced over her shoulder at him and shook her head.
I'd rather be alone with you.
Jessie always knew exactly what to say, and the hollowness inside him closed up just a little bit. They crossed the runway and passed by the bomber, aiming for the beach. By the time they sat on the log by the fire pit, the sun had begun sliding into the ocean. It lit up the horizon like it was on fire, shooting gold and yellow streaks into the darkening sky. Jessie sat so close that her thigh was right against his, just how he liked it, and she curled her hand over his leg, snapping his attention away from the sunset and onto her. His breath caught at how beautiful she was, and for the 100th time he asked himself a question that was getting harder and harder to answer. What the fuck is she doing with me? A tiny grin wriggled across her lips.
What's going on?
He shrugged. Nothing. She nudged her shoulder to his.
Okay, let me see if I can figure it out.
He shifted his gaze to the waves rolling into the beach, but didn't say nothing.
You think that going back home is a bad idea?
She paused, and waited, and waited. He had no choice but to answer. Yep, sure do.
Is it because you don't want to go there, or you don't want to leave here?
Both.
Or is it because you're worried about us, you and me?
He looked into her dark eyes, and the way she was looking at him had his heart skipping beats. Jessie could read his brain. He was certain of it. Snapping his gaze away, his eyes snagged on the ring. It was 6 feet away in the sand, and the sun shimmered off the copper like it was a gold nugget. It was a sign. He was meant to find that ring, and he was meant to find it right now. He stood, strode over, and picked it up. Blowing away the sand, he forced his brain to get his shit together. He had to do what Jessie was always telling him to do. Just chat, and try not to fuck it up. Clasping the ring in his hand, he returned to Jessie and got down on one knee. Her expression twisted into a smile that had her whole face lighten up. Jessie, before I met you, I had nothing. I still got nothing, but when I'm with you, I feel like I have everything. My grandmama once told me that fate was an angel guiding the way. Fate led me to you. But I don't think you know how I feel about you.
Oh, Zahn, you...
Shh. He pressed his finger to her lips, and she giggled. Let me do this. He cleared his throat. I've never been good at saying things right, so I thought it would be easier if I showed you how much I love you. He opened his hand. Jessie, will you be my girl? Jessie gasped, and her eyes got all wet.
Oh, Zahn, I'm already your girl. I love you. When are you going to accept that? You are everything to me, whether we are here or in America or nearly dying on a crippled yacht. You are the best thing that ever happened to me.
A massive lump wedged in his throat, making it near impossible to breathe.
You didn't need this ring to prove your love. I know you love me. You show it every single day with how you care for me. I see it in your eyes.
You don't like the ring? She blinked at him, flicking her gaze from his hand to his eyes.
I love it. I can't believe you made it.
She held out her hand, and Zahn glided the ring onto her finger. It fitted. I know it's not perfect. Tears spilled out of her eyes as she studied the design.
It is absolutely perfect. Just like you.
She dove forward, toppling him over and straddling his waist. She pinned him to the sand. Her palms were warm on his chest, like she was holding his heart in her hands. Her eyes drilled into him.
Does this mean we're engaged?
Zahn's nose whistled. Do you want it to? She leaned forward, hovering right above him like she really was an angel.
Yes. Yes, Zahn. I certainly do.
When she pressed her body to his and kissed him, he knew she was right. Whether they were on the island or not, as long as they were together, nothing else mattered. Not one thing. Epilogue. Gunnar had long ago given up on trying to tie a rope with one hand. It had beaten him, yet it didn't feel like failure anymore. Since the incident, accepting his weaknesses had allowed him to focus on his strengths. Choosing the right battle made better use of his energy. So when Bella had asked him to hang a hammock on the beach for her and her friends, he went straight to his right-hand man, Sykes. He found Sykes and Pauline in the community hall. Sykes had his shirt off, chopping wood, and Pauline was beside him. And if he wasn't mistaken, she was drooling. It took all his might not to chuckle as he approached. Hey, I don't suppose you could give me a hand. I seem to have lost one of mine. It was a joke that rolled off his tongue easily now. Sykes laughed and snatched up his shirt. Sure, what do you need? Bella and the girls want to rope up a hammock each so they can overlook the beach. Lead the way. Sykes reached for Pauline's hand, and it was the first time he'd openly shown affection for her in front of Gunnar. Gunnar didn't comment, though. He didn't want to ruin that special moment by saying something stupid. They strolled down to the beach, where the 5 girls, Bella, Felicity, Jennifer, Grace, and Sally, were all waiting. They each held an IKEA hammock and had smiles on their faces. This looks like trouble. Sykes scooped Jennifer into his arms, and she squealed. Pauline reached for Felicity's hammock.
Where am I putting yours?
As the sun began to set into the ocean, each of the girls pointed out which 2 trees they'd selected for their hammocks. A serious tragedy had brought these children together, yet their bond was truly special. The 5 of them were as close as sisters. When the time came to leave the island, Gunnar hoped their friendship would somehow continue once they got home. Gunnar! Jackson came tearing at them, kicking up sand behind his bare feet as he raced along the beach. We've made contact! Quick! His smile was massive as he waved him forward. Come on! Jackson turned and sprinted back toward the path. Gunnar scooped Bella into his arms, and Sykes grabbed Jennifer, and with Pauline clutching Grace's hand, the 8 of them raced after Jackson. Ever since they'd received the presidential address, Albert and his friends had manned the radios in shifts, trying day and night to register their group of survivors on the list of great unwanted refugees who needed expatriation home. Maybe they'd finally succeeded. In the village, Adele was waiting for him by the steps of the communications hut. Adjusting Bella in his arms, he reached for Adele's hand, and they went inside. The hut was crammed full, but the crowd parted, allowing him to push through to the front. What have you got, Albert? Albert spun to him with a beaming grin. Oh, thank God you're here. Sit. Gunnar handed Bella to Adele and slipped into the vacant seat that had been placed between Albert and Lewis. Albert pointed to the microphone. They said they'd make contact at 1800 hours. Gunnar glanced at the clock on the shelf in front of them. The battery-operated display was from the prepper's supplies, and the only working time device on the island. Gunnar was still in two minds over whether or not he enjoyed knowing the time again. For over a year, his only reference to time had been day or night. "Who's contacting us?" Gunnar asked nobody in particular. "It's the—" "Hello," the radio boomed. "This is General Dean Moretti of the Stranded Americans Task Force. May I ask who I'm speaking to? Over." Gunnar cleared his throat, hardly able to believe he was talking to someone in America. "Hello, General Moretti. My name is Captain Gunnar McCrae. I was captain of Rose of the Sea, a cruise ship from Blue Earth Cruise Lines. Over." "How many souls do you have with you? Over." "We total just 56, sir. It would be nice to finally get us all home. Over." "And I promise you, Captain McCrae, that is exactly what we shall do. Over." The energy from the crowd behind him grew triple-fold. "What country are you in? Over." "Not a country, sir. After we abandoned ship, we drifted in life rafts for 2 weeks before landing on a deserted island, and we've been stranded here for more than a year. Policia Island is situated in the Pacific, about 1,000 miles south of Hawaii. Over." Silence filled the airways. Gunnar turned to Albert, and a frown rippled across his forehead. He leaned into the microphone. "General, are you there? Over." A few beats later, he said, "Captain McCrae, can you repeat? Over." "Yes, sir." Gunnar relayed their position for a second time. "Well, Captain, that sounds like one hell of a survival story. Over." "Yes, sir. Sadly, I lost 1,098 souls on Rose of the Sea, and a further 33 souls once we reached the island. I promised my survivors that I would get them home. Over." Again there was a pause. It was much longer this time, and Gunnar imagined he was trying to overcome the shock of such a traumatic number of fatalities. "Captain McCrae, I will make it my personal mission to bring you all home. Over." "Thank you, General." Gunnar paused. "Sir, can you give me a time frame? Over." Silence filled the room, and Gunnar pictured the general scratching out details on a notepad. "I'm not going to lie to you, Captain McCrae. Our resources are extremely minimal in terms of both our assets and our personnel. It could be up to 3 months. Gasps and groans emanated behind him. "Excuse me, General. Did you say 3 months? Over." "I am afraid so. Just keep doing what you've been doing, and we will be in touch as soon as we have more information for you. Over." Gunnar's stomach churned. 3 months. It was like being offered a treat, but having it snatched away before it could be tasted. Gunnar forced himself to articulate a reply. He pressed the talk button. "Thank you, General. We will be ready when you are. Over." "Thank you, Captain. Meanwhile, stay safe. Over and out." Gunnar pushed back on his chair and turned to the crowd. Their dejected looks matched his sentiments exactly. But if there was one thing he'd learned on this island, it was that keeping positive was just as important as food in their bellies. Gladys was at the front of the crowd. Her expression was one of utter disappointment. He cleared his throat. 18 months ago, I was the staff captain on Rose of the Sea cruise ship. My career meant that I left my wife and daughter for 14 days at a time to work and earn money to provide a home and life of security for us. He reached for Adele's hand. You all know what has happened since then. It is impossible to comprehend what we've been through. But we have got through it, and now we've been thrown a lifeline that will take us home. Nothing will be the same when we return. Our lives have changed forever. It will be chaotic and disheartening, and all of us will have someone to mourn. He heaved a sigh. So I don't know about you, but I intend to use every second of the next 3 months, or however long it takes to be rescued, to enjoy my time here relaxing on this island with you. I love every single one of you. Even you, Zahn.
Yeah, you're all right, too.
Zahn smiled. The big redhead did that a lot these days, as did Jessie, who, as usual, was hanging off his arm and ensuring her pearl ring was clearly visible. The crowd giggled, and Gunnar waited until they became quiet again. I think this delayed rescue is a gift to us. It will allow us to truly say goodbye to what we have here and appreciate what we've become. A family. Gabby started to clap. Gladys did too, and soon everyone was clapping. Gunnar turned to his wife. She was beaming up at him. Her gaze was intense, brimming with passion, admiration, and the one thing that had his heart fluttering every time. Love. He scanned the crowd once more. And on that note, I'm going to take my lovely wife for a stroll along the beach. Gunnar scooped Adele into his arms, and someone wolf-whistled. He turned to Pauline. Can you please look after Bella?
Of course, Captain.
He winked at her and carried his wife out the door. At the veranda to the kitchen hut, Gunnar lowered Adele to her feet and tossed the blanket over his shoulder. Walking side by side, they aimed for the beach path. The moon was over the horizon, casting a white line through the dark water like a lightsaber protecting them from the rest of the world. Holding Adele's hand, they strolled toward the flat section of sand at the side of the shipping container. Gunnar flicked out the blanket and sat with his legs splayed in front of him and his back against the warmth of the metal. Adele wriggled between his legs so he could wrap his arms around her waist. Gentle breezes drifted from the ocean, bringing with them the crisp sea scent that embodied his sense of freedom. Waves crashed into the shore with relentless repetition that proved that no matter what, life goes on. It was their favorite spot, and there was no need for anything other than each other's company. Adele shifted slightly and rolled her head onto his shoulder.
I'm going to miss this view.
Me too.
Do you think it's safe to go back?
Is it safe? Surely it had to be better than what they'd experienced 6 months ago. Yes, it will be safe.
I like it here.
I know, but it's time to return to our home.
Our home was ruined.
She groaned.
It will never be the same.
Gunnar mentally wrestled with a response, because as much as he was tempted to stay on the island, returning home was the right thing to do. As long as we're together, our home will be beautiful. By the time we get back, we'll be ready to start a new chapter in our lives. With Bella, Hank, and Maria, our home will be full of love and laughter and appreciation and hope. America needs people like us. And just like our little village here, we'll work together with our family and neighbors to make rugged shores a beautiful and safe place to live again. She let out a rush of breath.
Maybe we could convince some of our friends here to move into our neighborhood.
That's a great idea. I'd love to have Sykes and Pauline, or Quinn and Chloe near us. Any and all of them, actually. He chuckled. I'd even be happy to have Zahn live on our street. Adele turned around and sat on her knees facing him.
You look good in this moonlight.
He raised his eyebrows. Only in the moonlight, huh? She giggled. Leaning forward, she brushed her lips to his. Then she pulled back and removed her shirt.
I want you to promise that we'll still make love under the moonlight when we're home.
Gunnar's heart swelled to bursting. Oh, I promise. And that was a promise he would absolutely keep.